Okay, good news and bad news. The good news, are you there?
Yeah, yeah, yes, sir.
Excellent. The good news is I did the podcast. The bad news is I had some connectivity issues during it. Um, and it was out of my control. I don't know if it was my computer or the internet or both, but I was a little choppy. So it's not the end of the world necessarily. The YouTube video is up, but it's behind a members like channel, so it's not available to the public. But that's not the big deal. Um, so the live stream was choppy. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm live streaming from like 25 different YouTube channels, and the question is, well, you could just turn some of those down, but I still don't know if it was because of the internet or my computer or whatever. As this guy did this interview with me, I I was at the end. I was like, "Can you please go to Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube and filter my live?" And he was trying to figure it out. Then he did it. Then he saw, "Oh, you're on like a ton of different streams. Like this whole time you've been live streaming this." Yeah, absolutely. That's what I do. That's what being live 24/7 is all about. And he's like, "Oh wow, okay,
Yeah,
so no wonder." Um, and to me, it tells me that, uh, well, the way we did the live stream, we do a live stream, then there's something, a software that we use that records on my end locally and on his end locally, and then combines the two afterward to hopefully provide for better recording, better, like, less
yeah.
choppiness. So,
Less
um,
choppy recording.
exactly. And that's going to go on Spotify. And I did not know that this guy averages 70,000 downloads per episode on Spotify. That is a shitload of people to hear what I'm doing. I mean, just and absolutely, like
Yeah,
he only has like 7,000 people on YouTube, which is still really good. But to average 70,000 downloads, he makes a lot of money doing this. To the point where he's flying out like important people that do like to him in Boston to do podcasts. So like he's able to pay for them, like as a real podcaster to like stay in the hotel and to pay them to do it and everything. And I just I'm just like a regular person, and so um, I'm not too down on myself because frankly, Paul, I did everything that I could. It's not like I slept through it. It's not like I misscheduled it.
yeah,
At the end, it was like, well, he could hear me. It's not like he was like, okay, well, we just can't do this. Sorry about this. Bye. He was like, no, I want to have you on again, um, in the future, and hopefully we get the technical issues figured out. And I completely understand, and so that was good. And the thing is, it's a good practice for Saturday because Saturday is a really big challenge. And so I was able to go through my notes with him, and he didn't know what we were going to talk about, and that's fine. Like um, if you just like are like, okay, go ahead, I will just go because I have enough information to fill enough time, and then I will give you an opportunity to ask me questions. Then I'm going to continue going into my notes. So we talked about what you and I talked about yesterday, Shed, and this Israeli space program. And he said on his end, he's like, I hope that it came through. And I can't watch it myself because it's behind this member paywall or whatever, which I think is interesting. Like I can't even watch my own stuff. And even on the one this weekend, the guy's like, I do not authorize you to repost the stream on any of your social media. Like, oh, okay, you're like really strict about this stuff. So I get it. These guys make money, with this
yeah,
content, and it's no big deal if you want to show it to your. If it's going to be on your channel, then you do with it what you want. Um, and but what I will do is when I do get access to it, I'll at least archive it so that in case anything ever happens, I can, I still have it for my sake. But I would have liked it to go smoother with the technical aspects. But again, there's nothing I can do. You've got to think like if you are live streaming for 2 hours and you've got 25 separate streams going, um, there's just sometimes things are going to go, a little not as smoothly as you want. But the good thing about go ahead.
I was saying, can you request like copy
Well,
if you
Yeah, I'm sure I could, but I'm not too worried about it at this point. I mean, I have my answers, because I have all my streams, and really, and I'll be able to listen to it right away on Spotify, which is good. It's just I wouldn't have his video, and I'm sure if I asked, hey, is there any way? I mean, I could just join his channel too for like $5 and then just get it too. So it's not like it's a huge deal to me. But just seeing who this guy had interviewed, he did like the previous person or two people ago, he had interviewed like President Eisenhower's great granddaughter. Like that's a big get for this industry. That's a really big get. And with mine, I'm just like just a creator. I mean, I do a lot. I mean, I'm the biggest pimp of all time. Everybody knows that. I have more data archived on the internet than anyone has ever done in global history. We know all those kinds of things. But right now, I'm still small. But with the opportunity, when people find out about what I do, to really make a huge impact on the world with all this data. So it was really interesting. Towards the end, I was like, "Would you?" He's like, "I'm on your channel right now." I'm like, "No, you're not. Can you please type Rabbi Rothschild?" He's like, "I've got it." I typed in Rabbi Rothschild live into YouTube, and I'm like, "No, that's not what I want you to do. Just type Rabbi Rothschild." Did you do that? Yes. And he was showing it so I could see what he was doing. And I said, "Now, can you please go to the filters?" He's like, "It is filtered." I'm like, "No, it's not. You see the little filters button?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Do you see the fourth column? It says live." He says, "Yeah." And then he clicked it, and then it clicked in his head. "Oh, you are live on more channels than I've ever seen an individual live on." And I'm like, "Yeah, for the last 4 years." And then he's like, "Whoa." He even said, like, with your project, I could just interview about that project, what I do, for 2 hours, which he really could. Um, but I we did go into my project, which was good. So and he could hear me. It was really just towards the second half of the stream where it was lagging or whatever the issue was. The first half of the stream was seemingly better. So look, I just even if let's just say people heard the first half of the stream and it's it's going to get 70,000 people who are going to download it in the next week. I mean, you've got to understand, Paul, the biggest single video I've ever had anybody see on YouTube is 700 people. It's like, well, Rabbi, why aren't you bigger than that? The issue is I have lost my channel, so I can't ever get any momentum because YouTube uses algorithms and uses AI to determine if people are basically it's called it has multiple names. There's
Yeah,
ban
they
evasion.
think you're stream botted.
Yeah, there's that too. Absolutely, they do think that. Um, and I'm not. I'm a real person and everything. I've gotten a lot of different reasons why they banned my account. It's stream evasion. It's also called a ban evasion. It's also called on some it's called ban evasion. On other it's called what is it? They have like these are just like legal speak for we don't want you using our platform anymore. Here's an amazing thing, Paul. You can imagine you were on a live stream, you personally, you were live streaming yourself on YouTube, and you could go into a bank, you could hold up the bank, and you could go to jail for 25 years while holding the bank up. YouTube's going to terminate your account, but after 25 years, you're going to be free to do whatever you want to do in life because you're going to be let out of jail. But guess what? You still can't recreate a YouTube channel 25 years later. They consider it ban evasion, which is like interesting that like the government is not as strict as these technology companies. Um, and so I've gotten ban evasion, I've gotten medical misinformation, I've gotten this is one that I love. It's called uh, spam and deceptive practices. Well, what is it? Is it spam or is it deceptive practices? That's two separate things. Why don't you have a category for spam? Why don't you have a different category for deceptive practices? Because frankly, I don't know which one you like. If you ban me because of that, I don't know which one it is. And so anyway, I've never been able to get momentum on my YouTube channels because the I have so many of them as well. So it's like I can't be like follow me on YouTube. I don't care if you follow me on YouTube. Come to my Discord certainly. You come to follow me on YouTube because literally it's just always going to be a stream that's going on your page. And unless you're like a diehard, which I've had, especially some women who are like who just like to watch a guy all the time. But unless you're doing that, then it's not going to be perhaps that it it, it 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 may not be that interesting. But then there are conversations that I have that are really interesting. And here's the beauty of it. I don't really know how to describe it, but like if and when I do go viral, then it's the journey of going viral, and that becomes really interesting. That makes every video, every second of every video, really, really interesting because it's like, wow, I know who this person is, and now I get to watch them in the past and see what happened with their life. So, um, it would be like, uh, what's an example? Um, it would be like if somebody, it's like home movies basically. And home movies is just a regular individual, it's no big deal. But home movies of a famous person, then those become really, really interesting. When nobody cared about it before they became famous, then once they become famous, that information becomes really, really interesting to people. What up, Rose? How you living, girl?
Hello, hello, well,
Rose, can you hear?
yeah, yeah, she can, you know,
Oh, you know her?
she hear you, she just, yeah, yeah, yes, I do. Um, the, yeah, it's, that's a lot though, man. 70,000, like, how many monthly listeners are, gonna be,
Well, he says he averages between the highest he's ever had is like 89,000 or something like that for a show, and he averages 70,000. Look, if I can get 1/70th of that, that's already more people than have ever heard what I've done. I when I first started, this is just the name of the game. Imagine you just start your channel and you don't really have like at the time I had just accomplished 1 year 24/7 on YouTube, and so I wanted to celebrate that by being on a podcast, but I didn't know any podcasters. So how do you get on a podcast if you don't know any podcasters? Well, you can make requests and things like that, but I wanted to be on one sooner rather than later. So I went on Fiverr. Do you know what Fiverr is called?
yeah, yeah, of course. I've done work on Fiverr and I've also done some work on Upwork. I've done, like, beta testing.
Okay, excellent. So you're familiar. So you could go on there and for like $20 you could be on someone's podcast. And um I paid like 3 or 4 creators to be on their podcast, and those are my highest rated videos. And the reason why they're my highest rated videos or highest viewed is because they're on somebody else's channel. They're not on my channel. If they're on my channel, there's a like a 50% chance that they would have gotten banned by now. But because they're on somebody else's channel, a lot of people generally have seen it and they view it and they check it out. But just this interview that I did yesterday is perhaps more views than I've ever had in all my streams combined. I'm not saying that because I do get a lot of views because I have so many different streams, but it's like 2 or 3 per channel per view per channel or per 12-hour video or something. And it's usually people just like, what is this? And they don't know. If I'm not talking or I'm not singing or I'm not um, perhaps watching something that's of interest, generally it's just video of me just sleeping or something like that. And that's not always that interesting to people. Um, but the good news is
Yeah,
it could have been worse. The podcast could have totally cut out. I could have had a power outage. I could have had no internet. He could have had no internet. All of those kinds of stuff. He could have said, you know what, I just don't want to publish this at all. Um, it's published. It's a live stream on his channel right now. He could have. Or it could have been like the software we were using didn't upload. So I think that I'm overthinking it, and I just have to be like, calm down. Even though the stream wasn't perfect, it did come through, and on my end, uh, I have the video that gets uploaded, and even if like worst case scenario, I was live streaming on 25 different YouTube streams and Twitch and and Twitter and a bunch of others. I could literally just go to one of those and edit myself if I needed to. If I was like, if he was like, we have nothing, if nothing came through, I could be like, fine, that's all right, because I know I have it archived. That's the beauty of my archive project. And so, like, out of 100, how did it go? Probably, in my opinion, like a 65%. I would say it was just the technical issues were made it difficult, but we made it through. Again, it wasn't like he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to cut this one short." It was 2 hours, which is a lot of time, and the first hour I know came through better than the second hour. I don't know exactly why. Yeah, so I'm not too worried about it. Like I do occasionally have this issue. Like I did a podcast 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was for like 3 hours, and throughout it, the I think I cut out one time. But then, like the one I did the week after was for 3 hours, and it was fine. So I didn't have that issue. It just depends. Now it's like, well, why don't you have your ISP looked at? ISPs looked at it. They're like, there's nothing on our end that we're seeing. Though I know that there's some kind of issue, I can't prove it. And when I go to like troubleshoot it online and stuff, people are like, this is just something that happens with this ISP. You can ask for a new router, you can ask for all this other stuff, but it's like doesn't always solve it. I don't know the answer to it. And then at the end of the day, I'm live streaming so much that I don't want to get in trouble with them. I don't want them to be like, wait, you're using like petabytes worth of data upload per year. That's like way too much for any single individual. And so I don't want to get in trouble there. So for the time being, I just have to be okay with it. And I just have to recognize that if, let's just say, 50,000 people listen to that podcast, that's 50 times more than any other video that I've ever had. Now, I have had other things that have quote unquote gone viral, like on TikTok and stuff. I have like one video with like 160,000. The reason why it has so many views, it was kind of a hilarious thing. Um, I was just on TikTok myself, and I was watching this news anchor. The news a lot of times has their anchors on TikTok in the morning or whatever when they're doing the show to get more people to watch their live streams and stuff. And this one girl was doing like this. She's like the weather person or whatever, an anchor or whatever. And she was like, she was doing an Ask Me Anything, and people would write there like, "Oh, what makeup do you use, or what perfume are you wearing, or whatever." And I typed to her, "Do you use your left or your right hand to wipe?" And she wrote, and she said, uh, right-handed. I'm right-handed. Wait, no. And then she went back and had to like adjust it. And the video is of me laughing hysterically because here this like really prim and proper person just told me that she uses her right hand to wipe her focus. And I just thought that that was absolutely hysterical. So that video got a lot of traction, and I just always thought that was funny. I'm trying to think of like other videos that I've had some that like get some traction, but I don't really push them because I'm not in Instagram. I'm not a TikToker generally. I want people to go to my YouTube live, see how many streams I have going, and then come into my Discord and talk with me. And so the the person hasn't dropped the Spotify yet, so I don't know when they're gonna do that. But when they do, I hope people watch it. Or well, it's not on video; it's just audio, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is. I would have rather had it be on video, but just the audio is whatever. And then the big one is on Saturday, and I just hope everything goes well with it. Um, and let's just say that one bombs as well. All right, so long as the video is up or available somewhere, it is an archive of what I do. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Um, it's just like I just need to get out to that audio. So that's that's what that is. I was talking with some guys on Twitter today, or actually it was on Discord, but I met them on Twitter, and they have really big Twitter spaces. But they're like, "Where have you been? We haven't seen you in a long time." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been focusing on podcasting because, frankly, the audiences are so much bigger." Paul, have you ever been on a Twitter space?
Yeah, I have it on Squarespace actually. Yes.
Excellent. Well, like generally throughout the day, the biggest Twitter spaces that you're ever going to see are maybe like 1,000 to 2,000 people. And if you combine all the people on Twitter spaces at once, uh, it's kind of the same 10 to 20,000 people. There's not a lot of new blood, um, and it's generally like a lot of people who aren't influencers themselves. Not all of them could necessarily help you, and some could, but like those are few and far between. Those are big sharks basically, and so I have moved from Twitter Spaces um, to just doing these podcasts and focusing on that. But they were very positive to what I'm doing. And they're still doing their daily Twitter Spaces, but what they do, which is a good deal, they will find somebody who has a project, and they'll say, "Hey, we'll host this Twitter Space for you for like $1,000 an hour." And so you can use, we'll host the space, and we'll like build up whatever you're doing, and give you like a bunch of ad reads basically, and then you just pay us the money, which is a good gig, you know.
Yeah.
And you could you could do that if you just are able, like, you can buy Twitter followers. You can buy 10,000 Twitter followers. Not too long ago was like $100. So that means for $1,000, you could have a pretty big account at uh, 100,000 people following you. And once you get 100,000, a lot more people are going to follow you. Just because you're a big account, you're going to show up everywhere. And then they just take that account and they host the space. And then what they do is they bot that space, which is really expensive. But what they do is they just have a bunch of people come in for the first 15 minutes. And then once a bunch of bots come in for the first 15 minutes, then everybody sees it's really popular, they join it, and then those bots go away, and then all of a sudden the people are there. So they are able to basically breathe life into their um, project, or whatever they're doing. And I've known these guys have been doing this for a while, and they're, I mean, to each their own. It's a good strategy that they use, and I personally think that um, so long as so long as the opportunity is there, um, why not do it? Basically, if it's making them money, go for it. So um, it's not their fault that the platform allows it. Basically, it's the platform's fault. Like the platform could very easily do bot detection, but they don't want to because that skews their numbers. So that when they want to show their advertisers, we get X amount of people who visit our site every single day. Many of those are bots from these types of strategies. And I, when I checked in with them, made sure that they were going well, and there's just nothing I can do about technical issues. Um, and like I've said, I'm happy, and I have some positivity that the the stream is at least published. Where it goes from there, I don't know. I would love for it to be available to everyone, because then I could see on my end how bad was the stream itself. But I'll be able to perhaps hear in the Spotify. And worst case scenario, um, I can always just do the editing myself and send it to him, or he could use the audio from the version that we do. So there's not too much more I can do about it. I can't worry about it too much more. You can only control that which you can control, and it could have gone worse. We could have gotten in a fight into it. Something embarrassing could have happened. It could have ended the stream prematurely. Lots of things could happen. None of those things happened, so it is what it is. So it's better than 50%. But the streams that I've been doing recently were like between 95 and 100%. If I had to grade myself, I would, like, I did, like, the streams were good, everything went well, it went for a long time. This one I did the best that I could, though I was unable to just have the technical aspects that I wanted.
Right. I mean, you can't beat yourself up too much. like everything went pretty smoothly. Do you think this will like? Have you seen any traction like with your channel?
So no, I haven't, and I
So
wouldn't expect to. Yeah, and here's why. This guy put it between behind a members only paywall. He does that with like all his YouTube videos because he's about making money. He makes like a lot of money just doing this. And so the average views that he was getting per video were like 400 or 500. That's not a lot. But you have to think those are members. 500 members at $10 a shot is $5,000 just from that, income that he's getting from that. Um, and so I haven't seen anything. I mean, it was just posted like 11 hours ago or something. But it's not like his YouTube channel is really big. So that makes sense to me. His YouTube channel isn't really. I mean, it's got 7,000 people. Here's the thing: nobody can see the video because they're not members, or very few people. So I'm not going to see people coming in saying, "Hey, I saw your thing," and yada yada yada, because it would only be the members of his channel. However, the Spotify is different. The Spotify is available to anyone, and the second that he posts that, that's when I hope, God willing, at least one person comes in here, and they're like, "Hey, I heard you on the Total Disclosure podcast, and I wanted to check out what you were doing, and this is really amazing." That would be a best case scenario.
yeah, yeah, I hope so too. Like it still surprises me that you haven't like gone viral with all the live streaming that you've done. And I've seen you like big like and not just socialize, but I've seen you in Aiden Ross's server. I've seen you in I Show Speed server. Like it's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
Maybe someday you get noticed by I Show Speed.
Well, I was noticed by Aiden Ross uh, when I first started streaming in his server. But believe it or not, Aiden Ross is a huge botter, just like all these guys are. And so he brought like 30 people into my YouTube, but it wasn't 50,000 people. Like maybe his numbers on Kick say 50,000 because he's botting himself. But he really only has maybe 100 real people watching him, and that's across all of Kick. Kick is notorious for botting. Um, you can go to a website. It's called botted.wtf, and if you look at the top, basically 30 creators on Kick, they have like a 99% botted rate. So that means they're just botting themselves completely, and then then it's just basically a competition. Who wants to spend the most on bots to be at the top of the homepage? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I don't think I don't think I Show Speed.
Yes, he does.
I mean, do you think he does
Yes, everybody does.
like
Everybody does. Mr. Beast does. Everybody does.
do you think he does it heavily, or do you think? I mean, he's got like a massive like ratio. I mean, like people active in his chat.
Wait, so we can talk about that. Everybody stream bots to some extent. It just depends on how much and how they're doing it. And it's like, okay, what proof do you have of this? Well, I can tell you that I've had people come in here and try to sell me stream bots. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do
Yeah,
that. Like, I want to know how much it is, though. And they're like, well, it's like $2,500 an hour, and we can get you in the top five of Kick. And I'm like, yeah, but $2,500 an hour, and I stream, yeah, and I stream 24 hours a day. So that right there is like over that's over $100,000 for one day of streaming. Nobody's going to pay that. They're like, oh, you're streaming that much. Oh, well, you're never going to be able. Like they're talking about like like the normal streamers who are like, okay, we're going to do a 2 hour stream, and we want to be pushed at the top. I'm playing the long game as opposed to the short game, and but what they will tell me, I'll say to them, who do you who who are you who's buying your services? And they're like Aiden Ross and Kai Sinat and Aisha Speed and all these guys. So I've heard them tell me that is one one of the big ones is Neon. Neon does that. Okay, so then and you can tell, and if you're like, well, how do you tell? If you read their chat and they have random emojis that just make the chat go really fast, or random like gifs, nobody in real life is sending five Patrick from SpongeBob gifs that are doing whatever. Like they want their they want their chat to go really really quick. So what they do is they create or they have somebody bot them with like 10 bots consistently. They won't. They'll tell their moderators don't ban those, but those will make the chat go really really fast, which gives the impression that a lot's going on. When in reality, maybe 50 or 100 real people are watching. With that much activity, it makes the chat look like it's got tens of thousands of people who are chatting because it's just going so fast. Okay, another more evidence of this is just the botted.wtf website. If you look at Neon, he's 99% botter. Aiden Ross, 99% botter. Amaranth, 99% botter. XQC, 99% botter. Ice Beside, 99% botter. Like, and if it's not 99, it becomes 98, sometimes 95. It's like a huge, it's not like 2%. It's never that. Um, okay, and then what? Then there's a streamer Cruci. He actually wanted to just prove this point, and he was like, "Look, I'm streaming right now, and I've got like 84 people in here. Those are 84 real people. But guess what? I'm gonna make one phone call, and I'm gonna have 20,000 people in this." And he just makes one phone call, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm streaming. Can you give me some juice?" And then all of a sudden, he's got 20,000 people in there. He's like, "That's all I have to do." Now, this guy's got my credit card information and he's charging me for this, but this is basically the agreement that we have. And I've got a guy in here who he comes in here every once in a while, and uh, he like I ask him like, is there any way to get these bots at a cheaper rate? Because if it were like, so here's one thing that I did. One time I uh, paid like 5 people from India to watch me 24/7 for a month. And so I had like 5 real people in here all the time for a month, just because I needed some watch hours. And it's like herding cattle or herding sheep. I should or herding cats. Pardon me. Herding sheep, herding cats to get everybody to be on the same page. Like, okay, I'm going live now, and here's the link and all of this kind of stuff. Meaning, it's really difficult to get real people to do it. It's so much easier with bots. You just put the link into the bot, and then all the bots come in. You just need processing power, server power, and accounts to do that. And then you're able to charge huge amounts of money. And so, what other evidence do I have? It's just the three. I get people in here all the time who tell me they bought for these guys. Secondly, there's the website botted.wtf that tells you um, real figures. And thirdly, um, the, the like I've seen guys who have made videos that just they're like, hey, everybody's doing this. Watch, I'll show you how it's done, and then all of this stuff. And I've got to say as well, the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has said it himself. I've heard him say, "We know that people are botting. There's not a lot we can do about it, except we don't pay people on the botting numbers. We pay them on the real numbers are on our end." So that's another thing. Right? He knows his biggest streamers are botting, and he doesn't want to put an end to it. He very easily could with a capture system, but currently he knows that if he did that, his website would go from looking like it had 100,000 people on it simultaneously to 14,000. He doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, I see that a lot of CTM. I see Data Ross only has like 500 subscribers.
Are you sure that's not 500K?
No, not like 500. I mean, like subscribers. Like, I guess like people that like pages, subscribe to his channel.
Oh,
Like
okay.
500 people.
And he has like a million followers or something like that, right?
Yeah, he averages about 27K people. Yeah, but I've seen him spotted on WTF, Hayden Ross's flag is inflated like streamers. I mean, you can see who's legit.
There you go. Okay, so I'm going to it now as well. Um, and okay, so yeah, I see he's yeah exactly he's flag. Let's see here.
You see his flag. There are some people who are like legit. I should see.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. Okay, so but they could have a better system too. So um, there's you can't necessarily guarantee anything of who's doing what.
Yeah,
Um,
they could probably just have better mods that can't be connected to each, especially XTC.
that's
The guys worth like what, probably at least like 100 million now.
perhaps, and that's exactly it.
What?
And and you know what though? They don't really care because they know your average person doesn't know about botted.wtf. They just care about the number that their viewers are seeing. That's all they care about. So I could say to you, um, I can sell you 10,000 bots for per hour for let's say $1,000, and they're just crappy bots, or good bots, but it's 5,000 or $10,000 an hour. You're gonna say, just give me the $1,000, even though I'm worth $100 million or whatever. Nobody's paying attention to this anyway. Nobody's gonna ban me. I'm too big of I'm an industry in myself. All I care about is the number. I don't care if they're legitimate people or not. And even still, what botted that WTF may consider to be legitimate, some other kind of service may see it to be illegitimate. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
So, but yeah, like when I saw this, I recognized that this is a pay to play game, which it shouldn't be, but it is. And that's why it's so difficult for me to get in there. Like, um, the thing that happened with Kick with me, I thought Kick was going to be a really good opportunity for me, but they don't like the way that I stream. When I stream, I have like 33 different devices. I want each one of them. I multi-stream from each of the devices. So that means I need 33 different accounts. They don't like that. They like one person, one account. Well, guess what? When I first started streaming on there, I was doing one account per device that I had, which is like anywhere between 10 and 30 devices at any given time. And they had to change their terms and conditions to basically say one person, one account. And when they did that, and I learned that they weren't saving my streams, they only save streams for 30 days. Well, then it just becomes kind of in my opinion, kind of a garbage service that you're not archiving this for long periods of time, and it's a pay to play game. Basically, I need to bot myself to be able to get to the front of the page so that people watch what I do. And at that point, I just was like, you know what? I'm just going to start botting this platform myself and just using it as a self promotion
Yeah,
platform because it's essentially just Twitch. It's the exact same thing as Twitch. I'll keep a good name on Twitch and then just use Kick to promote myself. And I'm the most notorious spammer in the history of the platform. In fact, you can say the N word on Kick, you can say Hitler on Kick, but you cannot say Rabbi Rothschild. If you type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild on Kick, it the message says immediately it says deleted by moderator. For anybody, that's not one person. I've been black. Like my name is uh, not publishable on their platform. And I think that's the highest compliment they could pay me. Like I'm bigger than Hitler on cake.
Oh
Right.
yeah, you're worth it.
Exactly. And but I don't spam people. I just create clips on them, which I feel is in its own way more devastating because I can put links to my Discord in there. I can promote myself on YouTube, and those links, those clips, get picked up on search engines, and it's not like just spamming somebody's chat where somebody can just ban you and let you go or whatever. This stays on their channel until they delete it, so they have to manually delete it, which I think is pretty ingenious as well.
Yeah, it's funny. Like your name, they can say, someone can say everything else. They can't say Rabbi Rothschild.
I think it's absolutely hilarious myself, and I I consider it one of the highest compliments that I've ever gotten from a platform that I'm persona non grata on there, which is cool. I mean, whatever. At least it's not YouTube. Um. So anyway, uh, what am I doing now? I am setting up my um, these automatic emailers, and so I was able to get approximately like 27,000 email addresses, which is a lot of email addresses. I mean, that's like a town in America. That's like a small to medium
Yeah,
sized town. And now I'm just having these things fire off emails, and I do know that they work. I did have one guy who did an AI podcast who was like, "You're quite a character. I was looking through your stuff. I might be interested in having a discussion." And if I, that's fine. I mean, that was like after one day of doing this, so it's like I just have to keep doing this. And I know that these emails are going to the spam box, but it's almost like that's okay. Um, People do occasionally check their spam box, and especially if you have a podcast, you're more inclined to check your spam box because you recognize that there will be just some people whose emails go to that, and you have to just be aware. And some people just say, "Don't send anything to spam; just send everything to my inbox. I'll read it." All. So, um, it's one of those things where I, um, I've just got to let these bots go, and I say to myself, okay, if I had over the course of let's just say 24 hours, one person reply to me, that was only using one computer. Now, if I use two computers and I do that for 365 days, that's going to be like more than 700 people who eventually are going to email me about being on their show or something like that. Like that's a lot of people. So, um, it's just I've got to see what works or whatever. And the one thing that I have to avoid doing, and I really don't, I'm always doing something, but from a promotion standpoint, but I just can't ever be like not have my computers going and I'm just sitting, not promoting myself in any way. Because to me that's a waste. That's wasted time. I need to go viral sooner better than later. So just keep the um I just need to keep um the bots going, and eventually somebody's gonna see what I do. They're gonna recognize that it's a really big deal, and the rest is gonna be history. That's all. That's all I can do. That's all anybody could do. And with these podcasts that I've done, I just can't get too down on myself. If I run into issues on Saturday, um, I might look into perhaps like seeing if I could maybe get a new modem or something like that, or a new router. But I don't think that's the issue. But you never know. Um, so that's what we've got going. And right now, I'm sending out these emails. Hopefully, these people uh, get them, and if they do, they connect with me. So, how about you? What time do you get done in the morning?
sure, with my life, this depends. I mean, I just got here at 4. like 4:30. So maybe about 9:30. It's something like that.
Isn't what you do like pretty easy to have a robot do?
Yeah, but they're not. I don't think they're gonna put the money into that.
I get that. I get that. But like, couldn't they also just buy the dough like already in a circle?
They could, but right now it's really expensive. Cost of food is really like so.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, and
Making everything.
so is the pizza that you guys make really good?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they cater to like I mean like they can make you can they'll make you we can make like kosher pizzas too.
I don't know who would consider it kosher. Maybe the ingredients and such, but you generally need to have a kosher kitchen, and you would need someone to some type of oversight. But I'm not saying that you couldn't do it. You could, but you have a big. I mean, I know the big communities in the United States. There's no really big um, Orthodox community where you are. Uh, maybe for if one community wanted a party or something like that, maybe. But
Yes, yes, we've done that. Yes, anything that involves like kosher or anything like that, something my boss handles.
okay,
He
all right,
won't let anyone else do that. But if it does, it's happened a few times.
yeah. Um, I mean, it would just take. It's not like it's impossible to make your kitchen kosher. It's actually pretty easy. Um, it's just you'd have to remove all of the meat. You'd have to remove all of the cheese. You'd have to clean everything out very well. You'd have to use the auto clean on your oven. Generally, you might have to use a blowtorch on any kind of surfaces. Um, you could take you have to take boiling water and put it on all of the surfaces, and then you could buy kosher ingredients. Um, generally, if you're going to have meat, then you would have to have what's called uh, heart of cheese, which is not made from dairy. Or if you're just doing cheese pizzas, then you couldn't have meat there. But yeah, it could be done. And just depending, like the 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 communities in which I'm a part, one has a kitchen, one doesn't. So some of them do have kitchens themselves, and they could probably do it in house, but another one might not be able to. It just depends. But that's interesting that you do that. Um, yeah, so you know, do what you can while the money's available. I'm not saying that uh, what you're. I'm saying what you're doing is smart. That it's a position. There's not a lot of stress on you, and from their position, they could be paying more for all of this stuff, but they're not stupid. They're probably like, look, we pay Paul X amount of money every whatever night. We know that it's in good hands. We know that he does it the way that we want. And whatever you're making, plus the price of dough that you're using, is probably less than being able to buy the dough in the pre-made circle. It's a pretty easy math equation. And so long as you're able to fit in that, do it as long as you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm also about to finish my degree.
Oh, well, that's phenomenal, man. Well, that's a big deal. Okay, so when are you anticipating that's going to happen?
Next year.
Oh, and what do you want to do with that?
I'm gonna go in my medical year. So I want degree, no university at all. So it's
Okay,
like the degree itself, so I can go in with an electrical engineering degree. Yeah, I would like to, build, learn how to build, design medical equipment,
sure.
repair it.
Well, that's something long term that you can build on and have a very successful life. That's great. Do you find the work is hard? The electrical engineering work?
That,
Yeah.
what did you say?
Oh, do you find the electrical engineering work to be difficult? Like, is it hard to study for all that stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but you're getting,
Yeah.
but
It
you're,
can be.
but you're getting through it.
Yeah. Get through. Not with the best grades, but I'm doing it.
Okay, you're making it. Um,
I have like a C plus average, so
C's get degrees.
exactly. So I'm not, as long as I pass. But
Once you pass, nobody cares about what your GPA is, unless it's a.
exactly.
Um, um,
Exactly.
I can tell you this: I've hired in my time. Um, I've hired hundreds of people, just in startups, in the corporate world, and academia, in a lot of different roles. And I have never once asked a candidate, "What was your GPA?" But one time, maybe one or two, just a handful of times, maybe I've seen somebody with like a 4.0 and they'll put that on their resume. I think I've even seen somebody with like a 3.99, something like that. Like, okay, that's an impressive GPA. Aside from that, nobody.
Yeah, I agree. Are there ever times where like you miss like your life before starting this creative project?
Um, yeah, uh, it was just different. My life was very rigid and very um, how would I say? Like, I go to shul, and well, I'd wake up, I would pray, I would go for a run. I'd wake up at 3:33 in the morning, so like really early in the morning. I'd wake up, go to shul or synagogue, or wake up, pray, go for a run, put on a suit and tie, be at shul. I um, as early as like 5:55, but usually about 6:15. Um, Chakras for morning prayers start at 6:30 and usually go to about 7:40 every morning, at least Sunday through Friday. Then I would go to work. Um, there were some jobs that I've had that I liked more than others. Um, some paid more, than others. I've worked in Orange County. I've worked in Los Angeles County, and just depending on the commute that I would have, I worked as an accountant and controller for an organization, and I really enjoyed my morning commute. I could take the 405 freeway and it would be a 10-minute commute, or I could take the side streets and it would be a 30-minute commute. And just about every day I would take the 30-minute commute, even though it was longer. I could listen to the radio, and it was just neat to see the town get ready and everything. And I really loved it. Um, and then when I would work in Los Angeles County, um, I think my commute was like really right at 30 minutes. If there wasn't any traffic. And then, um, I'd work for 8 to 10 hours or whatever it would be. And then we'd have evening and night services at shul, and that's another. I'd have to commute back to Irvine, and then um, then from there we would have well, also many mornings as well. I would take classes in the morning. What's our daily Talmud study? Or I could attend Talmud study at night. So I would do that. We would have Chumash or Torah study um, regularly. And then I was taking additional language classes, and then I had partnered study. So it was very rigid. My day from like 3:30 in the morning until basically about 10 p.m. was like the same for this day. And it was,
And you don't sleep 5 hours.
yeah, I mean, that was just how I am. Like when I'm rolling, I feel like okay, I would rest on Shabbat, so I would take a long sleep on Shabbat. So Shabbat's different too. I would usually go to a friend's house or usually a rabbinical colleague's house within my community, and I was doing this every single week, so it was just like a regular thing. So it's really interesting with how Orthodoxy works. You know, we don't drive on Shabbat, so I have to leave work early and I'd have to make arrangements with whatever organization I was with. And especially in the winter when the sun sets earlier, at least in Irvine, I'd have to, like the sun, the earliest it sets on a Friday night is right at the solstice, the winter solstice. I can even tell you, it's like 4:14 p.m. Like I know that number. That's the earliest I would be. So I would leave work about 3, and and I have some employers who were amazing, and then other employers who were really difficult about it. Who I probably could have sued if I wanted to, for like you're not like you're if somebody requests to take it off and you give it to them, you're not supposed to give them a hard time about it. And but nevertheless, that's not my nature. But uh, just I've seen both the best of both worlds in that. So I'd have to get my car to my house, and then I'd have to walk to um, synagogue, and it depends which one I was going to. So there was one 30 minutes, a 30-minute walk away. There's another 10-minute walk away. The one that's a 10-minute walk away is the big one, but I would go to the small one because I wanted to support them. I wanted more community. It was more intimate. Um, so then usually, like, there's all kinds of prayers and stuff on Friday night, and then we got a really nice dinner, and I would be in bed about 11 p.m. or so, and then um, I would help. Before I became a rabbi, I had what's known as a gabbai role, a similar role, which is basically the right hand person of the rabbi. And so I would set up the shul for Shabbat morning, which means taking out the Aron Kodesh, the Ark of the Covenant, and ensuring that the mantles or the cloths are on all the tables, and ensuring um, the the these safarim, the the books that we would have were in the right position, and the palitot, the garments that we wear, making sure that they were folded and ready and everything for everybody. And so
Yeah,
I would have to go to, I would wake up early on Saturday, and usually about an hour early to get everything set up for the community. And then there, Orthodox services are pretty long. So they can, within like Hasidic communities, which I've been a member, they can be like 6 hours long on a Saturday. For some more modern Orthodox, they're still 4 hours long, generally, anyway, 3.5 and 4 hours. So that's a lot of time. Most people are like, oh, well, our service is just like an hour or something like that. That's not an Orthodox Jewish service. So then from there, we'd have Kiddush, which is like a lunch on Shabbat. And then I would sleep, which is what you're supposed to study, but also rest on Shabbat. I would sleep from like usually like maybe like 2 to like 6 or 7, 8, depending on where the sun is. And then there's a service that we have the evening services, and then something called Havdalah, which is like the separation. It's basically starting out the new week. And my life was just really, really rigid within that community setting. My life now is much different. It's like I don't want to say it's a free for all, but like right now it is 4:36 Pacific time, and I don't have anything for today. So what's my plan for today? I will sleep in a little bit. Hopefully, God will. Actually, I'll probably pray because I pray at sunup even if it means I'm going to sleep during the day, I'll get my prayers in, and then once I awake, I have to make sure my streams, like my streams, I don't like my first priority is prayer, but my streams are really important to me, so I have to make sure that they are going. That's something I didn't have previously, um, and so at least every 12 hours I have to restart them and I have to babysit them a little bit, and my life is much more open and free. In terms of which do I like, the really rigidness or the more free version. Frankly, it's called the happiest within a religious standpoint I've ever been was when my life was most rigid. I really enjoyed it. It was like every single aspect of my life was predetermined, basically, and I really loved that environment. But this is fine too. Um, in the back of my mind, this is how I see it. When my life was really, really rigid, I was a controller of an organization, which is like the chief accountant, and I was making okay money, nothing crazy. Um, People get surprised that many accountants don't make that much money. And then I got in more into tech, and I was making six figures and doing that. Then I took other positions and making more money. But the the idea was that the money wasn't what was making me happy. What was making me happy was the rigidness and just the structure that it gave me. However, if I were working in that job right now, I would never be able to own a home. I would never be able, at least not in California, but most places. I would, uh, I, I wasn't going to be able to save that much, et cetera, et cetera. With this role, there's an opportunity, and I say this really as forthright as I can tell you, Paul. There's a chance I could be the richest man on earth. And it's like, okay, how, Rabbi, are you going to do that? Data, according to The Economist magazine, in 2017 overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. It wasn't Tesla, it wasn't SpaceX stock, it was data. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person. There's going to be some major value in it. And if anything, I will be able to utilize all of the money and finances that I make from this stream, God willing, and I'll be able to get that structured life back, but also have the nicest house in Irvine or Newport Beach or wherever I want to live, and have everything that I need. So basically, I'll be able to get that life back and have the best of both worlds. I'll have the ability to live stream everything that I want, but then also have the finances and the support and the structure to be able to live a really tight life like I like. So, in answer to your question, I really like the structure. However, the structure doesn't have the lottery ticket at the end. You work in a job for 30, you know what I mean, 30 years, and I was never going to make more than $1 million a year. Uh, it was going to take me, several years at least to make that, and that's with taxes and everything, blah 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 blah. With live streaming, it's like a lottery ticket. If it hits, the sky's the limit. It hits big time, and you know it's it's a different thing than if I were to say to you, I think I'm going to go viral because I'm so good looking or I'm so funny. No, 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 no. Those are all subjective things. Data is data. Data is value, and exactly 100%. That's an excellent way to look at it. And so I can have the confidence to say it's just a matter of time, and it's I've said this to myself. I don't know how I'm going to go viral. Will it be from a podcast? Will it be from people listening to a podcast and then going to my YouTube channel or going to my Discord? Like, which thing could I blow up at? Once people realize what I've done, it's the biggest event in the history of the internet. The only thing that I think could be bigger is alien disclosure. And I talk about that and I push for that. So I'm almost related to that subject as well. And like, how do I want to describe it? Just from your perspective, like uh, how like I'm not talking YouTube. I'm talking just what I've done on Instagram. Over 200 Instagram accounts and over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And on those accounts, I literally have years of my life archived just on Instagram. which is like a really interesting thing. But it's like, okay, well, aside from just long form video, what have you done on Instagram? I have a lot of IRL content on Instagram where I'm at the beach or I'm at the pharmacy or I'm at the store or whatever. Because when I do short form videos, usually that's easier for me to do than on YouTube. YouTube, you need like 50 followers, or used to need more followers for to go live on YouTube. But Instagram used to be you didn't have to have anybody. Now they've changed it. Now you have to have 1,000 people. And TikTok, you used to have 1,000 people. Now TikTok's changed it. I think you just need 100 or something, maybe even more than that. But basically, they flip flop. And when people see how much just musically I've done on my streams, it's like tonight I might have sung like I don't know. I made like I made like 10 or 12 videos just singing songs. Um, and then uploading them to Instagram. And it's like, well, they have 0 views. Actually, I shouldn't say they have 0 views. I got a bunch of likes just random. I don't pay attention to that. But I have sung every major song on this stream. And also, I made a robot that would, for months on end, take. It has over. I've created over 20,000 videos using random songs. Every song that you can think of. Every Taylor Swift song, every Elton John song, every Elvis Presley song, even like really small rappers who just randomly got their stuff uploaded to TikTok when I made videos with them. And so um, I think that it's a huge treasure chest or treasure hunt that people are going to be able to go on there. It's like, oh, you mean it's not just sleeping? No, there's like a huge amount of content that people will be able to see and I think really value. And that's going to be, I think, really exciting for the world. And on top of that, there are the things that we talked about yesterday in just my blogs and how the ideas that I have may have an impact on society because this stream gives me a platform to be able to discuss those things. You know, I was looking to get married about 5 years ago. Not really hard. I just was dipping my toe in to be like, okay, we'll see what happens. But women are really expensive. I wanted to be able to provide for children who had private schooling, certainly like Orthodox communities, and I wanted to be able to have a nice house and all these things. And it was like that's not realistic with just your middle class job. In order to do that, at least in Southern California, you either need a major inherited wealth or you need to have one of these superstar like jobs. And while I don't do this for the money, this is a superstar like job where all this thing has to do is hit. And if it does, it's going to change the world. And that's a really like you had said to me, what do you like more, that structured life or this one? The structured life at the end of the tunnel, there was no it was gonna be work for another 40 years or whatever, even into my like old age because like everything gets more and more expensive. This one, when my head hits the pillow every night, I can go to bed smiling, thinking I'm one day closer to the light at the end of the tunnel, and this blows up, and I can make all my dreams come true and help a lot of needy people in the world. That's a really exciting thing. So, from a mental standpoint, I really enjoy the freeness of this lifestyle that I enjoy. And really, I'd like to combine them in the future and teach people how to do it in the future, of how to live a very orthodox life, but then have the finances and such to be able to share it with the world.
Yeah.
So that's that's a really interesting thing. And as for the botted.wtf, that's the answer why I haven't gone viral because I have all these people who are ahead of me, and um, but what I've got on all of them that they don't have on me is my streams are. I have data for AI to be able to study the biological data, the biometric data, the circadian rhythm data, the behavior data. Plus, I'm very funny. If uh, I may not be super funny with you, but immediately upon awaking, I say some prayers. and then I'm making jokes to the camera because I know I'm on camera, and I pretend that I'm doing play by play. You know, like John Madden and Pat Summerall or John Madden. You know,
Yeah.
like okay, so I pretend like or Kirk Herbstreit. I'll be like when I get out of bed, I'll be like, look at the athleticism on this athlete. Look at the agility. Look at this footwork. As I'm like, like groggy and just like walking around. But that's going to be really funny to people because it's like even this person who just awoke is able to make jokes about whatever they're doing. And would I normally do that off camera? No, I would be quiet. But I know I'm on camera, and the camera affects my behavior to some extent, um, in some ways, because I'm playing to the camera. So there will be the issue when people study this from a biological standpoint in the future. They may say, um, well, some of this data is going to be skewed because you knew you were on camera, but that's fine. There are a lot of people out there. We have their data, and they don't know they're on camera. They're just from random closed circuit televisions or whatever. For mine, I'm letting you into my mind, what I'm thinking at the time. And in order to do that, I have to know that I'm on camera because nobody does that under normal circumstances. And
Right.
I think people will think it's really funny. And they'll think the art aspect of it is really interesting, the singing and the dancing and all the things that they do. And then the watching of movies. Did you see the movie Michael, by the way? Just asking.
Yeah. Yeah. The,
What
instead of going to the theater, I just forwarded it.
word, Doug? What did you think of it?
It wasn't bad.
I liked it a lot, but I like Michael Jackson, so that could be why I liked it so much. But yeah, dude, the soundtrack is like probably one of the best soundtracks of any movie ever.
Yeah, it was a good watch. I enjoyed it. I I will never. I could never watch it in theaters though because I'm not ever staying like $20 to $30 just to watch a movie once when I can go on, to
Yeah, say no
the
more.
Pirate Day. And,
Yeah, I don't even know why you don't need a torrent it. You could, you know what F movies is?
yeah, and then I just I like getting like good quality stories, especially on like private track.
I get
It's
that.
nice to because with streaming like wet rips and stuff might not exactly be the best quality.
I get that, and I totally understand that. Um, I'm watching it on a phone with very low sound because I don't want to get copyright strike, and so because of that, I don't really care about the quality. But I get what you're saying. If you're
Do you ever like just watch it wearing headphones?
So I can, but then people come in here and then they're like, Rabbi, Rabbi, Rabbi. They're yelling for me. And, but yeah, I watched Disclosure Day, I want to say with Netflix this week. Um, and I can, but again, then I miss what's going on with people in here. There's some people who, it's one thing if they know who I am and what I do, and they're like, oh, I'll just come back. But for those people who are only here one time, I don't want to miss out on them. That's really important that I'm able to talk to them and explain to them what I'm doing. Because there's a chance that they may never come back. And so
Right.
that's like important to me. That's still my primary um, focus. But yeah, I've watched things with headphones and um, I I thought Michael was really, really good. Here's the thing. It was an hour and a half long. We know that there's going to be another hour and a half for the movie. Um, they could have had so many more events, I feel, in the first movie that they didn't have. But his life was just so packed with history that, like, they didn't have time to put it in. Like, what? Like, I think he, during the 80s, dated Madonna and, like, maybe Cyndi Lauper and um, Brooke Shields, like each one of those could have been a scene, you know what I mean? Or like his feud with Prince. There was none of that. But they
Yeah.
definitely could have made all of those really good scenes. Or like just him going like they did the scene where he went to the toy store and was like buying a bunch of toys and that's cool. But they could have had him like buying a Ferrari. Like the first time he would just be like, yeah, I'll just take the red one. And they're like, okay, well, um, which Ferrari. He'd be like, oh, whatever one's the most expensive. I just want it to be in red. You know, he would really care about the color. He wouldn't care so much about the horsepower, whatever it would be. You know, like that kind of stuff. Just his like how wealth affected him and how he wasn't like that grounded in terms of like just some of this I don't know, or just like how they had like the thing where he gave an autograph to the mom of that kid or whatever at the toy store, but there could have been a lot of scenes like that, or just him going to dinner or whatever. There were no scenes like that because they had to fit so much in, and it was to me like I just I thought it was I thought Jafar Jackson did a really good job. He sounded like Michael Jackson. He of course looked pretty much like Michael Jackson. He danced like Michael Jackson. I'm glad they didn't take the Michael Jackson songs and have somebody else sing them. They were like what we know to be the Michael Jackson song. So, um, and I love biopics. I feel like I'm not wasting my time with some kind of fictional movie. I'm like seeing that something that really basically took place
Yeah,
generally, and
especially since it was Michael Jackson's nephew, and he looks like spitting image of Michael Jackson.
he sounds like him, and they
He moves like him,
moves
like
like him.
he looks just like Michael Jackson. It's crazy.
Exactly. I was looking on the subreddit of the Jacksons, and it's like, is it possible for Jafar Jackson to keep the legacy going? Like a lot of people thought, okay, the Jackson family kind of dies out with Michael Jackson, but not really. If Jafar Jackson
No,
starts getting some more work, he could be not as big as Michael Jackson, but he could be Janet Jackson, or you know, like or bigger. Um, if he becomes a big actor, and I think he'll get some roles. It's not like no one's gonna know. Like he's Michael Jackson nephew. Like everybody's gonna want him for work. Even before he did this
yeah,
movie, he would be a high demand person. So
and he's like in his 20s too.
right. So I think that he can continue the legacy. And the one thing I did not like about the movie, and this is so minor, is I think it's 2026. We could make a chimpanzee look more realistic than it did. It just looked.
Yeah, I remember that.
It looked.
Yeah, the CGI.
Yeah, it looked just like cartoonish. And I think that we're at the point where you could make that stuff look really realistic. Like I see stuff on with AI that I can't always tell if it's real or not on Instagram. If Instagram's able to do that, then the big screen should be able to do that. And I feel like they are like, well, we've been doing CGI this whole time. Well, try AI because it can be really realistic. And so that's the one part that, well, here's something though that they didn't have in the movie. Bubbles, the chimpanzee, and Michael Jackson on the concord. There were always these discussions that they had where Michael Jackson would buy like a $10,000 seat for a chimpanzee, and people just thought this was ridiculous. Like that could have been a scene, you know what I mean? Like flying intercontinentally on a supersonic aircraft with a chimpanzee. That would have been a cool scene, but it's like they just didn't have time for it. And I don't know. I'm gonna be interested to see how the second one goes because this one was just all roses and sunbeams. You know what I mean? It was not. There was really nothing negative about his life that I saw. Did you see anything negative? Like
No,
it was all like perfect, and that's cool. But you can't do that with the second movie. So it's almost like I really enjoyed this movie, but part of the reason why I couldn't like it even more is because I know that bad stuff's about to happen. And but from a music perspective, I think it gets a 10 out of 10. From an acting perspective, I really thought, in addition to Jafar Jackson, Michael Jackson's parents, Catherine and Joe, the people who played them, I think Mia Wong played the mom, and they did a really good job. Like the Joe Jackson, the guy who played Joe Jackson, made you really not like him. The brothers did a good job. There were no romantic interests for Michael Jackson, which they could have played. They could have said like, you know, he went on a date with so and so or whatever because he did go on dates, but it was very
He was married. Yeah, he was married.
well. They didn't. That was that happened in the 90s.
Yeah.
So there was a something that was a point that was brought up. Will Priscilla Presley or no, will what's her name? Not Priscilla. Priscilla is Elvis. Uh, what's the daughter's name? Um, who Michael Jackson married? Lisa Marie Presley. Will Lisa Marie Presley's daughter, who's like a grown woman now, play Lisa Marie in the second movie? Which is a good question. Uh, I think there could even be three movies, frankly. I know that they're just saying like, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot to cover still. There's, go ahead.
Do you think his like Michael Jackson's children are actually like actually biologically his children?
Boy, that's a good question. They don't really look like, but
They don't like they look like fully like they look fully white like they don't resemble Michael Jackson like
yeah, and um, I've heard rumors that they weren't that he basically um, maybe I don't know exactly what happened, but basically he had that relationship with that lady, and she was going to be the surrogate or whatever, and to basically give those kids to Michael Jackson, and that's what seemed like it happened, and then he raised them. Like it would almost be like you go to a dog breeder. I don't want to say they're like dogs by any means, but like you go to a dog breeder and you say,
yeah
I want these designer puppies, and even though I can't be their father or whatever, I want those dogs once they're born, and I'll give you X amount of money for it. Tammy Rowe, I think is her name, something like that. And they don't look like Michael Jackson, um, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not good, but there was also some kind of discussion that I heard that maybe he had like they something like she she was doing some weird stuff like um and she's dealing with Michael Jackson at the height of all of this stuff. Let me look up the theory on this. Are Michael Jackson's children not twins? All right, the biological paternity of Michael Jackson's three children is a subject of significant public debate and conflicting reports, with no definitive public DNA test confirming or disproving them with his genetic link to them. Now, usually, if this is like a slam dunk, AI is going to be like, this is just a theory or a hoax or whatever. But this one, they're like, well, maybe. Um, so reports suggesting he's not the biological father. 2009, shortly after Jackson's death, TMZ and other outlets reported that Jackson was not the sperm donor of any of the children who were all conceived via in vitro fertilization. Oh, it's not Tammy Rowe, Debbie Rowe. His ex-wife, Debbie Rowe, mother of Prince and Paris, stated in a 2000 interview that their marriage was a sham and that they never had sex and that she was artificially inseminated by an anonymous donor. So that's what it was to me. Like, why wouldn't she be like, it was Michael Jackson's sperm or whatever? Um, Rumors have persisted that Jackson's dermatologist, Dr. Anna Klein, or actor Mark Lester were the biological fathers of Prince and Paris, though both men have denied or provided vague responses to these claims. Some sources claim Rowe was also merely a surrogate and not the biological mother of her two children. Reports and statements suggesting he is the biological father. Michael Jackson himself stated in 2003 documentary Living with Michael that he used his own sperm cells for all three children, using a surrogate only for the third child. Legal experts and some sources agree that because Jackson was married to Roe when Prince and Paris were born, he is legally presumed to be their father regardless of biological origin. Prince Jackson has also publicly defended his father's paternity, saying, "My dad is my dad through and through. Same with my siblings." Yeah, but you don't know. I was alive. You were alive, but these kids weren't. recent articles as of 2024, 2026 often assert with that the children are biological kids, attributing doubts to stereotypes about their appearance rather than genetic. Look, I don't know, but I know what Michael Jackson looks like. They don't look like him. I'm not even talking about the skin; they just don't look like him facially. I
They
understand.
just don't look like him at all.
Yeah,
Not the face, skin, hair, nothing, nothing.
yeah, exactly. And and so I think that if you were to ask me, they're probably not his kids, and but he loved them and they loved him, and there's not, that's that basically. But he was just into so much avant-garde stuff that it wouldn't surprise me in a bit, in any amount if they weren't his kids, and it wouldn't surprise me as well if they were his kids. But I don't know. But I think that this movie could be three parts. That you have like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, then the 90s to the 2000s, and then the 2000s to his then. I don't think they're going to do that though. I think it's going to be 90s to 2000s. But there's a lot in there. Okay, just off the top of my head, there's all the kid stuff, which would be like 50% of the movie. Uh, there's, he did
All
like
the allegations.
the allegations, exactly. There's Free Willy. There's like all the music that he had in there. There's him with buying Neverland. There's him with like, riding the rides and stuff and having like a zoo there. Like each one of these scenes takes 5 minutes at least in the movie. And then there's the allegations get stuff. Then there's the marriage to Priscilla Presley. Then there's the marriage to Debbie Rowe. Then there's the having of the kids. There's the infamous like railing where he holds a blanket over the railing and almost drops him. And then there's like going on tour, and then there's um like the like I I want to say he did like bigger tours in the 90s. Oh, there's him performing at the Super Bowl. Like each one of these is a really big event that they're just gonna have to basically gloss over because it's his this movie, and I said it when I saw it. This movie should have been 5 parts if you really want to get in all of the cool things. Like just like he did he did music with Eddie Murphy, and they didn't cover any of that. There was like he used to do this thing where like he lived near Santa Barbara, but he would just secretly wear a mask or something and drive to like Beverly Hills and just go to like a random hot dog vendor and just buy the hot dog, all the hot dogs that he could, or whatever. Like could have been hamburgers or whatever, and then like sneak around, just pretending like he was a normal person. And they're not going to have any. They just don't have enough time for it. But I don't know. The event that I just said with the Super Bowl and Debbie Rowe and Lisa Marie Presley and the children's allegations, and like it's not just children's allegations. We've got 3 trials to go through, and then
Yeah.
and I didn't even mention the plastic surgery. That what in the fuck happened there? So,
Right.
and then on top of that, you'd have to do his funeral. Like, okay, let's say each event takes 10 minutes. There's him buying Neverland Ranch. That's 10 minutes. Him riding on the rides, and let's say like with the zoo thing. That's 10 minutes. The first like sign of like children coming over and stuff, whatever. That's 10 minutes. That's 30 minutes right there. Uh, Marrying Priscilla Presley. That's 10 minutes. Divorcing Priscilla Presley. That's 10 minutes. So we're at 50 minutes right now. We've got the first trial. Let's say that's 10 minutes. Him buying stuff, he would go on these huge buying sprees and do like he did this interview where he just bought out like everything in Harrods in London. Uh, that's 10 minutes. Him going on tour like throughout the world, 10 minutes. We still haven't gotten to a single song yet. So we've got Free Willy. That's 10 minutes. Right there, we're at 90 minutes. So that's a movie right there. Um, we've got and no children have been born. We've got the second trial. That's 10 minutes. We've got the the plastic surgery. That's 10 minutes. We've got his disagreements with record label. That's 10 minutes. We've got the birth of his first child, second child, and third child. We'll just combine all of those. That's 10 minutes. We'll say Debbie Rowe as well, but that's a lot. Okay, so we're already at 130 minutes, and then we've got what else would we have? Okay, and then his funeral, 10 minutes. So that's 140 minutes, and I know those trials are going to be longer than that. Maybe I don't know. The family has a big say in it, and they just might want to gloss over or whatever. Uh, but we've got like him hanging out with Macaulay Culkin and um, and Corey Feldman, and like that's got to be 10 minutes. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot to figure out, but I could easily see it being. It only would make sense if the movie would be a trilogy. They usually do movies in trilogies, but uh, the family may say, "Look, oh, and I didn't put any songs in there, so that's got to be a big 10 minutes for that." But the family may say, "Look, if you're gonna do this movie, all of the trial and stuff you can't. He's got to look innocent in it, and I'm sure it'll probably look like that." So I don't know. If you were to tell me that they're actually going to make this repart, that would make more sense, frankly. And especially with like when he goes on world tours, you know how big his tours were. It's just
Yes, absolutely.
yeah. So that's a lot of music that they're going to play and stuff. And he's got a lot of songs still that they have to play. And then that doesn't include anything with his family, like his dad and mom and all of that story that goes on, and his brother. And I don't know. To me, it would be like, why not make it a three-part movie? That makes sense to me. But I don't call the shots in there. Um, but even even with all of that, that means you're not going to have scenes of the cool stuff that he would do, like like what? I don't know. He would like go to children's hospitals and like he did all kinds of stuff like that. Like uh, he would perform it like for like kids with cancer. There's just no time to do that anymore.
Yeah. So I now I'm thinking about it. Is so it's confirmed there's a second part.
Oh yeah, yeah. This movie was supposed to be just one movie, and they just realized there was too much to put into it, and they could probably milk it for a second. You even saw at the end of this first movie, it said his story continues, like history continues,
Yeah.
and you know that it's going to continue. Um, and I heard that the family made them redo the like second half of the first movie. I think to make it look perfect. Like they could at least say, just watch Michael one or whatever you want to call it, because that's what his life was, and not get it all mucked up with all the other stuff. But the family had they had like overall, I think it's called vinyl editing privileges or something like that, and they made them go back and redo some of it. So um, maybe I would really like to see a director's cut of to see like just the cool stuff that he would do. Like when they bought that house in Encino, they just show up one day. They move from being poor to like this massive house, but they don't really go into like why did they choose to live there or um, it's just like basically one day it just says Los Angeles, California, and he's playing basketball with his brothers, and he's like driving like a Ferrari or something like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that like they could have gone into the uptick a little bit more. Um, they literally went from like his dad working in a steel factory to his dad never having to work again. Like they didn't show that celebration. that you would have. Like they did it. They did. There was nothing like that. They didn't show the Jackson Five on the Ed Sullivan Show. Like that was a huge show. That if you were doing this movie correctly, the original one, the one that you and I saw, you would have that event. That was a really big event for the Jackson Five. But they didn't have that. I don't know. They Michael Jackson knew everybody. Okay, We Are the World. You know what I'm talking about? That Farm Aid 1984 thing that they did with like Lionel Richie and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They didn't go into that at all. But like, and I understand why because at that event you had Bruce Springsteen and Cyndi Lauper and Hall and Oates and Billy Joel. Like they had all of these actors. You would have to get the rights for every single one of those people to show that scene. They just, you know, they were limited. But that was a big event of the '80s. So I don't know. I just think that they did the best that they could with the first part of it. But if you were to ask me, it was one of the best biopics I've ever seen. It's the highest grossing biopic of all time already. It beat out Oppenheimer. And kind of in its own way, I kind of think it's a little bit of a perfect movie. In terms of the music, the acting, I thought was really good. The only thing that I didn't like was the monkey or the chimpanzee. And the fact that I know it's like have you ever been on a roller coaster and you're like going to up and we're at the very peak but we know it's all downhill from here kind of and they stop the movie right at the peak. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So um but I liked it and I know not everybody liked it but I mean what a good soundtrack. It's basically all Michael Jackson's music and the Jackson 5. If you don't like that music, well then you're entitled to your opinion, but to me, that they didn't have any bad songs in it.
I think Michael Jackson has any bad songs. Well, I'm not too big on like pop music or like that, but yeah, objectively, I just think Michael Jackson just does not have any bad songs at all. Whether it's just Beat It, Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal.
Thriller, I Want You Back, uh, like all its Jackson 5 songs, like ABC. They couldn't even show ABC. It had to be at the end. ABC is one of the biggest songs when you think of the Jackson 5 or Michael Jackson or they had I'll Be There. Like those are huge songs. I'm in
Yes,
agreement with you. I mean, I'm sure he put out something that wasn't good, but I could listen to all of Thriller and all those songs slap. And same with Bad. All of those songs slap. And I'm sure there's a Jackson 5 song that I don't like, but go ahead.
I find it interesting that Alien and Smooth Criminal in 2001 and at first Sony like downright like rejected it and like told them not to publish the song. But then somehow one of the managers for the band like sent Michael Jackson a cover of Smooth Criminal, and he liked the pop punk like cover of Smooth Criminal so much that he gave him the green light and gave him money to make it like a video. I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with all of that backstory. I do remember the music video. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson funded all of that because he liked their cover so much, their pop punk cover of Criminal. He funded the like everything.
Right there, that could be a scene in a movie. You know what I mean?
Which I mean, it is a very good cover.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. Another scene they they'll have to work in perhaps. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog after getting advice on buying music rights from Paul McCartney. He outbid Paul McCartney for his own music. Well, don't you think that should be a scene in the movie?
Yeah.
But then that means you've got to get the the approval of Paul McCartney to have that scene in the movie or somebody to play him. So they're probably not going to get that approval. I don't know. There's just a lot to it that I just
Doesn't he still have unreleased music?
yeah, he has a lot of it.
Does his music still get released? Like, it's still released, like unreleased songs from the vault?
Um, well, I think there are a lot of remixes that they do. Uh, I haven't, to my knowledge, I don't remember an unreleased song, but I think they're still squeezing out his current track, and then eventually, 10 years from now, they'll be like, "Oh, we found in the Michael Jackson archives all this unreleased music," and then they'll put out another, um, you know, uh, album about it. Uh, they did the same.
Which they had already had all those songs singing.
Exactly, exactly. Do you remember like I don't know, 20 years ago probably? They put out an Elvis song called "A Little Less Conversation."
No.
Okay, so Elvis died allegedly in 1977, but then 30 years after his death, they put out a new song of Elvis Presley's, which did really well. And I think they'll do the same with Michael Jackson. It just takes time.
Oh, Elvis being like in the early 90s. He were still alive.
We'll get the exact date. This one.
He died in like 42. 1957.
Elvis would be today 91 years.
Yeah, so 91, right.
Um, I remember when Michael Jackson married Lisa Marie. It was like this merging of music empires that you just thought was gonna create this mega story of influence. Like Lisa Marie's child and Michael Jackson's child, people would think would be like the most talented kid ever. But it turned out that they kind of had just a loveless marriage and they never procreated. But can you imagine if that had gone the way that the fairy tale would have wanted it to go? To have somebody out today who was Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's grandson, and Michael Jackson's son.
Do you think Michael Jackson was gay?
Um,
Like, personally, or maybe not gay, but like asexual?
yeah, that's what I think. Um, I think. I mean, so there's this person who comes into the well, you know him, Riser, that guy from Canada. Um, he and I did a
Yeah.
thing earlier this year where we just watched a bunch of documentaries on. There's a website called like freedocumentaries.net or something, and the number one
Yeah.
documentary on this website is this Michael Jackson documentary. And it's like, why is this Michael Jackson documentary bigger than like all these other documentaries? We watched it, and it really gives a different look on all of those accusations that they had on Michael Jackson. And if you watched it, there is a world of, that I think a reasonable person could have where Michael Jackson was completely innocent. And like, what's the documentary about? It's like how there were these people who had a really messy divorce, and in New York City, and the father had a lot of influence on the son,
and Michael Jackson met this family at the at like some music signing or something, some record signing thing, and um, the dad was really pushing the kid to like hang out with Michael Jackson, and uh, basically they saw this as a really good opportunity to make money, and basically pushed the kid to say that Michael Jackson had abused him, but then the kid went back and said it wasn't true, and
Yeah,
the
I know about that. There's a thing of the man, like Pete, I guess, I think maybe Pete was saying, yeah, you must say that Michael Jackson, like abused my kid.
right, and there's somebody else who hung out with Michael Jackson's or with that kid. They were both with the NYU or something together, and she was like, he told me that it wasn't true or whatever, but his parents put him up to it. There were just some things like that, and then so once you could see that they were trying to set him up that way, and then subsequently everybody saw it as a cash grab, and Michael Jackson paid like $20 million to get that to go away because um, his lawyers basically said if you fight this in court, it's going to cost you 30 million. So just write it off. Basically, it was like a business decision. Now you would hear Michael Jackson had a button in his room. He had like a two-story bedroom, like a really weird bedroom. But he was Michael Jackson, and he had a button that you could press that kept everyone locked out of his room. And he would go in there with kids or whatever. But then you would hear that Michael Jackson would sleep in his room with children, and Michael Jackson would sleep on the floor. But then I also would hear like people who would say that he anally raped them as well. And uh, I don't know what happened. If he was going to abuse anybody, though, don't you think he would have abused Macaulay Culkin or like Corey Feldman or like one of like I don't know the people who they made out to be really close to him or Emmanuel Lewis? They didn't go into any of that. All of those people said he was only the nicest person. He was a kid at heart. He loved children, but that was because he felt like his childhood was taken from him. And I think it was. He was playing in strip clubs as a young person, and they didn't even go into that in the movie, but I think they should have if they were really telling the truth. They just basically had him in clubs, but he was really in strip clubs. And and like I remember he like people would say like he would the strippers would like take care of him basically because he was a little boy performing on this stage and they would like look out for him in the dressing room and stuff. And he just basically had his childhood taken from him. And there are rumors, that his record label could have put people up to him or rival record labels because he was the most bankable person basically in the music industry at that time. And then from there, all the other people who said that he touched them or whatever, all based their stuff on the earlier case. So it was like a house of cards. If the first case falls, then all of the cases there's a chance that they all can fall. Um, Now, from an asexual standpoint, yeah, they didn't go into this in the movie, but I heard that Joe Jackson had made his son a castrato, basically like crushed his balls so that he would have a very high voice. But then I've heard recordings of Michael Jackson. I've heard Michael Jackson's, yeah, use a different voice that's a lot deeper than the voice that you think of when they have Michael Jackson. Um, I He would go on these dates with like the biggest women in the '80s, Madonna, Rothschild, you name it. But he was never. They were never his girlfriend. They were like friends of his who he would take his arm candy to the Grammy or to the Oscars or whatever. Um, the Radio Music Awards or whatever. Uh, he never had anybody. Even when he married Lisa Marie Presley, they kissed in public, which wasn't like a big thing to do in the '90s. Like to have that public um, PDA, and it was very much like for a for a tabloid, for like a photo shoot. It didn't look like they were really in love. Frankly, Michael Jackson didn't seem like he was like a person who wanted to be in love with a woman. He, though he very well could have. We, you know,
I want to look this up. Uh, who did Michael Jackson lose his virginity to? So this is what I remember. Michael Jackson was still a virgin at 35. Lisa Marie claims, and yeah, and she said that Lisa Marie was the first person he slept with. So um, he had only kissed Tatum O'Neal and had non-physical relationships with Brooke Shields and Madonna. Jackson also allegedly told Presley that Madonna had once tried to hook up with him, but nothing happened. Other accounts differ. Jackson once claimed in an interview that he had lost his virginity to Tatum O'Neal, though she later contradicted this. Additionally, some sources suggest a family member attempted to arrange for prostitutes to take his virginity when he was 15, but the encounter did not result in sexual activity. So I think that I would believe Lisa Marie Presley on that one, though, because like it just that just seems how it was. So he probably tried it with her. They were married or whatever. He didn't like it. He just seemed very asexual, and um, asexuality was not like a thing that was really at all talked about. That you were weird. Everybody thought you were homosexual at that point. That's another thing they didn't go into in the movie was anything sexuality based around him. But I remember when I was a kid, people would talk about he was a girl or that he was gay. It was like that that was those were like the insults they would give him. Um,
Anybody who calls him a girl,
he, he,
blatantly telling him a man.
yeah, but they would just say it because of his voice and um, he just didn't have that machismo, manly kind of look. Usually, as a man gets older, they become more man-like, and he became more feminine, which is like the opposite. Um, and his just look changed so much, which he had uh, a psychological issue where he, uh, I forget what it's called. What is it called?
When you're addicted to plastic surgery. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. He had body dysmorphia. And, if you have a plastic surgeon that doesn't do something right, then you've got to go to another one. And there's only so much cartilage in your nose and you hear his chin and all kinds of other stuff. Now, one thing that he would say is that, like, I think he at one point said he didn't have plastic surgery. And then he said maybe under oath or something, he said he had to have a rhinoplasty done or something. But then he'd go into like that whole Pepsi incident where, he said he had burns or whatever. A thing that wasn't ever taken seriously was the fact that he had vitiligo, basically the changing of his skin that you could see on his hand.
Yeah, I know about little like
And Joe Rogan has it.
yeah, and I know little Legos also affect some people only have it on like a certain part of their body. It could be on their thigh or it could be somewhere.
That's right.
And like somewhere that you wouldn't normally see in Spain. Have floated.
Right, exactly. And if Michael Jackson had that somewhere, I know it was bad on his hand, and that was seen a lot. That's why sometimes he would wear the gloves and stuff. Um, he just, I could see it if my hand started going pure white, and I was in the spotlight all the time, and I would be really subconscious against that, about that. And they had some kind of skin bleach. I might use that so that all my skin looked the same. If I had a really intense body dysmorphia and everything, um, I can't blame him on that. But when I was a kid, that was always a thing. Like he was rejecting being black. He was trying to be someone who he wasn't. And you're the only person I know who's seen the movie, so I'm glad that I've gotten the opportunity to talk to somebody about it. But all of the events that we're talking about are going to have to fit in part two of the movie. And if you're like, are you sure that there's a part two? Here's my evidence. The subreddit of the Michael movie, the official subreddit or whatever, that one says it's a definite. The movie at the end says his story continues. It's almost like to be continued. Um, and there's just so much more of this. Like, there's no way they're gonna stop it again. It's already the highest grossing biopic of all time. Well, wouldn't it make sense to get the other half of that money? But from a biopic standpoint, how do you think it could have been better?
I mean, I think it was pretty good. I do think they could have gambled more into it. Like
I
they could
agree.
have maybe made it like 2 hours long.
I agree.
Gambled more into like
I agree. But then people would have said it's too long. Especially with the short attention spans that people have. Um, I would have. I really think that the movie could have been a, a trilogy at least, and to get, like he dated Tatum O'Neal and Madonna and Brooke Shield. Those are three big time names, yet they're not covered at all. He had a rivalry with Prince. That's not covered. He did music with Eddie Murphy. That's not covered. Um, he was just larger than life, and he met Princess Diana. That's not covered. And Prince Charles, King Charles. These are like big events that literally you could make an entire movie just about him, Michael Jackson meeting Princess Diana. That could be an entire movie, but they don't even cover it in this one, and they could have. So I don't know. I thought it was for what it was. It was kind of as close to a perfect biopic as you could get. It was very sunshine and rainbows. I get that, but the music couldn't be beaten. Okay, so the acting I would say was very good. The music is one of the best musical scores of all time. It's beautifully shot. Like the scenes are really pretty. Um,
the cinematography is good.
cinematography is good. The dancing is amazing. The like I understand they can't show me the whole Thriller movie, but they showed enough of it that it was like, yeah, this is Thriller, and they played the song and the dancing and everything was like, yeah, this is Thriller. Like it wasn't like I didn't feel it was cheap or that they just played like 5 seconds of Thriller. No, they played like half the song at least, and that was really cool. They played, Billie Jean at the Motown event. That was really cool. Um, they played Bad. They played, his Jackson 5 song. They even went into like Ben, like even some of his lesser known songs. So from a dancing perspective, it was an excellent movie. From a music perspective, it was excellent.
from an accuracy standpoint, I didn't really see anything in it that I thought was like, oh, that didn't happen that way. It all kind of seemed like it worked that way, and that's why I would give it like out of 100, like a 95 out of 100. I would take a few points off for the CGI of the chimpanzee and the fact
Yeah, that
and the
made me laugh. Like it laughed with me.
yeah, and then the fact that I know something's coming, but if I were to just watch this um in a for the movie what it is, I would want to hear from someone what they didn't like about it. They might say, I don't think Jafar Jackson did a good job. I would say, who's going to play Michael Jackson better? Like, you're basically saying that, like, the only person who could play him is Michael Jackson, which is kind of true. So Jafar Jackson, he did a phenomenal job.
I think he did a great job. Like he's a great dancer. I mean, he's literally a spitting image of Michael Jackson. He looks just like Michael Jackson, but Michael Jackson.
I agree. The thing that actually impressed me more than that was his voice. I just thought his voice sounded like Michael Jackson. That
So he's like crazy, and he looks like even like I know that's Michael Jackson's nephew, but he actually looks like he could be like Michael Jackson's son.
that's what you expect Michael Jackson's son to look
Crazy how like they're uncle and nephew, and yet like he looks more like Michael than he does like his own dad.
like. But I do get that the kids had a white mother, so that's going to cause some issues. But nevertheless, um, when I look at Paris, I don't see any of Michael in her. Like I can't say like her nose looks like that. She has these like bright green eyes, which like Michael Jackson didn't have. He had brown eyes, and that's a pretty dominant trait. And so I don't know about Debbie Rowe or whatever, but it's just like um, I don't want to take anything away from her because I know she loves this person who she considers to be her father and everything. But it's just like of anybody who was gonna have something weird going on, it was Michael Jackson. Um, so uh, I, I I would ask someone what didn't you like about it, and if they were like they could have got into the trial and all of that kind of stuff, I would say that's not what this movie was about. This was the beginning of his life until like basically like 1990. So from like the 50s to the 90s, or 50s to the late 80s. What did they cover? Like it had like like the acting was very good. I don't think you can deny anybody did a bad job in it, or anybody did do a good job in it. The monkey, that's so minor. I'm the person who was like thought that was bad. The music is amazing. The dancing is amazing. The cinematography is beautiful. The cars are cool. I could see somebody saying, "Well, there's not a lot of action." It's not an action movie. It's a biopic. And even still, if you want action, he's got the best dancing of any movie that you're going to see. So, what more could they have done? So that to me makes this like a very very good movie. And I'm really tough on movies. I saw Disclosure Day, and I was interviewed about it multiple times, and it's like, frankly, as a disclosure advocate, I thought it could have been better. But the Michael Jackson movie, in my opinion, somebody or I said this, and I'm really biopics are generally my favorite kind of movies, aside from like Goodfellas or Casino, like real crime movies. I really love those, even The Godfather and stuff. I love mafia movies and stuff, but
Yeah, me too.
so and this is controversial because I don't get really into comic book movies and that kind of stuff. I like realism.
Yeah,
I like realism.
I like actual comic books. I don't care for the Marvel.
I get that. I get that. So my and this is controversial, but at least my favorite movies have been biopics, and I really from 2015 to 2020, my favorite movie, at least from a biopic standpoint, but perhaps just movie period. I love the movie The Founder with Michael Keaton as Raycroft. From 2020 to 2025, I love the movie Air, the Michael Jordan shoe documentary or shoe biopic, which they don't show Michael Jordan in it except from behind. But I thought that was really well done, and that has Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. And then there's Michael from like 2026 and on that I thought was really good. Now, the movie Air. Did you ever see the movie Air? It came out during the pandemic, and it was on Amazon. But it's one of those movies that
Could have been in the theaters, my man. I'm gonna name the soundtrack for this movie, and you're gonna. I mean, you're not a child of the '80s, but you'll know a lot of these songs. All right, here we go. It is, aside from the Michael Jackson soundtrack, in my opinion, it's got to be the best soundtrack of all time. All right, it's "Money for Nothing" by Dire Straits, "Blister in the Sun" by Violent Femmes, "Ain't Nobody" by Rufus and Chaka Khan, "Sister Christian" by Night Ranger, "All I Need Is a Miracle" by Mike and the Mechanics, "Born in the USA" by Bruce Springsteen, "Sirius" by the Alan Parsons Project, "Rock the Casbah" by The Clash, "My Adidas" by Run DMC, "In a Big Country" by Big Country, "Tempted" by Squeeze, "Time After Time" by Cyndi Lauper, "Can't Fight This Feeling" by REO Speedwagon. That is a really good soundtrack. To me, like maybe another movie with a really good soundtrack is Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump has an amazing soundtrack. Soundtracks to me really can carry a movie in a lot of ways because it makes me think, oh, what a cool scene or whatever. And I really like that. I really like
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Just like soundtrack and area game,
exactly.
like a really good soundtrack and make a mediocre game.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, this isn't a mediocre game by any means, but I remember the first time I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City was on PlayStation 2, and do you know what the first song that is playing in Grand Theft Auto Vice City on the original PlayStation 2?
I forgot the original song of GTA Vice
That,
City.
that's okay. It's Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. And I could not believe that Michael Jackson was in a video. Like, how did they get the rights for Billie Jean, arguably his biggest song? And you're cruising in Miami in the '80s, listening to Michael Jackson. I just thought that was the bee's knees. I played that game so much. I had 100% completion on it. It's the only game I've ever played with 100% completion, I think. And I just remember being like enthralled. That game had one of the best sound. That game, in my opinion, has the best soundtrack of all. It is.
Oh yeah, another speaking of Michael Jackson, I also like the Sega Genesis. I like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, that was a good game. That was an interesting game.
Yeah, it's a good beat 'em up.
Yeah. Um. So with with I would I for anyone who didn't like the movie Michael Jackson or the movie Michael, I would just want to ask them why. And I'm somebody who doesn't really like movies. I think movies are kind of, frankly, old technology, especially with the ability to stream series and get really deep into stories. Movies are basically a thing of the they're um they're in many ways just like outdated. That, oh, I have to somewhere, I spend $20, $30 for all this stuff, and then for whatever reason, if I want snacks or something, they're just inordinately expensive for whatever reason. Like nowhere else do you have that where you go to like a store and it's just like, oh, inside this place it's 30 times an up, like, or like I don't know, for popcorn. Like where do you get popcorn? I don't know. Like or just even candy. If I go to a gas station and buy a let's just say Sour Patch Kids, it's like I don't know, $1.50 or something. But in the movie theater, it's $5, and it's literally like across the street. That usually doesn't happen anywhere else, where you can just really price gouge people. Usually, there's like some kind of legislation against that, but for whatever reason, because of the power of the movie industry, it is what it is. But
Yeah.
like I I would just think that a movie like Michael, it just it could have been a 5-part series on Netflix or something like that. It doesn't have the same panache. It doesn't have the same carry as that. It certainly wouldn't have made $1 billion or whatever. But um, anybody who
Yeah,
did,
they're looking to maximize profit. They're not looking like chronologically document Michael Jackson's life and objectively in an objective and accurate manner.
that's exactly right. I kept looking at this movie. Normally, when I watch a movie, I'm always like, how much more time until it's over? Because I just I'm doing so many different things that many times I think the movie's almost like a waste of my some. This one, I would check and see how much time's left, and then I'd be like, how are they going to cover all this stuff? Like, there's not enough time, and I really enjoyed it. And I want to see someone who didn't like. I'm going to look up a negative review on the movie Mike. Like, what are they going to say? The music was bad. Okay, so Roger Ebert, at least on his website, he's been bad. Michael review. Michael Jackson biopic is bad. It's bad, you know. Like they're just trying to play it. Why are you saying that? The moment the gaudy logo for Michael Jackson's former company, Optimum Productions, pops up, the opening credits, the ruse is over. Antoine Fuqua might have had some cameras and microphones on hand to produce moving images and sound of the estate-approved King of Pop biopic. But make no mistake about it, Michael isn't a movie. It's a filmed playlist in search of a story. Okay, I mean, you can call it a film playlist, but it's like the best playlist of any artist ever. So, what do they say? Michael, the first half of the Cliff's Notes of the singer's life, the first half of the Cliff's Notes of the singer's life features the Jackson siblings as executive producers. In every cloying moment, you can notice their fingerprints all over this plastic jukebox picture. Michael has already caused many to question what's missing. Janet Jackson, which is a good point. They don't really go into Janet, who indeed doesn't exist in the universe. Yeah, they never had Janet. I didn't even think of that. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
And any reference to the singer's legal troubles, though that bankrupted moral and narratively cowardly positioning by Fuqua certainly doesn't help. But the absence of those elements isn't what breaks the insipid biopic. It's the lack of any complex interest in Michael himself. Built on a stringent chronological storytelling that makes choppy recreations inevitable, Michael, which spans from 1966 to 1988, possesses only one redeeming quality: the king of pop music. Fuqua wastes little time deploying this precious asset, snapping viewers away from the film's opening images of the black-clad singer awaiting a chanting audience back to Michael's humble beginning. Michael, an adorable person who plays the young artist Julio Cruz Valley, and his older brothers are in the living room while practicing. Yeah, we know that. Contrary to his dogmatic dad's orders, look him in the eye. Okay, we know that. The repetitive biopic is afraid to navigate the singer's anxieties, traumas, and frustrations, and its flat characterization prevent it from interrogating Michael as a creator or person. Michael leaps from one event to the next without reflection or pause. I'll give them that. They do just go from one thing to another. Hastily attempting to summarize an accepted mythology of the singer's unlikely rise to stardom in a surprisingly tight 127-minute run. I agree. It is. Fuqua seems to care little about quality control. When the film's first 20 minutes, we zip within the first film's first 20 minutes, we zip from 1966 when the Jackson first began touring to Motown's discovery of them in 1968 and into the early recordings with the seminal label in 1969. Fuqua doesn't stop to let viewers consider the fraught implications of Joe sending his sons to work in an adult club, or how Michael was often times singing about sexualized themes that were beyond his reach. And I admitted that. The breakneck pace bellies what must have been the director's initial intent, which was probably sliced away in the edit. Clearly, he wants to draw connections between the singer's permanent childlike state and the mature sights he witnessed far too soon. But Fuqua's desires are sanded away to make enough room to play the singer's earworm wonders. And I agree, there's just so much to fit in it. True to its title, Michael doesn't make much space for its other characters. Agreed, the singer's brothers are glorified extras. That's absolutely true. We don't learn which brother Michael was closest with. That's absolutely true. Which he fought with the most. They don't go into any of that. Or who he laughed and cried.
Which brother was he closest to? Who did he fight with?
No, no idea. To this day, we'll have to look that up. And while one could argue the biopic is about the singer, not his brothers, isn't your relationship with your siblings a reflection of who you are? Michael isn't interested in those human details. It has nothing original to say about him or those around him that can't be found elsewhere. As a result of that, Domingo gives the worst, most caricatured performance of his career. He's not playing a real person. The talented actor is relegated to portraying the boogeyman. These underwhelming characterizations undermine the potential emotional impact Michael's arrested development should have. Michael getting Bubbles the chimp, who might be the best drawn character apart from the singer. So this guy thinks it's the best drawn character, maybe not like the CGI or whatever. Along with giraffes and snakes and children's toys aren't the quirky traits of genius. They're a cry for help because Fuqua often plays these scenes for laughs as if we're meant to guffaw at Michael's absurdity rather than sit with the obvious pain. Jafar Jackson, Jermaine's son, offers a few momentary glimpses of his uncle's soul. The singer's decision to reduce the size of his nose to more accurately match Peter Pan, his favorite character, carries a mournful weight because of Jackson's unexpected emotiveness. Jackson's sturdy character work helps scenes around Barry Gordy, Lennon's Kate, and Michael's steadfast bodyguard Bill Bray, Keelan Durrell Jones, hit the mark by showing how the singer often sought father figures than others, but there's little else he can accomplish with the biographic material, which can't help but make viewers aware that Michael was kind and charitable toward children. Whether Fuqua is able to follow up a sequel and gives these scenes greater context beyond myth-making remains to be seen. Michael is only portrayed as a victim here, which is not to say the singer didn't endure truly horrific events. From his father's abuse to the Pepsi incident, which is depicted in the film, rather, he possesses no flaws, personal opinions, or definable traits. He only exists to overcome Joe's physical and emotional uh, violence against him. Michael is hollow. Even the musical sequences leave much to be desired, largely due to the incomprehensible camera work. Fuqua takes the time to find intriguing compositions like his focus on Michael's nimble feet during the Motown 25 performance in Billie Jean, or Michael's working through the choreography of Beat It, only to opt for an inane inane hands behind the crowd. Such nauseating movement blunts whatever power and provocative photography might hold by committing the one sin the singer even chastises the cameraman about in one scene. He can't remove the energy from the dance. The King of Pop potent songs will certainly paper over some of these technical deficiencies, but they can't obscure the fact Unlike its subject, Michael isn't artistically unique, immediately entertaining or boundary pushing. It's beyond safe, so unchallenging. You're better off either queuing up the Jacksons miniseries or marathoning Michael's incredible music videos than watching shoddy recreations of them. To the person who wrote this, Robert Daniels, I get what you're saying, but like the thing that stands out the most is uh, Michael, the movie, is beyond safe, that it's unchallenged. I get that. I get that.
So you think it's challenging and that they they didn't want to be like controversial
Exactly.
and yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, who's Tony?
Tony's my friend. He does a podcast. What up, Tony? How you living, fam?
No,
Tony, what's new?
I nothing, nothing. Here, same, same
Okay.
shit every day.
You ready for
Same
up?
shit every day.
You ready for updates, big man?
Update. You wait for update.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I did a podcast yesterday. The guy has 7,000 people on YouTube, but he averages on Spotify 70,000 downloads per episode.
Ooh, that's huge.
Yeah, it is huge, and they haven't published that yet. I did run into some technical issues in the second half of the podcast. I don't know if it
Yeah.
was my computer, but I was getting choppy. But that's okay because that was just a live stream. We did it on StreamYard, which does localized saving. So hopefully the version that it's saved on my end is better for the the audio. But like I was saying to this guy, we were talking about the Israeli space program, and I was going into like this deep knowledge that I have of this one individual, and we got into talking about my project, and I was like, "Would you please type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live?" And after some prodding, he finally saw what I was talking about. And all my live streams, and he's like, "I've never seen anything like this. This is a really big deal. I'm a filmmaker. You've been doing this for 4 years," and I'm like, "Yeah, it is a really big deal." So when he publishes that, uh, God willing, that interview on Spotify, I think that that might be really big because, frankly, like the biggest um, the biggest podcast I've ever been on basically has like 1,000 views on it. It has on just one of the channels. It's uploaded a bunch of places, but um, to get 70,000 people, that's a big deal. And then get this, Tony. Remember that big fish I was trying to reel in at 250,000 YouTube subscribers? We're doing that one on Saturday.
So you are. I'm happy for you, brother.
Thank you, man. So I've been working hard on those, and so like I was telling Paul, I did everything that I could in this podcast. I was professional. I did my best to ensure that I could do everything I could to control. I can't always control the internet. I can't always control technical issues.
Yeah.
I know the first part of the podcast was good. From a technical aspect, perhaps the second part was a little choppy. But again, we haven't heard it from the perspective of the locally saving on my computer and uploading it, and I'm thinking that would be a better version. And as I said to the podcaster, uh, even let's just say all of the sound sucks, I have it recorded on my end. So you could literally just go to any of my streams and just we could get the audio from that and upload it for Spotify. So I'm not too worried about that. Um, so here's the thing though, there is a catch. The guy yesterday who I did his podcast, he he like he has a he has a contract with Spotify. He's a big time streamer.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a big time streamer. In fact, he's so big that he flies people to him in Boston to do interviews. And like that's a big deal. That's like Joe Rogan level. And and I was uh he was saying like, this is gonna get 70,000 downloads probably. He's like, I average about 70,000, and the highest he's ever gotten is like 89,000. Now, You would think that he has a really big YouTube channel as well. He doesn't because he has a lot of the videos that he has on his YouTube channel behind a member paywall. So you have to be a member to be able to get them. And my video is one of the member paywalls. So how many views does my video have? It has like 500 views, which is good. I'll still take 500 views, but it's not going to have this 70,000 views like I would love it to have, like it's going to get on Spotify, God willing. But with that being said, I'm hoping sometime today that goes live. And he also put my links in the description, which is good too, so that people will know how to contact me. And yeah, that could be really big. And then and then the one on Saturday, God willing, goes smoothly. And then that one's not live, so that's good too. When these things are live, there's so much pressure on the technology, and you got to be like, there's a live chat and everything. When it's recorded, it's like, hey, it didn't go well. That's fine. We can do that part again or whatever. It's no big deal. And then it's edited and it's really clean. But I've been talking with Tony about trying to land these two, and I mean, God willing, it works out on Saturday. But the one yesterday, I think I could go. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but there's a chance, a small chance, maybe 1% or 2%, but I could go viral just from that.
I'm set for and each one of us connect.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So Tony, we've got Paul here. Paul works nights. He's just working his job. We were just talking about the movie Michael. Tony is a podcaster, and Tony is currently in the interview process for some jobs. Where do we stand there, Tony? Have you been applying for a lot of jobs recently?
Yeah, yeah, I did like on Thursday job. Then nothing. So I will do more. Like,
Okay, but what did I tell you? Do the one-click apply, and then you can apply to like 500 jobs a day.
yeah,
You don't? Do you know how to do one-click apply or no?
no.
Okay, so that's what you need to do. Go into ChatGPT. Go into ChatGPT. Okay, well, when you get home, go to ChatGPT and ask, how do I do one-click apply for ZipRecruiter and Indeed? And it will show you. And then when you know how to do it, you'll be like, oh, this is so much easier. It took me all day to do 30 jobs on this one using this one method, but I did 30 jobs in 30 seconds using the second method. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Excellent. So I'm glad you came in, Tony. I was excited to tell you that. And God willing, that all works out. And in the meantime, gentlemen, feel free to stay here as long as you want. I have to use the restroom, and then I got to get some sleep as well. So, you know, if you'll see me when I come back. But
I feel soon.
excellent, excellent. And I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, as they say.
Whoever's choice. I'm looking at my phone right now, so yeah. So Sony
Oh, you there?
Yeah.
Excellent, my friend. I'm glad you got to meet Tony. He's a nice guy. And,
He from India?
no, he's from Czech Republic.
Wait, where is he from?
Czech Republic, like Eastern Europe.
Yeah. His podcast big?
No, I just started. It's, but I was able to do four. four-part podcast with him and neutrality and stuff. And he's been a nice guy. Um, let's see here. We were gonna look up who was Michael Jackson's closest brother and which one did he fight with. What was his relationship with his sister? He had 10 siblings. So Randy Jackson is considered Michael Jackson's closest brother in the later years, particularly during the 1990s and 2000s. And Randy Jackson has the same name as the guy from that America with Call of Duty and all that. Yeah, but not the same guy. Their relationship, however, became strained following the 2005 trial due to monetary disagreements and differing trial strategies, though they reconciled before Michael's death. Michael also had a complex, often strained relationship with Jermaine Jackson. While they were close during the early Jackson 5 era, tensions rose later, including a notable dispute in early 1990s where Jermaine felt betrayed by Michael working with other producers. Despite these conflicts, Jermaine remained a key supporter during Michael's legal career. Michael shared a deep, unique bond with his sister Janet Jackson, who often referred to as who he often referred to as his twin. They were inseparable as children and shared a profound understanding of the pressures of extreme fame through their though their closeness fluctuated, both careers skyrocketed. He was also historically closest to Latoya Jackson during his childhood, living with her for an extended period, though their relationship suffered a significant rift during her abusive marriage to Jeff. So it seems like he was closest with Randy, and he had a strained relationship with Jermaine. And it's kind of funny that Jermaine's son is the one who's playing him in the movie.
Do you think Michael Jackson was murdered? I mean, like I didn't intentionally killed him.
Yeah. Well, I frankly think there's a higher percentage that faked his death than he was murdered. And um, I mean, there was a whole manslaughter trial with his doctor and everything that basically wasn't murder, but it was manslaughter or whatever. And that guy went to jail for like 2 or 3 years or whatever. Um, but I wouldn't put it past Michael Jackson to have faked his death and then just go live in some compound in Bali or something where he never goes outside, and if he does, he wears a mask or whatever, and like he's just known as a really wealthy person. Um, he could have a compound somewhere in another part of the world. I know he was internationally known, but if you think that he could already change his face in so many different ways, if he wanted to, if he wanted to, he could either have his face changed or he could just wear masks, and most people would never know the difference. Um, the reason what makes me say this, I know you probably don't have time to look at it now, but the day after the day after Michael Jackson died, they had one of Michael Jackson's friends on Larry King Live, and this friend was a burn victim, and this friend looks like it could have been Michael Jackson just wearing a mask. And uh, I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's like um, there are people who want to believe that that's true. Michael Jackson burn victim friend, and this guy's name is Dave Dave. Um,
And I guess this guy had never been seen, like, he had never been seen before. Somehow, like, comes up and says, I'm Michael Jackson's friend.
uh, he was he had been seen in a couple other times, but so the burn victim was a close friend of Michael Jackson named Dave. At age 6 in 1983, he suffered severe burns to 90% of his body after his father set him on fire. Friendship, he met Jackson in the 1980s, becoming a protege and close friend. Jackson treated him like a younger brother and invited him to Neverland. Career, he became a respected conceptual artist, music producer, and music video director. He died in 2018 at age 42. But uh, the the thing is, if you were this close with this guy, you could say to him, "Hey, I got a mask that looks like you. I'm gonna go on Larry King Live or whatever, and just so that my fans know that I'm not gone. Anybody who really wants to see through this will be able to see that I'm still here." Um, if I go to the Larry King Live interview, it's just really peculiar. Like, um, let's see here. So the first comment says the highest rated comment is listen to his first answer. To liberate myself from the confines of my father, he is a criminal. To free myself of his name and his legacy, I decided to become my own person. And then they say it's Michael Jackson or it's MJ. And then somebody else says Dave had a different voice and accent. This is MJ. The next person says anybody after this movie, Michael 2026, Michael Jackson legend lives on. The next person said like everybody in the comments says it's Michael, and
Is it even like his mannerism? Like the way he talks?
it looks like
Sound like Mike?
uh, let's see. It's been a long time since I've seen it. It kind of sounds like Michael Jackson. Um, like everybody in the comments, I know they're wishful thinkers, but this was just such a weird thing for this random person to do the day after the death. And then there's some other evidence. Um, like, there was always the argument that Elvis had, you know, had didn't really die in 1977. And there were some interviews with Priscilla Presley, his ex-wife, and she says we just talked to him the other day in an Oprah interview from the 1990s, and it was like, wait, why did you just say that? What do you mean you just talked to him? They didn't go into it. Evidence of Michael Jackson is about.
Was it like probably like a subconscious slip up?
It could be, and
There's like,
she's a very spiritual person, but so there are people who say that he is in Brazil. Other people say um, like uh, there's just it has its own Wikipedia page. Um, it's one of those things though that Michael Jackson was worth more dead than alive, and when an artist gets to that point, they can just they have enough money.
Why would like? It's not like we ever saw his body. You know what I mean? It's not like he was assassinated in front of a bunch of people where it's tough to hide that. It was just like, oh yeah, he's dead.
yeah,
Um, and I don't know if you've ever seen the mask that the CIA has, but they're like Tom Cruise has worn one in a Mission Impossible movie. You can't tell that it's not that it's, that it's telling the truth. You cannot tell. They've even worn these things. The chief of the mask department of the CIA one time wore one to George Herbert Walker Bush on the office, and he could not tell. Like you can't tell these things until you're even if you're really close up. They have like every hair is manually put in and everything. So the mask could be a thing. But I mean, uh, you could just have a bunch of people in Brazil sign non-disclosure agreements, and they're working for some rich billionaire, and they don't know who this is. And it turns out that Michael Jackson could shave his head or dye his hair or just wear a mask if he ever wants to go out, and nobody's going to really know any differently. And he lives in a big compound, which is what he did at Neverland Ranch anyway. And he just goes and lives his life. And if he ever wants, he could perhaps see his kids if he wanted to, if they would keep it a secret or whatever. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's what the theory. But we have yet to encounter an incident in global history where someone has successfully faked their death and it was brought to public, except for like maybe some small time cases. And I just don't think that it is so out of the realm of possibility that it hasn't ever happened.
Yeah.
So, you were asking though, could he have been murdered? Yeah, he could have been murdered, but um, I mean, arguably, whatever that doctor prescribed him or whatever. I had it's called Propofol or something. Hold on.
Yeah, because I know
Michael
Michael
Jackson,
Jackson,
Mother's Milk.
he was talking like people were after
That's true too. Oh,
some of his last songs.
Con- Conrad Murphy, Propofol. I had surgery on my feet many years ago, and I went under anesthesia. And when I awoke, there was a nurse there, and she's like, "How do you feel?" And I was like, "Man, I feel great." And she's like, "You should. You were given propofol, which is what killed Michael Jackson." And I was like, "Man, I can see how you could get addicted to this stuff because I felt really good after taking it." Um, so I've even taken the drug that he took. It's an anesthesia, and I uh, let me look at the biggest case of someone who faked their death. Like John Darwin, a British former officer who staged his own death in a canoeing accident. Like that's really small, and it was British. Like somebody did it in like a Russian journalist, and like nobody's done it as a big person. Um, well, a Georgia banker who faked their death in 2012. But I mean, none of these have ever been of the level of like a household name. We've never known of like Prince to fake their death or um, I don't know, Elvis or um, Tupac is a good one. Yeah, definitely. Biggie or Kobe Bryant. Like, there's never been anybody like that. And I've heard that there's basically an equation that's done, and you become where your estate is worth more than what you'll ever bring in ticket sales. And when that happens, you just bounce. The argument with Elvis, and there's all kinds of evidence towards that Elvis theory. A lot of evidence. Of, there's pictures. Allegedly, he was even in Home Alone. There's a guy in Home Alone that nobody can identify. It looks just like an older Elvis. Um, and like, what's the evidence with Elvis? Elvis was going to go on tour the next day. How about Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson was just about to go on his history tour. And it's like you get all these people to buy up tickets and all this kind of stuff. It's like at the peak of when you would want to bounce. And there's, like the thing with Priscilla Presley saying, we just talked with him. There are allegedly, like Elvis was in the DEA as a narcotics agent, as like a secret narcotics agent, which is true. And so it's very easy. He already had connections within. He was a sworn officer of the government to eradicate or try to eradicate narcotics in the 1970s. It's pretty easy that they could have just said, okay, now you're going into witness protection. It's not that strange. Um, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what happened to Michael Jackson. All I know is that there's been the argument that he's like the third most famous person in all time. There's there's Nazarene, there's Muhammad, and there's Michael Jackson.
I guess who would be after? Wonder who would be after Michael Jackson.
But he's probably up there.
I mean, like as in like most famous people.
Yeah, recognizable. Uh, and it depends who you poll, where you poll. Uh,
Yeah,
but yeah, he's got to be up there. Uh, Michael Jordan's quite famous as well. I wonder if Jordan is more famous than him. I think he is, especially with younger people. They would like they know the shoes, and you only get into Hitler when you get older. Like if you ask a 12-year-old right now, do you know who Hitler is? They're probably like, no. Do you know who Michael Jordan is? They'll be like, you mean like the Jordan shoe? Yeah. There's an argument, but then there's an argument to be made of Messi or like LeBron,
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. Yeah. Um, those athletes kind of come and go. Uh, there's an argument today that a 12-year-old doesn't know Michael Jackson because
I mean that could be believable. And I was gonna say, do you think show speed is like the Michael Jackson like did out?
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Now, you could show a baby boomer I show speed they've never heard of him. You could show Generation X I show speed they've never heard of him. You could show millennials I show speed they've never heard of him. Somehow, you show Generation Z they've heard of him, but Generation Alpha, Mr. Beast, and those guys, any YouTubers, that to them is Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I mean I was born in 1994, so I guess I'm late.
Right. So who would be the big person for you? It was probably Michael Jackson.
I
You
would say when I was like, well, actually, when I was like a kid, it was more like elementary school. I mean, you already know, like Bam Margera, that
yeah, but they're not like they were big for you, but like global appeal.
global. I mean, from Kobe Bryant,
Okay. Yeah. Or LeBron.
Michael Jordan, LeBron.
Yeah. He was that was still young. He was
Even
still
though
young.
LeBron is still big,
Right. Um Britney Spears is big
yeah.
and she was really big during the 2000s. Uh,
How old are you?
I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. So I was born in
Yeah, so you
1985. So I have a few years on you, and thus like timeline slightly shifted. But so to me, the biggest person of the '80s was Michael Jackson. The biggest person of the '90s was Michael Jordan. The biggest person of the 2000s probably people will say Kobe. I could like I okay if you want to say that people could say I I'd probably just to make it easy, maybe say Kobe. Of the 2010s, it would be LeBron, and the 2020s, it's probably it's still probably LeBron, but I don't know. I think you probably could say Messi from a global standpoint. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to think like if any television show, TV isn't a thing as big. Like to get that big, you have to be like a superstar athlete or superstar musician. Like no television show
Thinking, what's your biggest?
of what?
I can only think of my shows.
Um, yeah, but if you show middle-aged woman, I just she has no idea.
No, no, I meant like a month, get these, I can see
I would I would say Mr. Beast just because he's got the number one
yeah,
spot of the most followers or whatever. Um, but that's all inflated, so believe what you want. You know, he says he's got 500 million followers or whatever, but like most people over age 40 don't know who Mr. Beast is. They might have heard the name, but they wouldn't be able to tell you his name's Jimmy
yeah,
Dollars or anything like that.
yeah, everybody knows, like they know Disney's face, generally.
Yeah, generally, like more so, I think, than perhaps some other guys. But uh, to me, like I still think Michael Jordan. Oh, this is an interesting thing. I saw a video of Michael Jordan in Italy, um, and he was just walking around, and he was not attacked by like a whole bunch of people. Now he had bodyguards with him and stuff,
But he's at the point now where he just looks like an older man and nobody's screwing with him, even though he's 6'6".
It's also because basketball, NBA, international, I mean, it's only American, NBA fans.
no, it's surprising. No, it is very international. With China and Europe, it's really big.
Yeah, but still, like, Messi or Ronaldo could never do that, even at their old age.
Well, they're big now, so I'm gonna agree with you. But like Ronaldinho or the previous Ronaldo, like in their heyday, they couldn't do that. But now that they're retired, they can do that a lot. It's just because the guys are on TV. TV does a lot for that.
Is it is it Celine Death or whatever? Like that Elgin girl who makes like soccer content, and she like the biggest YouTuber, like the most viewed YouTuber now of all time.
I
Not
got it.
like in terms of subscribers, but in terms of overall views.
That very well could be.
I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I've never watched her videos, but I know she broke a record recently, like having the most like YouTube views, video views. It's like 27. She makes soccer content. She made a video with Ronaldo.
Yeah, I get it. I've never seen this one. But I'm not super big into soccer, aside from the World Cup.
Yeah. So you've been watching the World Cup.
Yep. Probably missed the games today, but
Yep, I've watched the United States lose on Monday. And
You watch Argentina play Egypt.
I was just I heard it was great. I watched the second game, which was Switzerland beating who did Switzerland? Switzerland beat
Colombia.
I watched that.
But speaking of which, there are games today. We've got France
Yeah.
and uh, France Morocco at 1 p.m. Pacific. I don't know if I'm going to be able to check that out, but in the meantime, I got to get some sleep, man. Talking with you all night, man. Well, I'm really enjoying it. All right, my friend. You take care. I'm going to turn off the phone. Enjoy yourself. Best wishes to you. And
Thank you.
really great job working out there. Trying to feel, shout out to Paul, everybody.
And now Leonardo, my God, what a debacle. Like, four different guys named Austin, not the back lady. Real original parents out there in Austin. Oh, wait, we got Leonardo? Oh, well, here we go. Leonardo Jody, everybody. Oh, cool. Make some noise for Leonardo, everyone. Alright, if you guys didn't catch that, my name is Leonardo. So Vegas, we were expecting a boy. Do we have any Vegas in the house? What surprise, huh? There's like three of us in the world. They have you would take a damn piece of car. So yeah, my dad watched that movie and was like, she's a hawk. Go to bed. Like, I hope I never get taken. It's like, I'll break my neck. I did turn 35 this year. And any other women in here inspired? Just talk about the really young, right? This only lasts for us for what, like 30? Like, I knew I was getting old when I stopped being afraid of getting old. Show me where he touched you. I'll show you where he touched me. Wow, look at that. So far, out of nowhere. Wow. Now that off your Las Vegas Rich event. The Saturday night would be the female comedian for the first time ever in the show's history. Leonardo Joni, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up? About 2 years. I love it. You're really Albanian. I am really Albanian. You know who else is Albanian? Very famous from the comedy store, Rose. Oh, yes. Yeah, and you kind of have it for us. Yeah, very like sort of like gypsy family members or whatever, like gypsy-ish. We don't talk about it. Right, exactly. I know gypsy's like a rugged word, but I love the Leonardo. So how long have you been in Texas? I just wow. Again, how long have you been 2 years? 2 years. Where were you doing it? New York. Oh, great. Now you have that show. You see, you guys have been working for one together. Yeah. It's funny. Still in New York. They're terrified. Why are they terrified of Leonardo? Well, she keeps it real on stage. I think New York. Yeah. People that joke, huh? Yeah. Well, we're always looking for more we can say more women sign up here in the market here right now. I mean, even Hoskins, JRE, and Bill Cody, it was astounding. She's actually on the run for this week, but you excited to be here in Austin? It's awesome. What do you? Hold on. Way to really win everybody over. Is there a chance to have a built-in in-city fan base? Just kidding. That's one of our jokes, everybody. That's one of our jokes. She loves that. I just think we have better opportunities in New York. Why? Why are they back in New York? Well, they sing. And they do drugs. They sing in the game. Yeah, that's true. They really don't sing on it. It's an awesome moment for actually real homeless people. You like the homeless people in New York? Like that. Yeah, the ones in New York think they're fucking tip jar and go into a nicer apartment than the people that make money. What do you do for work? How do you make money? LSAT. Yes. Wow. You gone through law school? No, you did so well on the test, and instead of going into law, you just said, fuck, I'm gonna stop right here. That's fucking awesome. Hey, Red Man thinks it was a great business decision. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you learn that smart. You always been a nerd, like growing up. Is that what got you in the comedy part? Yeah, I could keep that on the down low. Filling up my spot. Attitude. You see what we mean. Just like Rose, by the way. It's fun. It's fun. Leonardo, what's your love like? You got a boyfriend? I do. You from the beach? He's a hot black. It's hot, you know what I mean? Yeah, right. You guys come in not to see Tony check out CM Smoke, do the full Tony experience, go to CM Smokehouse, Acres, eat some something Kill Tony, and then you go to the Yellow Rose, Red Rose. Hey, I got my that's the party. I got oh shit. Oh yeah, the one not naughty. You can see bachelor party. I don't know if I believe you every time you talk about it, you're being saying you must look something I don't know. What if the bachelor party is me and a breakdance? Me too. Actually, we were me too. If you're wondering, actually, we made sure we're hiring job. I have way more than and she's active, but it's not even trying. Only her mom will take that. Oh yeah, she waiting at the work. She told me bachelor party after she's made that. Alright, my name Kyle Dottie or Doty. Anyway, actually, Kyle Doty. Wow, the handwriting on you, motherfucker. Eating invisible. Kyle Doty is next on Hill Town. Wow. And my girlfriend's watching a lot of videos on like handwriting techniques, like you can like judge somebody about how they make their nails and shit like that. Yeah, very psychotic. Well, you saw the Jake, right? Oh yeah. You had to watch the Jake thing. Yeah, it's like the greatest crime documentary of all time. And handwriting analysis. Dude, here is Kyle Doty, everybody. Guys, I just figured out that I'm say white trash on my dad's side. I took a test called 2050 Eagle. Which pretty much anyone you're creating is called people on your car. I actually have a family who came back and I found out that my dad just got a free door test one star. He was never even in the birds. That's when you got no it looks like much better for the whole you know. I'm like that for usually way too much time to do it before. I didn't want to go back and watch one more second. So, wow, I really like that. Kyle Doty. That's just good. And you say we put you screw with it with it. What did you say? Yeah. Wow, yeah, I don't think I did. And I feel like the audience, a lot of them at least didn't know what you were talking about or saying. But you're having you on. But you guys did know. I'm looking at my YouTube table over here. Brand for things you do. Like I forgot. That's so fucking angry about it. Where are you originally from, John? Oh, but you had meatballs up there? Meatballs? Yeah, I have grandma. Meatball. Yeah. Sounds normal. Really? I got apple. So why is the joke funny if 50% meatball? I don't say that like, I have a family, 23 and meatball. Is he like that? Yeah, I love my trash. I don't care what the enemy is. Free tattoo, you have it. The fact that you had a joke right now to recover from meatball. I didn't say that you I just added the meatball. You guys are moving and lying about the meatball thing. You didn't laugh at the meatball joke. I can rewind it and play it for you. It's like it's silent. So don't do it on now, motherfuckers. We need to do the move. You were not there. Much like I'm gonna think that Shout out her OnlyFans. I agree with you more. I agree with everything you said. 100%. Haven't been here, so we don't know really run the city. And I agree with everything, especially the fact that the acres is the most overrated place in the entire like I agree. Bang, being on the only bad customer service, the only place to fly with me, I tell everyone, you want to be like Randy, give me one promise. I want to go to bang. Right. Yeah, I agree with you. They don't realize like they try to push other things on transplants. I think people are like, well, wait till you go swimming in Martin Spring. And I'm like, oh, I gotta get this big giant hole and you want to make people sweat down the anchor sweat. No, thank you. I'm going to one of my new favorite restaurants. It's true. I mean, people don't realize everybody's here. Like, if someone wanted to do a terrorist attack on us, then they could just replace the salt and sugar and fuck up the whole thing. So, so the so they just decided right there when you were in the middle of it, I'm let you know. It is true. Really, if you bought me up for cocaine, I really just think that he just on it for Corona, but I think it was mostly the cocaine. I think he truly distorted the coronavirus at one point on the mirror. It is. It's very, especially when you have family that like child. Right? So you absolutely wrong. Yeah, absolutely. It's really in the fucking schools. Andrew, the incredible, the harmonica. You ever use that to help get action in the bedroom? You ever hook up with someone that ever worked for you? Maybe once. Okay, maybe once you did it. It happened once. Okay, can you tell us how that went down exactly? Can you like reenact it for us? Yeah, I was in a bar playing blues and we got a lot of fun. And yeah, girl came up and said, "Let's go talking there and had sex with her right there." Yes, when she's 6 years old, when she wearing Oshkosh, why would she be sick? She like harmonic. She like the harmonic. They don't really. Kids hate the harmonic. Like kids like drums. So women and guitars and even keyboards. Really every instrument is ahead of the harmonica. I play guitar. Oh, you do, just in case. Alright. Just trying to made a career out of harmonica. Only one time. Yeah. Yeah. He was big. He was traveling. He was. Big guy. He lost. Was he a Rothschild? I think so, yeah. He shot a huge comics for like a year and a half ago. Like, everybody starts. Yeah, he was rich. You need to know these people, you know, like, it's like a film. And it's like, not the same person. Tell us that. She's atrocious looking. It's in the teeth. That's the problem. It's got a very fish-like mouth. Andrew, is there anything else crazy about your life we should know about, like your family or about your history or anything like that? Well, I'm from Georgia. Growing up, I had a family in raccoons. I got some sophisticated racist, right? And like, your parents, grandparents called them. How do you have a family of raccoons? How does that start? No, you start feeding them and they get accustomed to it. This is really racist. They do like work around the yard or anything like that? Alright. Were you scared of them to like accidentally bite you? Maybe get rabies or something? Yeah, the people that have rabies had to put them out on the other side. Shot shoot it in the back of the head or like that. Like what you do. So wherever you go. There's a shot from like far away. Yeah. Did you what? Shotgun. Shotgun. Wow. Put them out quick. That's a big weapon for such a little raccoon. Little kid too. Traumatized how long you shot a raccoon? I don't know, about 13. That's what they do, man. That's just exercise. It's just the raccoon paradise. It's a door. Alright, Andrew. Fun times, congratulations on your first ever set. Thanks for getting this show started. Andrew Smartino, he's at Smartino on Instagram. Pull a name out now so they can start walking on stage. Mitch Brown is next. But look, everybody, it's Haley from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. How many of you like strip clubs out there, huh? The two best strip clubs in the city are the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. I should have one of our idiots producers change the microphone. Mary Haley joined us from Red Rose. Thank you. She was a guest on Brian Holmes' podcast this week. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, wait, Mitch Brown. Is Mitch here? Here comes Mitch Brown, everybody. Here we are. On to the next one. 60 seconds for Mitch Brown. God, there he said. Try time. Make sure it would be far more sensible. I think reach his mom. Yeah, that first time, Texas for about 3 or 4 weeks running around.
What kind of guys in your wife cheat on you with? Do you know? Little white guys like me, or but also the cheating guy. Oh, okay. I thought maybe she was the fudge. You know what I'm talking about? All right, fun. I mean, that's fun. I love your energy. I love it when Rothschild and New York comics come out here and show us some. Thank you very much. Fun. Thanks for doing this. BUDD for Nancy. The fun one. Yeah, for Pudge. All right. Is that true? Wow, I did not know that. Is that true, Nancy? She seems shy about it. I don't know. Bill Lombardo is next. You weren't in the military? I broke my feet. Is this true? Wow. How about a hand for you, everybody, fighting for our country, making all the women in the room immediately mad and jealous at the same time. It's always an exciting element of the show. The guys love it, the ladies absolutely hate it. All right, make some noise for your next comedian, Bill Lombardo. Bill Lombardo. Here he is, everybody. One more time for Bill. I would like to start with an impression of a very funny comedian named Carlos Mencia. Now Lombardo, just a hard mom and trying to insult one of the cattle numbers with a way that never goes well. Almost what? How do you make an unfunny Carlos Mencia joke? I don't even know how that's possible. Five or six times, starting again. I'm keeping you alive right now. Sometimes so you only know this 5 or 6 times. You're in Austin. Where you from? New York. New York. Sure. You never did stand up in New York. Did it like 3 or 4 times. Other times too. I did even end up doing comedy. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. So 13, she's like 12, when I just started doing stand up. I started doing like when I was really young. Really? Can you do a scene? Can you show us the scene? How many of you want to see Bill do a scene from something? Bill, just fucking do it. Don't let your I haven't seen you do that Carlos Mencia joke over right now. You're not an actor. You're going to tell anybody you're an actor. You can't do that. Until I get a car or loaded gun. So all the things that you said that you can't do, what else can you do? I'm really good at serving people. I used to in New York. I'm just not serious. I'm here. You told me to show us the service what I can wear. Oh, yeah, I thought you walked across the building. Oh, shit, you're the concierge across the building? And I want you to come do this? Oh, you were in an elevator. In the elevator, am I right? Oh, shopper. There we go. Phil's still trying to make money. There is Phil Lombardi, everybody. Phil Lombardi, everyone. Back to the elevator. Wrong way. Back to wrong way. Elevator. Was fun at the show. You never know. It's like one of these people's snaps. Yeah, I'm 3 feet away from someone so unwell, so mentally deranged, that you have no idea it's tight and light. They just decide to do something wild. And that's the fun of this. It is true. It could happen at any point. Simon Ash is next on Bill Tony. It could happen at any point. These people probably go after me first. I mean, obviously. Yeah, but you're the hardest. It's right here on the edge. Simon Ash is next. A wild episode so far. Phone calls to New York was the funniest part of tonight's episode so far with us keeping track. Simon Ash, everybody. Thanks so much for Simon, everyone. Alright, I look like Cosmo Kramer took Barack Obama at a vampire state concert. I look like the Stefan Curry from Design. What's up, baby? With a lucky rabbit's foot? Pretty sure that's a faux pas. My friend came back from vacation. She said, I love Nicaragua. I said, first of all, that's their word. Secondly, it's called innocent. We're going to wipe the data joke about murder and not rape. Because there aren't any murder survivors. No one's going to corrupt me after this and be like, actually, I was murdered when I was 13. You kind of ruined my life. You should stop doing that joke. Then I found out it's actually working. You would never sit around and meditate for 2 hours and play a board game where you try to figure out which one of your objects is secretly a rapist. Colonel Mustard, the library is made up of my dog. Simon Ash coming out soon. Someone was ready for this tonight. Welcome to the show, Simon. The real comedian almost shocked. Real jokes. How long you been on stand-up for? 7 years. Awesome, man. Fuck, how about a hand for Simon, everybody? 7 years. Coming on the show, meeting fucking psychopaths for a chance to get up. Of course. Look at what's happening with these people. What is that fight? 70 people like off the guy. Oh my god. Great fucking god. Oh, thank you so much. 7 years, all of it here in Texas. No, I was here 11 days ago. From where? Orlando, Florida. Wow. Great to see. Yeah, I wanted to go to a place where no one breathed. Like, give me shit for being from Florida. Right? Yeah, you know. That's the great thing. Orlando is wackadoo. It's fucking weird. What were you doing for work before you were in Orlando? Same time getting down everyone's remote. It's a big discount for T-Mobile. Wow, you're a T-Mobile guy. Yeah, but not like the Jaguars. Yeah, we all like T-Mobile. No, I don't think we need the T-Mobile. The T-Mobile, we all use it. Spring just became, yeah, they got it with the John. You don't see it. Oh, yeah, they're really excited. You're going to go on here. They're like, we do something nicer. Yeah, one of those, just like the Virgin Hotel. So welcome, Simon. What else in your life? Tell us more about you. Gosh, well, I don't have a way. My friends are famous documentary shoot. They're on band. Yeah, so I want to get to like speak to like Heather Shaw for comedy. Heather Shaw, she quit comedy. Kill yourself. Why? Because she along with the comedy. She offered millions and millions. No. She didn't like, she is like a skinny lesbian and she looks a lot like Jim Carrey. Great actress. Heather Shaw. Yeah. I get a shut the fuck But how about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Working hard tonight, up and down, all around. Go to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Support these amazing artists out there working the grind. Jesse Burley next step back from Jesse Burley, everybody. One more time for Jesse, everyone. Let's see what I'm doing. Which I was waiting for, like, I don't have any tattoos. My sister completely wanted to get tattoos, but she's like the worst tattoo. It's just like 40 stars all over her body. I don't know what they've ever said at this point, so it's supposedly for her. This one's like the best tattoo, but it's like my favorite. She's a lower back tattoo. It's like a letter. You can learn, I feel like every translation says that, right? You don't have to literally spell it out or it says, yeah, but I don't know if she's literally been all of her boyfriends when she's an art kid. I'm not really sure. I'm not saying no regret on the longest time. I was telling my mom about it. She's like, it doesn't say no regrets. Like, my regrets are all just my words. There's no regrets. It's not a lot of yours living there. It's like mistakes have been made. These experiences have been made. I'll use them in the future going forward. That's a lot of things that my sister, right? He's got a new missionary. That's why because it's a full crisis. That's really good. Thank you very much. Jesse, welcome to the show, sir. I'll even withstand it for years. Trash. Shut up. Do you really love her? You guys close? No, she lives in Mississippi now. Oh, shit. Looks like she never learned after all. She got married last year. And then moved to Mississippi. My goodness. Stand up 4 years and all of it here in Texas. No, I just moved 3 weeks ago from Worcester, Massachusetts. Wow, Worcester, Massachusetts. Damn, I got some friends from Boston. I think tonight was really loud early that you were Bostonian and Alma to like claim a side or represent you. Bro, you can tell you pro Worcester and anti-Worcester. Pro Worcester and one guy from fucking Detroit back here is pissed in the world. I love it. Even I have a mutual friend, Barry Taylor. Jesse, what do you, what else do you like? Do you skateboard or something like that? I used to go picking up the skateboard energies. I did bring my skateboard with me once. Wow, you got in here tonight? No, I don't. Okay. Indoor rock Indoor rock climbing. I'm hearing a lot about this thing you are doing in China. Love that shout. All right. Okay. All right. What else? What else do you do for fun? What was that like? Terrifying. Yeah. You know what I'm doing videos all the time, right? Before I mean, like, trying to pass moments or say, shit, that's why I go. It's like, I really want to do that. Here's the secret. Just email it. What you do? I just email it. I don't have a rate from the trail park line, awesome. Yeah. So when you leave behind in Worcester, do you have a girlfriend or anything like that? I had a girlfriend we broke up March 1st, 2020. Why did you get break up? We had some issues that were going on. Yeah, exactly. I'm into pornography and I got a you are? What kind? You absolutely tell us all about your pornography and what kind. I told pornography. You go like, how many times you jerk off a day? It's just like one time for an hour. Really? You jerk off for an hour? Yeah. You have like 7 tabs open your browser. So you hold on to the one load and you like really know how you wait. So what kinds of things do you find yourself saving there you go. I mean, I got that's my favorite. I thought it. Listen, what the fuck was your company girlfriend's problem with your hour-long jerk off? She's a bitch, right? I mean, this bitch is pretty fucked up when you like, were you paying for it or was it all free? No, it's all free. It's okay. Yeah. Well, that does something to she get out of control. She asked you to stop. Yeah, so I go to my phone. Wow. And Alex, Calvin Hoffman, stop. You feel like you're twice. You feel like they fell in that big because it's I'm an into the porn. There's like pedophiles and like this. Are there any girls in this 12 step? Yeah, there was one bitch in it. Damn, how long did you keep? So maybe that's my next go. Trying to follow the greatness go to these 12 steps. Is it weird? Wow. The midget in a wheelchair? Like a stroller? Was the midget a pedophile? Was it a pedophile midget? Yeah, what was her problem? She probably pedophiles in their little anyway. I think she was just a sex addict. A sex addict or a midget in a wheelchair getting fucked so often that she had a problem with it. I love that your virgin girl would always be fucked up. I love that there's a midget in a wheelchair that fucks so much you have a problem and they don't want part of the midget should have been waiting 2 years. That's what I love. Meanwhile, there's a little tiny lady in a wheelchair out there getting fucking fucking 12 step. That's how she ended up in a wheelchair. She was fucked into a wheelchair. That's incredible. What's the craziest porn you ever saw? Something stand out to you where even you're like, okay, there's a site called dicktrainers.com. Oh yeah. And the guy face fucks girls until they vomit. Yes. Yeah, I got the favorite. I'm running it down my podcast all the time. Wow, that is so interesting. I can't believe you named something that I know that I am expert at the craziest shit I ever run into. Was say for one second I think it's been around anymore. I used to be like over 90 getting and half the time you could tell they were just like big cloud. That's crazy. That's great. You were watching Ray on the dark web. That's not something you got into. That's a crime. You just confessed on a show. What would they like to get hard on you? Crazy shakes actually, or is it just a porn? No, pretty vanilla. Yeah, that was my next question. Was your porn that make your sex like with your ex-girlfriend? Yeah, it would get hard. Yeah. She that selfish it wasn't fun. You told her what needed to happen and she didn't do it. Do you think was she a tiny or was she like a tiny? Wow. Did you ever think about inviting over a random black guy to have sex with you? Yeah. Probably. No. Why just a random no? Nowhere. No. You don't want to have a random black dude in your house. She has my like friend. Yeah. Just have her cooking. That's cool. Keep it in the family. Yeah. There you go. Redman's giving actual advice. Not really. We're just gonna go back to the 12-step program now that covers. I gotta find one out. We'll hit you around after the show. I'm sure. So anybody in here is doing a round of applause for my segment. Three pedophiles show this time. Where you meet Jesse, a great interview, an incredible set. Yeah, so much. Great stuff. Jesse Burlingame, everybody. Jesse Johnson Burlingame. I like that guy. Yeah, he was into it. Had a selfish woman. All the story in the book. He did it before he got out. My dick can't even leave the house. You're losing jobs for it. It sounds like he was heading in that direction. You think sex addiction is common in the stripper industry? I'm curious. What? I mean, there's no. Yeah, so tell me. Say that again. What is that? Sex is like not a thing anymore. Really? I mean, how about your friends, the people that you work with? They're more really? Are they? I always wonder about strippers. It seems like they, I can't tell whether they love it or if they hate it because they deal with assholes all day, right? Oh no, most super vanilla out there stripping. I'm like, oh, damn, really? When you say super vanilla, how does someone super vanilla get into that industry and really bring them back and take it? All right, everybody. Hey, Haley. There's another sweeping soundboard for me. Ladies and gentlemen, Garrett next on Tony Garrett. Garrett, I just called it now. He's coming back to the room. It's always exciting. One of the people waiting out on the sidewalk, deciding not to mix with the comedians upstairs. Had the backpack on, kind of breaking me that backpack is coming off. I do believe there it is. There's the backpack in there. Wait, there he is. Make some noise for Garrett and everybody. Hey, I remember fucking Christmas when we were kids. Oh my fucking god, that shit was so good. I still remember like whenever I fucking was realizing that I got a PlayStation, I was just like, oh, yeah, fucking PlayStation. Games too. Fuck. Bad games. What? That's nothing that fucking my own camera. Gave me that shit. Oh, Batman named Santa. What the fuck? Oh my god, and yeah, there's like no Rothschild. That shit. I still have my still right? Still have my that shit. Like I was so happy at that point in time, like there was something in that shit right? That was also the point in my fucking life when I realized, oh my mom's also blind. Bitch. Like grind that shit out for like 4 years after I realized that Santa wasn't real. I was just like, like get this shit. I mean, I know you know, absolutely. Here's just a little more crazy the cherry on top. Welcome, welcome to the show. We'll let a friend in there on the end. Welcome. Are you okay? Alright. How long you been on Santa? Like 2 or so years, maybe. Most of my shit is rent. I've been doing a lot of things that are kind of similar to Santa right now. Show. Hold on. Doing things that are similar to her. Yeah, yeah. Trying to do things like that. And there's like, what are you talking about? Instead of like one show. Doing my own thing from like just different phases of life. Give you an example. Well, one of my shit, like some of the things I got from like my uncle, like they got a horse that he like bought for $500,000 one time. Oh, okay. So much for the wait for it. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Just this shit right now. Horse for $500,000 to get insurance on it. And died like in the first quarter of my house. Set up, right? That's the setup. Then what happened? Well, then I never fucking learned this lesson, right? So we actually ended up buying another $1 billion never fucking put insurance on it. And then right after that, it fucking just shot flames. Like 0 to 3 months. So nobody fucking got anybody out. Just happened like that. hilarious. Reminds me of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm sorry, it doesn't play out well on stage. No, it wouldn't play out well in a script or video or film. Okay, where are you getting these plans from? It's a weird concept. We've had serious mental health issues. This is why. It's never a good sign when the two mental most people are both military and veterans. What do you do for work? I do sales and just kind of schools. Yeah, man. So I work for Consulting, like very similar things, but it's been something. So it's really just setting up shit up. Shit, it's actually happening right now. What is the craziest thing you do have wild energy? You laugh really hard at yourself and saying unfunny things. We're curious to know what is the craziest thing you ever like killed an animal or something like that. Yeah, from Texas, like I'm the only person here that's from Texas. Yeah, that's not true. It's probably not true. Yeah, you had the whole audience on your side. You went and said something like that. No, I don't fucking know. I'm from actually from here. It feels like everybody I've met is from somewhere else. Exactly like, oh, I'm talking. You ever thought about moving out? No. Everyone else is moving into Austin. Have you ever thought about trying to? How do you think you should move to a different planet? Look at that. Where you get the ground the board? Thank you so much. One of the funniest things that ever happened to me in San Diego for a while was somebody asked me, like, like, what? And I was like, yeah, that's just what? Wow, you are a wild. I'm only shooting for planes right now. You have a girlfriend? What's your home life like? It's a great question. I mean, clearly, I'm coming off a relationship that lasted way too long. How long? How long? That's not a long time here at all. What? 7-year relationship. Right? Why did the relationship end? Oh, man. I don't have enough time for that. I'm like all over it, I'm ready to play on. What do you think is the weirdest thing about you? Like, when you get to say that, what part of your initial daily routine, like, what part of the daily routine that we don't know about? Like, what do you think is the weirdest thing that you do? I'm not, like, weirdest thing that I like, chew your toenails or something like that. Well, you can answer it. Well, the weirdest thing, I don't just take me out here to be some fucking jerk. Alright, here we go. Here everybody. Up and out really quickly. Here it comes. Oh shit, here he comes. There he goes. Everybody here. Just go here. Jesus fucking Christ. Once you start shaking hands, then everybody after that wants to do it. Oh my god. Damn, I'd like to be the first person to apologize to you for it's just I'm so grateful to tonight's not the night. Should we get a female up here? You guys think I should pull it? We haven't had a female. See what happens. I don't think Chad is a lady. That sounds like a guy's name. We know Nick. See what happens there, Arthur. I'm sorry, Jack. not your type. Okay, here's one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Leanna Patch, everybody. Here we go. Leanna Patch. I noticed because they're all 6'3", I'm cold, and there's nothing I really want inside them. But I keep going back just to check. Like, are you still in Midhead? You okay? You are. All right, great. Love that journey for me. What met one here last night? His name's Jeremy Shin, and he's a big pussy. Just so you know, don't date him. That's going out on the internet. I have more. You'll know about memory foam, right? You found a memory foam mattress? I want to know when they're going to make selective memory foam. Because shit has happened in my bed that I want to forget. Alright, one last thing. Grammar quiz. Y'all know the word cloaca? Anyone know the word cloaca? Cloaca is a bird's asshole and vagina and egg hole at the same time. It's what I like to call the gimme hole. Okay, so Phil, that was a question for you. If your asshole and your vagina are the same thing, that makes the rest of your body a pain. Have birds just been flying tanks this whole time? There it is. The end of this film for sure. Leanna Patch, everybody. Coming in, kind of playing. I love it. Hi, man. How long? Great job. Bring it up. How long have you been on comedy? On and off. It's 2012. I love it. Almost 10 years. I'm good with birds. People are rich with birds. People are. Uh-oh. Don't fuck a bird. Don't fuck a bird. That's how you think like that's not really a bird. Alright, so Leanna, what was the thing about Jeremy Shin? Is that a real thing? Oh, that's a real human being. And he didn't eat your pussy? He didn't do fucking anything. Wow, what did you do for him? Wow. Yeah. You know? You're not allowed to talk to women anymore. You're a woman from it. Alright, we're sorry about that, Leanna. That's my big wait. I know. So you did everything and you got sex with them. How many times did you do it? I'm a real guy here. He's a real guy. And he unmatched me. After we fucked, the only reason I was mad about that was because hearing it. I wanted nothing else to do with hearing that. Wow. Okay, because you can find anyone on the internet. So I found him. I was like, you like your sex. Right. Yeah. Did he respond? He did. He said, oh, look for it. I said, great. We got one fight. Here's him afraid. That's a nuclear option. 2021. Sorry for the guy going down. It was so bad. Yeah, what was so bad about it? Can you describe it for us? Well, basically, he was interested in getting off and then he was done touching. And I was like, hey, I didn't come. No, he's a marathon runner, so I guess he takes all his energy for that. This man is a true psychopath. It's entirely empty. And runs 20 miles at a time without me. Oh, man, that is. I really don't understand. My favorite thing is that you really got back into comedy to shit on this guy. That's the only reason I changed that. She's like 25 on and off. Every time I get a good enough in my pussy. Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's true. We had a lot of male comedians meeting up here today, so maybe one of them. Oh, I have one of them. Yeah. Which one? Right? Oh, yeah. There's only one crush. Oh, shit. The rest of them will kill me. The last guy was no return. He shot me from afar. Leanna, what do you do for work? I'm a copywriter. Copywriter? What do you do for fun? I'm on a Mardi Gras dance team, and I volunteered at Animal Shelter. You're on what dance team? A Mardi Gras dance team. What's the Mardi Gras dance team? So they were all people in Korea. They were all like their own parades, and have like floats and dancers, handheld things. So I'm on dance. Stealing dance while marching. That's incredible. you give us a little example of what that looking like? You guys have that, right? Oh, shit. Louisiana beef. Louisiana chicken. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, my God. Wow. I was like, Zach, I also don't want to touch you after I didn't say it was good. No, that was awesome. And like you have like a big beef and stuff. You ever show your business on it? Right. I've only seen Mardi Gras on Girls Gone Wild. Yeah. Yeah, they should be always Leanna, how long have you been visiting Austin for? What else do you love about this city? Is there anything else fun that you've done? It's just too small. At a certain point, like, no, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it like here. Yeah. But then another guy I met with recently last week, I said, I'm thinking about moving. Don't do that. It really live here. And I said, wow, it's true though. What an idiot. What an asshole, right? Yeah. It's so easy to get into. You really have to do something else. Yeah. Last year on my birthday. Yeah. Present to myself. Why did you break up with him? He was not right with me. I was right with him. Oh, all right. Okay. Serious. Yeah, dude. Sorry. It's sad now. She's like, yeah, cancer. I didn't want to stay with him until the end. Yeah, I love it. What's your favorite thing about obviously the Wisconsin? Yeah, you guys don't keep it's a different culture. Well, Leanna, we love your set today. You represented ladies very well. Make sure you guys Leanna patch everybody. She's on social media at Punchline Coffee. You guys think we should go to this coffee one more time, huh? All right. Get one more up here and see what happens. It's going to be Andrew Sachs is gonna close out our fucking portion of the show. There's Haley. Haley, what is it? Haley dot 73. Haley dot. It's your own podcast, by the way. Haley dot 73. Shout out that there you go. I love it. There she goes, everybody. Haley and Andrew Sachs. Waiting for Andrew. I'm gonna end with a snack here at Anton. It's chaotic show every Monday. One of the most famous food spots in the history of the world. No, Andrew Sachs. Okay. All right. Let's see how this happens. Is that a new checkout or something? If people leave, they have to let you guys know, or else they get blacklisted or murdered by the wow, this is crazy. This might be his first appearance on the show on episode 500. Very, very interesting character. Very Texas. Make some noise for Rich Burger, everybody. This guy ended up, hey, such an interesting story. He ended up getting the first ever lap dance in the history of Bill Dunny from Haley. She ended up upside down on his lap. Rich Hirschberger, if you have it. Chris is coming. We got him, right? All right. Rich Hirschberger. This guy's wild. Represents Texas very well. You guys are gonna see. Real fucking Billy Goat. Here he is, everybody. Rich Hirschberger, everyone. Come on, make some noise for Rich, everybody. My name is Ridge, like a mountain. And I know what you guys are thinking, Ridge. That's a unique name. Yeah. I was named after where it was conceived. The North Ridge Mall. Parking lot. That's my middle name. Ridge Parking Lot Hirschberg. The second. My brother's name is Corey. Farmer from the ground, eh? I'm from Pennsylvania, and I grew up around a lot of Amish people. And before I came to Austin, one of them got struck by lightning, right? Which is crazy. I wonder if you get shot using electricity. I love it. You're a real fucking everything about you is real. When I first met you on Fuel 3500, I thought you were like playing it up. I'm like, this guy's trying to be like a hillbilly character, like from the middle of nowhere. And I've done some research on you. But it's like you really are this guy. I got research. Yeah. Even some reports on Ray Churchberger. Someone on your Instagram showed me a picture of you in front of a real Confederate flag. Oh no! What? Yeah, you didn't delete that one, but everybody was talking about Confederate flags. It's not true. It is true. If you want to bring it up, let me delete it. Ridge Birchberger on Monday. I know you watch my TikToks. Do you have the last name of like the entertainer attorney from Los Angeles? Yeah. Birchberger. Like I was hired for Birchberger. Yeah. Financial stuff. Yeah. I'm looking at Birchberger. Deep insult to you, please. Sure you react kindly when I say that you're Jewish. What do you do these paper people? Other words, it's not for me. How about you? You have band together? The bandmates. Oh, okay. Use electricity. Wow. I didn't know they said. There's more than one. I'm tired. Ladies. Yeah, real too. Where are you from? Central Pennsylvania. Altoona? Altoona. You imagine what's the population? That's 6,000. It's 500. What's that do? Okay. You ever had sex with a wild animal? I have collected semen from a wolf before. You have collected semen from a wolf. You have how do you do that with your butt or your mouth? Swallowers. There is two different ways you can do it. One way is you can use an artificial vagina. And it's like the size of a rocket launcher. You breathe down maybe a rocket launcher. You show it. Like 3 feet. That's how long wolves' penises are. Those 3 feet. So then bring a female cow in that's a bait. You tie her up. And bring a bull in and as the bull jumping on the cow, you bring a rocket launcher on its penis. Anyway, over the moon. My goodness. 30th cigarette I've ever heard in my life. So, how long did it take you? Were you showing the bull any kind of porn, perhaps dudetrainers.com? Well, we didn't do it that way. We did it the other way, which is easier. You just like put an election. You don't have to pass it. It just comes. Wow. Now I know what you do. Joke. You know, and you catch it with a cup. It kind of looks like powdered ice cream. What do you do with it? You put in liquid nitrogen to keep it cold. Why are you doing this stuff? Oh, 3 cows. One cup. Oh, 500 cows. I hate it. And a drink. Do you drink it? Wow. One load can breed 5 yes 3 pounds. I'm not. You can see the sheets. No, I'm not in the sheet. Leona right there. Anyways, I love it, Rich. What do you think is one of the most like hillbilly things about you? What do you think you still do, but you're like not just so country? I don't know. I was here in Austin like 3 weeks ago. The first night I went out, I went to the place that has a mechanical ball. Trying to find it, but it was broken. So then I convinced the people that I could fix it. They let me try to fix it for half an hour. What happened? Then you turn it off. No, I wasn't able to fix it. I convinced him I was an electrical engineer. Rich, and you had any out. The reason why you could have laughed on episode 500 was while since we're with the lady, right? You got lucky and all. No, I never thought so. Wow. Did you at least even talk to the girls or anything like that? Yeah, sometimes. It didn't really go for you. Where do you think it goes wrong? I don't know. I just don't. But I just, I don't know. I'm not interested in all the city girls as much. I like country girls more. I'm intimidated by the city girls. Really, because I don't know what you're talking about. Right. You're from Ulster. Right. Yeah. So you're looking to find yourself a real nice country girl. Yeah. At least about things. About an acre. Yeah. Place. Wow. Wow. So I've touched on it. Since there's nobody else in here, you are probably more than anyone else. Yeah, you know that for all that it's worth. One morning, everybody hear that? The only thing you do is touch a guy that just made that exact joke. Are you living here now? Yes. Yeah. It's awesome. It's a big city. Oh, massive. What part of one blocks? 3 clothes, bro. It's wedding, whatever the hell. Snap down is don't you run it. Look at it. They all lined up. Him and Ron White lined up. I'm not, like, get away from all the traffic and homeless. Yeah, right. Living on. Very, very interesting, Rich. You chew tobacco? Yeah, what kind of tobacco do you chew? Copenhagen. You are the real deal. I think it's east of here. Yeah, east of here. Okay, you know, this to get here. Ride my horse. Damn it, I need to get home. Sit here, I don't know anywhere to pack your horse. We found the North Star, so I can get my ass home. You drive? Yeah, what kind of car do you have? So I have a Prius. Oh, yeah. You're a city boy. It's the closest thing that gas miles and a horse gets. Oh my god. Jeez. What you think when you said that you used to big vagina on a wall? I didn't realize you were talking about I hate France so much. Shark was actually facial hair strips and stuff. Shitting a Kaylee squirting over the screen. One of them like little Roman mountains. Do you think Richard Schroeder is a real champ? You? Oh, Rich, what do you think about that? You think you can handle a girl like Kaylee? Wow. All the testosterone like your body right behind you. Rich, always fun to have you on, man. Congratulations. Great second appearance there. Richard Schroeder. Last we just have time for one more regular, everybody. This young man, very Tony famously beat the entire system of comedy over his second city, over 2 decades of experience. At second city, got diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and decided to change the stream. Being a stand-up comedian was a regular on the show immediately. After that, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great, powerful Michael Lehrer, everyone. Here he is. Always exciting, always a brand new hit from Michael. Absolute crowd favorite here. And Austin resident. Here he is, everybody. Michael Lehrer, everyone. Come on. Your final comedian of the night. There it is, Michael Lehrer, everybody. Absolute shredding up here. Great segment for this. Just for the record, first time you mentioned that the record show, and he said I do it all the time, and he always also maybe I'm doing something right. What do you think Phil Jackson had to coach Michael Jordan, my friend? And Michael Jordan wasn't in a fucking wheelchair, by the way. He used to be a roller with the 6 feet or whatever. Literally 3 feet long. I did. I streamed Michael Jordan's series of 3. Absolutely. We were having coffee together, and that's the one way to tell this that my mind was completely blown. David, fucking sure was Boris through his fucking nostrils. I'm like, wow, I'm like, this is the most handicapped part about you, Michael. Wait cheap nose trimmer, and that thing was fucking working overtime. We got it done. I swear to God, I've never seen it in my life. Like I cleaned up and it's you trying to make me look like a bad guy at the beginning of this interview, and then you got to tell me that I trimmed your nose. That's what you real asshole. Oh, yeah. Look at that, everybody. Their slash girlfriend Colette is moving to Hawks. That's right. That's right. The thunderstorm is coming. Absolutely. Colette is coming to rein you in a little bit, right? She's actually a good woman. I got really sad when you moved here without her. And she's my sweetheart. And I'm really you, but if you've seen Michael before, yeah, he deserves it. City shot. You can yes, 25. I know a midget lady in a wheelchair that literally is like that. You guys go roll around like Mario Kart. Like Princess Toad out there. Michael, what else? Anything else? There it is. Michael Lair, everybody. MichaelLairComedy.com. Drawing for Ryan J. He's up here. Let's look at the drawing for Chris Rogers. What we have up there? Should be some type of art. Michael Lair, MichaelLairComedy.com. I understand everybody. John D. Drawing for Chris Rogers. That's so cool. The Terminator. How to hammer Matt Mueling on guitar. John D. on the keys. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Thank you to all the comedians that were on tonight. Here's the driver, Brian Dave. Wow, take a look at that. Amazing shapes, like a James Bond type of theme. Very, very awesome stuff. Brian Dave on top of the Sony coloring book. All the demos. Make sure you check out. I've been saying since day one. The first time I brought this guy on the show, Tim Dillon, I said, this is the future. He's got that. And now, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. How about one more thing? How long can this place be for Tim Dillon, everybody? Here's to the year 2018, 2019, 2020. Already on its way to get taken into 2021. If you're not, and I know that you are, you guys are fans of the show, the real biggest comedy fans. You guys talk about comedy, comedians sometimes, comedians about comedy. So I'm sure you already are, but if you're not, of course, become a fan of the Patreon member of the Tim Dillon Show. Get engaged. This is the future and the present right here. We love you, Tim Dillon. And thank you to Have you ever did anything else? Maybe I should. Wednesday and every week at all. Check it out. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, audience. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Everybody, it's the real life show. So what makes this podcast different is you guys are here. Right, right. Hey, everybody. How exciting. A great church going start the show we have. And it contains this course happening in the ticket scalpers. Getting that stuff. No, it's not me telling you how to shoot. Yeah, we really not fire. It's on the scalpers. Just go there. And So why not swing by and report on Monday and see if tickets are available in the door? You can 15 minutes after the show starts, your bus starts seating is human beings anyway. For those of you that are here, buy your ticket, make a way for you, make some noise, everybody. We're here. It's a Monday night. No one has more fun than us. Very, very, very exciting stuff happening in free running. J all the way in Los Angeles, California, drawing tonight's episode. All friends from Noble Ryan, JBL.com. Make the new Tony the color book. Other fun stuff on the way. Big stuff coming there. Ryan, JBL.com. If you commit to a road episode or anything like that, the Western show is still available. We also have a local artist, Chris Rogers, right behind us. Many draws every week live from live audience. We're all stepped up on food thanks to our friend Yoni over at Best Barbecue Show and Smokehouse Golden Acres. I swear to God, people, it's not just like a sponsor that we would talk about because they give us food or money or anything. We're literally massive fans. The raving reviews of people that we have here every single week. This is amazing. Literally, and you know, I've never seen in the country one of the best Philly cheesesteaks I've ever had in my life. Brisket patty, and the crunch wrap supreme. If you like the Taco Bell crunch wrap supreme, they have their version of it. And you guys have to check it out. It's called CM Smokehouse Golden Acres. Make a Monday routine out of it at CM Smokehouse Golden Acres. Support the show. Come see Kill Tony. Go to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose afterwards. Kill Tony, super active. Hi, Amp the Man, everybody are here. John B. South Wing and Steve Bishop thinks vodka. Kill Tony, man, from here, I think vodka. Alkaline vodka. John D. South this week. I'm going to step out the Great Dean Madness out front tonight. Had some fun with my boy D. Madness. Friends of Jackson on the guitar on electric guitar. Matt Mueling is here, everybody. It's a collection of Mario Victory tickets at HEB. Oh, it's HEB here, huh? Where are my HEB people? We love HEB here. Now with a big band coming off of one, if not one of, coming off of the biggest Mexican drum off in the history of the show. Drummer Michael Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, all local Austin talent. This place is filled with great musicians, and we're super, super excited about tonight's show. We have a fun one for you. But before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, are you hiring for spring? What type of role are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats. It can be challenging. Or you might have a simple position to fill that's taking forever to find someone with a great fit for your company. That's where ZipRecruiter comes in. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And now you can try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. If you need to hire a civil engineer in New York, a nurse in Nebraska, an attorney in Colorado, or a mascot in Missouri, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter even if you call the candidate with the first name. From accountants, law, logistics, and everything in between, ZipRecruiter makes hiring easier. And right now, you can try it for free at only our listeners get it. Link ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. If you go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony today, try ZipRecruiter for free. You get credit for sending you. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. You know ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. Speaking of yours, clogged sinks, baby engine, when things break around the house, you take care of it. However, when something's off in the bedroom, you just try to not think about it. Come on, eh? What are you waiting for? Take care of it. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now. With Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED, offering comfort and privacy in your own home. The U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan, and if medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and it's free. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a healthcare professional and take care of it. For advanced go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get $15 off your first month. It's really time to take care of your ED. And remember, get started today and you'll save $15 on your first order of ED treatment. Use the code TONY to help with your bounty. And we're back. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? Live from Anselms in Austin, Texas. Every single one of these episodes, we always have one or two of my favorite human beings from some of the best comedians in the world. This is a big one. For those of you that are real comedy fans, you're about to lose your fucking mind because this guy in episode legend at the Comedy Store closed the name room under Mincy Shore's tutelage for decades. Everybody, this is the guy that all of your favorite comedians hustle into the room to go watch. He's the guy that your favorite comedians watch late at night. He's an insane man, Comedy Store legend, Kill Tony legend. Make some fucking noise for the great and powerful Brian Olsen, everybody. Oh shit. Oh, this is one of those off the rails episodes. Our man, the wild goat, Brian Olsen. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian, how are you? We're gonna have so much fun. Let's get this party started, shall we? Is there anything I'm missing? I don't think so. You guys know how the show works. We have a record here tonight. By the way, make some noise. It's a record sign-ups here tonight. We hit over 85 sign-ups for the show. People are up on the second floor watching a screen, a giant screen, watching the stream of the show that you're in the room watching. Hoping that I pull one of their names out of this here bucket. You might pull their name in 60 seconds, uninterrupted. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of the kid. I need to wrap it up. Earl Sugar got the angry warehouse instrument fair. Jared is there's a sheep bird for good measure. Ultimate gets excited when he hears the animals. You guys ready to start the show? Anything can happen. It could be a local legend I pull out of the bucket. It could be one of you. Perhaps you've signed up for your first time ever doing stand-up comedy here tonight. You guys sure you're ready to start the show? Come on. This is Austin, Texas. Home of the Blues. Are you guys ready for a great day Monday? There you go. Okay, good enough. Let's stick that. Yeah, amen. All right. Definitely Monday energies tonight. We have some tables, some older people right here. Make some noise for the older people, everybody. Freshly vaccinated. Don't forget to shut your fucking mouth off. That's right. And here we go. Show starts now. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to a man named Paul Cypher. Paul Cypher is gonna start tonight's show. Very, very exciting stuff. Paul Cypher is coming to the stage for one of me. There he is. Paul Cypher. Here we go. Here he comes. Watch me. Paul Cypher. Here he is. Everybody make some noise for your first comedian tonight, Paul Cypher. I'm so happy to be here. I had a really rough weekend. I got hit by a same truck driver 2 times this weekend. I was sitting in the passenger seat. My dad punched me in my eyes. So happens when you back to the radio. Used to be in a band. We had to break up. My drummer wanted to go for an indie rock vibe, and I wanted to have sex with my girlfriend. So it's created differences, really. I'm a vegan. I'm being a vegan for my day job, not a job. I'm a vegan exterminator. First off, vegan exterminator is not their username on an alt-right subreddit, I'm gonna be honest. I'm like the average guy who works at Best Buy. I'm Jim and I only help me here Geek Squad today. The problem here, Paul, is there's a lot of dirt in the charging for it. And it's still, so it's gonna ruin your family. Yeah, here he is. It's spot on. Paul Cypher, everybody. Hell yeah. Paul, this shit's your first time on, right? Absolutely. You look like a healthy Eden Donald. Hell yeah. Eden Donald. Welcome, Paul. How long have you been on stand-up comedy? For 3 years old living here in Austin.
No, I just moved here. Beginning of April.
It's your first time in
Yes,
Austin.
I guess. I look quite a lot of people from Austin, so
Yeah, it's you too. Where do you move from?
Massachusetts, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Wow, Worcester. We just had someone else
She's
here.
my roommate.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. You made the drive from Worcester.
Yep, we actually drove down like a convoy to get there.
Okay. Just do you?
Yep, and then we have another roommate from Worcester. Also, they should drive down with us, but else
And you live in Worcester.
after Worcester.
You all may live together.
Yeah.
You seem very close with these guys. You ever do anything wacky with them? Yeah, meet and you meet those types of players. Your girlfriend, Paul? No. Like you went on a date?
Yes.
Really? Oh my god, tell us about it. How do you find this girl?
She's comic, so I don't want to talk about it.
Come on. It's okay. Yeah, she trusts me. She will throw you under the bus in a heartbeat if she was up here right now. So, like, what, you guys were like doing an open mic or something like that? And,
Yeah, I found her, like, she had her guys when I was here. We just went out just last night to get the last time. So, I'm waiting. Maybe my girlfriend's situation, but it's too early to call.
oh, she's gonna love it. She's gonna get so wet when she hears this part of the podcast. Enjoying the kiss or anything last night? Anything great?
Yeah, a little bit of that.
Heavy petting? What are we talking about? Heavy petting? What do you think that's meant? Three fingers? Heavy petting to exterminate that pussy. So what is heavy petting exactly? Oh, what is that picture of? Yeah. Oh, shit, dude. When you grind and you have like crash. Did you have blue balls? You a little upset Nelly after the hang? I know, but to answer my question, you've never had blue balls? Really? Jeez, you might have one.
Blue ball when I'm like 30.
Oh, that one. Really? Not over the pants either, Paul. We're going under the pants when we fuck. You seem like a really cool guy. What else about you would be like super fun? You're not doing stand up. Alright, how exciting. What kind of video games are we talking about? Okay. Alright, what else? What other than video games? What would be something a little bit more exciting than video games? Okay. What do you walk around? Like trails? Walk around. Listen to music. What kind of music do you listen to? Okay. You ever been in a band or anything like that?
Like 5 years ago.
What's the name of the band?
Red?
Red?
Red R-E-D. That's French for like red.
Can you give us a little example? Sing us a little of you had something positively had coming on the show and getting introduced to, hundreds of thousands of the biggest stand-up comedy fans in the world. They're the fucking barriers to all everyone. How many do you think you should sing a line from one song right now? Yeah, like a James, right? Okay, well, excellent. I know, but you're really, really getting it away like a magician thing. It's like a pigeon that goes out of my sleeve. I guess I'm supposed to surprise the audience with yelling at it. It's really off like that. Now I can now look at your body language, you're crossing your arms, everything's shutting down. What kind of fun finger crosses are like that? All right. hyping you up. I will give you a little first peek at one of those wacky fucking like. You think St. Mathis knows what Everlong is? That's what he calls his dick. Come on, give him a wacky fucking, give him some, yeah, fucking, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Piper. Come on, sing it. Fucking yell, motherfucker. What the fuck is up, bro? Alright, stop. That's why I never got into fucking punk music. I never got it. You guys all act all tough. And you're like, hey, look at this. I did not want to do this today. Teenage angst, man. You grow out of it. I'm telling you, dude. Fucking got an AK-47 in the face. You know what I mean? Alright. All fun times. Thanks for getting the party started, boys. Great, great stuff. There you go. Cypress, everybody. Wait, Ethan Paul. God, you're running away like fucking, don't you know? Rothschild always gives presents to the guests. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, you're getting two gifts. That's a pair. That's a thong. Give that to your girl. You can slide that to the side. You're not gay if you wear it over your underwear. Very cool women's panties and a microphone keychain. Yeah, from Brian Austin. You know what? I got one more for you. Here's something really cool. Okay, this is a really cool thing. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but who better to give this to than a vegan? Do you use leather products? You don't? No. Are you gonna give this to this little Orient flavor well? It's a leather jumper handmade by King Adrian Cavazza. Are you gonna keep it for yourself? I swear to God, I might see you in a fucking comic. I'm gonna ask you to show me. And if you don't have it, I'm gonna blacklist you from this show forever. Alright, this is made by Adrian Cavazza. He's a Bozai on Instagram. I don't know if you guys can see that. It is an incredible handmade leather kiln Tony Joe. And there you go, that's for you. Bunch of gifts. Let me have the panties back. I can't have two. Here you go, Paul Cypress, everybody. He is on Instagram at Real Paul Cypress, CYPHERS. I didn't want to have Cannon and the fingers. Look at the bottom. He's a real holy cow, I got the Maximilian Music on his neck. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Red Rose, coming to the hand for our friend Campy Fun. She's here. That reminds me, the Red Rose this Thursday, people, is celebrating our 1-year anniversary, featuring adult film stars Teal Conrad and Nina Ellen, sponsored by Flashlight. Alien keep the microphones clean between every comedian. All right, here he is, your next comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Maximilian Manzacom, everybody. So guys, I can't tell what it means from Hispanic. I'm 5 years old, and she's 5'5". And my mom thinks if she plays basketball, she'll become athletic. So the family thinks, which is kind of weird, so honestly speaking, she has to be 6'4", 6'5". Just saying, give her a chance. She would have been a WWE, win $40,000. Some of you don't like that, but all of you don't go to WWE. I've been running recently, so I think I can relate to the 30 seconds now. 30 seconds into it, I'm like, man, I don't want to do this 30 minutes later. I'm like, you know, my legs are shaking. I'm getting all right, getting out of 48 seconds. Maximilian welcome to the show. You've been on here before, right? Next week, stay away from the bird. Welcome back. What did we find out 2 weeks ago when you were on? I ran with balls. Oh, that's right. See? Absolutely. What do you think about Alan, everybody, make noise for Alan here. Anything can happen. I've got somebody live from Atlanta tonight. All right, thank you guys. Give me applause. Like last place at this special one. So the first joke is all right. So I'm in Jordan, just out of Shreveport. Because that's how bad traffic is on Mopac. So if I'm dating times for me, one way they treat me like I am a god. No, not right. It's because they only talk to me. They need something. So there's a fascinating book that I would recommend. It's on the bestsellers list. It's on the history of thinking. I recommend everybody check it out. It's called Ultimate Life. Alright, so here we go. I'm trying this real fast in honor of there you go. Alan Garrett, everyone. A lot of people say this describes comedy as slightly funnier than pancreatic cancer. Incredible. Incredible talent. Welcome to the show. I love it. First time doing stand-up? 6 times. 6 times. Never have I did it before these kids started. Running underneath them. Alan, that was your last joke. I think that's the maybe for a neighbor here. Try it. It's not good. That much worse than everything else you said up there. I mean, it really. Oh, shit. Alan, how did you realize how bad the risk is? Like, it's really, you cannot be that much worse. Try it, Alan. Here we go. Alright, here we go. This is a real story, by the way. Alright, here we go. I too have gone to the effort to effort. I'm gonna take a shit. I'm gonna take a pause. I'm gonna hear some racks on it. Finish up the wow. There you go. I'll do that for I'm literally Alan, just take a breath. Breathe. Are you breathing at all? Have you been holding your breath the whole time? So Alan, let's talk about your life. Only the 6 times you started raising science, right? How long ago did you start? How many times did you disclose this? Stop it. How much you mean? Like, honestly, what 9 years. 9 years. Your first time performing 9 years. Yeah, I did 4 times in Florida. It's not like it was the first one. And not to kiss ass, but I wanted to be on stage again and sell the show. I really be honest, guys. Like the show. So much fun. It's amazing. I'm excited. Does it give you a hard on? Weird me on. Wearing those things, I think it's hard on. I don't know what that's like. Like a giant fucking roll of paper wrapped around it. I mean, fans over here. Alan, how old are you? I'm 40. You fought in the military, am I correct? I joined the military in like twice. What happened? How did you join the fight? I got in Jeff, so I became a desk across the field. What happened? How did you join the Nazis? Just not an English or a basketball class. Oh, my God. I am not picturing you playing basketball at all whatsoever. But I'm playing. I was drunk one night and then like deep madness with me, you, and that. Deep madness out front tonight. I love it. Alan. So let's talk about it. What else have you been doing your whole life? What do you do for a living? I got nothing. I don't park. Really? Can you give us a ballpark of what you do? Really? I'll tell you what I do on more time per month. Sure. So I'm a kayak guy. Check out the bats on the Congress Bridge. I'm a licensed instructor, so I got some great stories from one of those. You were shouting on stage tonight. Incredible. How long have you been doing that for? Well, over 10 years. job. Your cop? Oh, it is that good. Oh, shit. You can't admit to being a cop. I don't know about that. Alan, what else? What else about you? What's your love like? Like civilian kind of guy? Having a lady, tight net when you go out and do stand up and things like that, right? You know, we're never married. Oh yeah, especially if you're a police officer, you can do whatever you want with a lady. Pull over. Fact that you know that you're a cop. You accidentally admitted to being a police officer. Alright, Alan. What else? I feel like there's something else. Let me ask you. You seem like a real man, right? Sort of like a tough guy a little bit, right? What do you think is the coolest thing about you? The coolest thing about me? You seem like a real romantic. So nice. You know what? I mean, I don't know. I like to travel a lot. Play a lot of sports. What kind of sports? Sand volleyball, softball, sand volleyball. What line did you use? They only play women's sport. You know, sand volleyball, softball, pussy tag. Where do you find it? It's not a saying that lately guys going with sports and that's the industry saying that's saying I'm making those checks. Okay. Because I'm going to do those checks for events that I don't. Alright, Alan, what's the sport? Alright, Alan. Have you ever asked your parents why they name you Alan? D-A-L-L-O-N. It's a long sport. A long boring story. But we get into it. Alan, we will think about this, but they're all different shapes and sizes. Everybody get a different shot. I love your family show. I love that you came out here and gave a shot. It never works out when people do this thing that you're about to do. You could be the truth. I can tell you why. Okay. Oh, this is the worst. This is the worst. Am I getting any worse? Get ready. I can watch one second. I can watch I've been like Rothschild on this inside here the last 2 weeks. You're all about to call me out there. This is what's up. They have to want I want to get Joe Rogan's Mars to good. Okay, let me tell you something now. I asked him at one point to interview with the coolest thing about you. And he got, I don't know what it sounds like. He just literally asked for me coolest job ever invented. Look, I've never worked. Have you ever worked? Well, legit work. Not really. Because I literally asked you what you do for a living, and I can't tell you that, but I'll tell you my side job is kayaking and scuba diving. Nowhere can you mention Martin. It's literally been someone recruited and hired. People, literally comedians pay her money to hang out with them. That's who you're competing against. And she's already got the job now, and you're a psychopath for acting. I don't know what you're talking about. I know. How would you know? How would you know who's the biggest bartender in the comedy business? How can you watch this literally? Let's ask Joe exactly. This guy thinks, yeah, exactly. This guy thinks he should be doing what you think. I love that you had the ball pass, though. Wait, might be ball part. So, yeah, I'm sure. No, 100%. Maybe there's a thing, there's a thing with it, and it's like a lot of people ask for things when they're not qualified. How are you able to make it? It's just kind of very interesting. Tell us exactly your resume and exercise. I'll call Joe Rogan right now on speakerphone. What is your bartending resume? Like everybody, what? He's not gonna answer. Okay, Alan, he's not gonna answer your fucking phone call. Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. He's not gonna answer my phone call. He's gonna give me a ring of dick. He's not gonna answer you. You're fucking, I don't even care. Okay, I'll know what answers. And you gotta give me a recommendation. At least you hear yourself. Do you hear yourself? I'm just saying, you see your resume now. If I call him and he picks up, I have to give a recommendation. Do you even hear yourself? No, if he doesn't pick up, yeah, okay, shut the fuck up. Tell us your resume. Tell us your marketing resume. So, maybe actually, you know what? Matthew McConaughey is such a I've been talking more to his last one. You think I'm gonna tell y'all? You want a resume? I don't know. What else did you do? Yeah, dude, the job you're asking for, yeah. Yeah, and be on it. Be on it. I'm not going to go on a name drop. Yes, you go to the name drop. That's not a good I mean, all the private parties, like, I mean, all the private parties, like, literally, like, that's how many private parties. That's just over the doors. I don't know where you're at. Do you know how many comedy clubs there are across the country with bartenders who work for decades? Like, everyone knows that's how it's all though. You ask for a resume. I was trying to think of the most thing that I embrace your talks about. That's okay. No, I'm gonna have you. What did I'm gonna give you a drink. You can pick my beer bartender originated this morning. Okay, how about an old fashioned? Let's do something super easy. An old fashioned. I know this one you must know. This one is more personal. Really? Of course you can say that. How about a old fashioned? Very simple. I have delicious whiskey that I utilize now. I put on another local Boston brand that I have. I'm making an old fashioned. You need help. I'll tell you how to do it. But yeah, do you want sugar? There's no bottle free. That's really dope. Yeah, you know I bartended for years. You know this? Well, you just fucking learned, didn't you? She's never bummed through. You never asked bummed through real fast. Never know one. You can add an orange rind. You can have look at the bartender shaking their fucking head back there. Literally going like this. They want to cut your fucking head off. You're like a little bartender there. Shocked that you're asking for this. Hold on, just want to say something very fucking great. How many of you people think we should break a glass over this guy's head right now? We're gonna let you off. Everybody, there you go. Alan Garrett, everybody. An extra long interview. Alan, thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. Kaylee Book, give them a little kick in the rear. Kaylee Book more qualified to be the bartender at Rocket Club. Still has an ask for it. Alan Garrett decided to use it. Wait, remember before he asked me about that, I said it never goes well. By the way, he's pretty drinks, like 2 out of 2 drinks, dude. But to be fair, the one I had from the Commonwealth does have 71 ingredients in it. But an old fashioned really only has 3. And it's whiskey. Half the amount of sweet vermouth for that whiskey, 2 whiskey to Unbelievable. He's definitely a cop, right? Totally a cop. Totally a cop. By the way, on the way green. Yep. Okay, I got getting pulled over on the way to the show. And I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. And then I'm pulled over and just give me a face sign and went away. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. That's what's going on. Shout out to the how many people love the police here in Austin? Okay, now I'm ready to get the baseline. Just checking. How do you love HED? How about the police? Oh, okay. No, HED. All right, here he is, everybody. Three. Oh, this is a dangerous group. Doing this that long, but I think still doing this on convenience are really encouraging. Someone comes in after 12 months into work, they call it really good, but now they're plenty. I'll show you windows for that. I'm going to go into sort of like half of that, but I can only afford one. If I was person to ask me for some change, so I took a shit off his front steps. One-way road, it's a two-way road, three-way stop. But I'm in a three-way stop. I actually did I actually did find out I found out I was buying my bicycle, so I had to ride on a stop sign. I wish I had goats, but I did everything want to be a prop comedian, but you guys know how that story goes. Warren Green, everybody. Warren, I love your set. How would you like to be the new bartender at Joe Rogan's Comedy Club? I think you're overqualified. I love you as the producer on the podcast. You're incredible. So glad you're here. Hell yeah. Warren, welcome to the show. How are you doing stand-up? Alright, awesome. You're right. You're on fucking great pace, man. Doing a real joke. Fucking got smoking gallon air out of the water. He's a smooth guy. That part. I was really nervous. And you're like, shit, you see this shit in front of you, and you go, oh, I swear to God, that's the story of my first time ever at the comedy store. Was the first time I ever signed up for an open mic. Was my very first time at a comedy club, and I somehow got out of 15 people. I somehow was lucky enough to be like the real legend, and I watched this first time first. I'm like, I don't belong here. This is crazy. I'm starting at a comedy store, and I watch people, and I'm like, I might be one of the greatest comedians of all time. I would have one person. I think a big picture. It really is incredible. Thank you. Shout out to all the horrible comics. They keep mediocre comics going. And they can one day become great. Support. Talk about your life. How old are you? 24 years old. Fucking baby there out here. It's nice. 24 years old. Right. You're a security guard. Security guard. What do you ever have any rules? I want to say
useless to the people paying it. To them, they're very valuable. Worth 13 an hour.
Hell yeah. Yeah, an hour. Or agree. What else? You're 24 years old. It's 24-year-olds work for fun nowadays. You got their get yourself split on banana peel or something like that. How about you? What do you?
I will still work out, but you know, with this lab, instead of
Where do you ski? Oh, okay. You live in Minnesota. Oh, okay. Have you ever thought about getting a lease? Maybe it's a budget for chase for sure. What else? What else? Keep on talking about your life. Surprise us. Family or upbringing or something else. Oh my goodness. You're the lead. Wow. What was your fraternity number? Good job. Good job. What's your love life like for it? I mean, you try have you ever been with a girl and take your glasses off and shake your head like that? Turn into like a hot guy? Then you, have you ever tried? Have you thought about trying it? How many do you think you should try it right now? Wait. Take your time. Take your time. I think it was a bit. We used to agree more with the class. And there's some fun chicks in here that will fuck anyone. Shut it down and play. What's that weight thing? 28, 29? 29, there you go. You know how I know that? We have the same waist, my friend. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what. It was good. And you know what? For your hard work, not only is it Brad going to give you a gift, but I'm going to give you one of the extremely limited edition. You were here just for the book. Really? You'll use that? You get the player California Joe Cook for Adrian. Buy on Instagram. BBONE. Game for one. I heard the keychain. Yeah. Panties on the polo store, dude. Unless you're about to ask for a job, you're not or anything like that. We're good. Or you're interviewing me on social media. Or great on fun here tonight. Hey, I think we should be doing a special treat. You guys want a special treat? How many of you have been Tony for a long time? Well, then you're gonna love this, everybody. All the way from Los Angeles, California. I mean, this guy, an absolute murder. Very, very, very famously incredible joke writer, incredible wrestler, a prolific Tony regular. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only, everybody here. decided to shoot more often. This relationship will work. How did you make a person by being quiet? Might as well shake it out. Slave used the word from son
How often you're here from Montana? Yeah, man. Like you actually poured something up in the camouflage tonight. Right, we need to hold on for the end. Right, I'm getting more and more excited to go around the show. Actually, there you go. Here we go. Here we go. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, and you say that. I don't see a ring in it. Rock, sure. I don't really know about that. But you're shaped like a basketball. You're good on the court. Makes sense. You're right next to Chicago. Wait, city. For the record, I've never owned a camel. I love the original. Good at dunking. No, you run a lot of girls. The words rebound. When you look up the head strong, are you a big fan of basketball? You are a big fan of Kentucky. You are always Jackson. Chicago Bulls. David specializes in eating press. The only time David talks about is when he's leaving a restaurant. To go box. How did you get it now? David would be with you at the front end. Oh yeah. All right, so my favorite share whatever. He destroys so
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they realize what's going on. Kaylee is promoting something on this stage. So brought to you by Big Vodka. I don't know what's happening here with Big Vodka. Oh my god, Kaylee, why are you doing it? No, you can't stop it. You're being fucking beyond disgusting right now. Yeah, alright. This is slow breaking. No, you shut the fuck up. I don't care if you make me sitting on the stage right now, Darren. Jesus Christ. What's the redeeming quality of you here? I fucking hate you right now. You need to read this shit. Think about the question I just asked. You didn't give an answer. You didn't get a read. So I'm like, are you listening at all? You're talking while I'm here talking. Give me a reason to like you here. I'm trying to get past that when I can. You know, I'm doing this is my third time on the stage, so pretty much here in general. So if you follow that answer, yes, that was my answer. Shit. Anyone ever told you your money before? Yeah, I've had that times. Many a time, unfortunately, they don't want why. If you work at an autistic hospital or something like that, I think they lay to autistic homes. Yes, that's exactly that. Community work. So I work over at, well, if you want to say, also just that, I sell a lot of, so work with mentorship or whatever these clients, whatever it's funny here. They shut up, shut up, shut up. Listen to me. You can open mics up great. Take a couple stop signing up for this show. We can other open mics. Try different things. Don't ever do this fucking nothing worse than a bad Amy Schumer joke. Like, I mean, if you're gonna bring up Amy Schumer, you gotta bring that fucking thing out of the park. You gotta hit the thing head. I mean, there's so much there to make fun of. You're talking about stealing at breakfast stop, for sure. Also, may I make this suggestion? When you're ever on a podcast, to listen to what's happening in the current time. Like, if someone's talking at the exact moment, making that number at this moment. There he goes, Aaron Fitz, everybody. First time, it's been first try, other open mics, and I'm off. Very rarely do I tell someone not to sign up. There he goes, Aaron, there he goes. There he goes. Almost walking off the side of the stage. How loud can this place move for Aaron Fitz, huh? He is a firecracker tonight. He keep that middle finger to himself. I am all and on day. Maybe not on 70 Man, you want to get it? Jack Timmons is next. Jack Timmons is the next on Joe Tony. That's right. Jack Timmons. You guys having fun out there? Anybody thinking about signing up next week? There's one chick that's delusional. Guys, you want a woman up here? Alright, we'll do that next. We'll roll until we get a woman up here. There you go. Absolutely. Did you sign up? You signed up? Okay. Here he is, Jack Timmons, everybody. Hey. Guys, my dad's kind of gay. My other dad is really gay. That's cool. They wrestle sometimes. They sort of look like they're one. I thought they were having sex too. They're gay. They're just like the referee. So I really don't know what's going on. I'll be honest. Having gay dads is cool. It's like when you're a kid, some kid will come up and be like, "My dad will kick this shit out of your dad." You're like, "Oh, buddy, that's tag team by my friend." And then you add it there, yeah, that's 2-on-1. That's just a numbers game, baby. Oh, prison style. They wrestle. They know what they're doing. I'll come to school the next day and pick you up just like usual. Except this time you stand in between my two gay dads. It's holding their pockets. This is my third gay dad. Dresses like a referee. That was close. Alright, there we go. Did it? Sure, absolutely. Jack Timmons, everybody. Jack, you've been on the show before? Yeah. What happened? time you were on Ryan. Joe and Adam. What happened? Well, we find out in your interview part with my job. Oh yeah. By the way, you had come on like the country club. I like the deal. So okay. I'm just saying you work at a country club. Yeah. Awesome. No, okay. That's great. That sounds awesome. I will. Message me on Instagram or something like that. Yeah, I got you. Okay. So, I'll play your country club. I love it. So Jack, you work at a country club. You're a personal trainer. You do that, okay? No, my uncle. But your uncle's gay? Not like blood related, but he's very gay. So very fuck around. No, not like that. Like, you have a gay uncle. Yeah, but not a blood uncle. No. What do you mean? He was my dad's RA college. That's right. RA with like he plays president. Rear admiral. So what did he do for work? My dad. So your gay uncle, he gets the shit on your boring ass dad. Fucking uncle, my friend. He's like a I don't know, he does like sales stuff, but like he never tells me. It's more interesting. It's like really boring stuff, but I don't even know what the title is. What does your look like that? Seem like I'm single right now, man. Yeah. What are you into? What's your dream girl or boy? What are they like? What kind of the audience is someone that you consider your type? Shit, anyway. Anyone that's gonna have sex with me, back there, stay up, maybe. Oh, okay. So, nobody. Yeah. You're really gave yourself all there, and you and have you been in a relationship? Yeah, last relationship was like 8 months. How long did you for? A year and a half. Okay. What happened? Broke up. I was 60,000 exits. What's this guy? I am from Fox. Yeah, you broke up. She broke up with you, or you broke up with her, or him, or what? Broke up with him. She broke up with you. Yeah. Why? I don't know. She was fat. I just said, were you a personal trainer back then? Yeah. So little fat boy. Yeah. You now. I know. That girl know that you got in shape and that you're cool and like next to we don't do anything anymore. You don't? Really? You were together for a year and a half. She doesn't know anything about you? Yeah, I drank a lot after we broke up and then woke up a lot of texts I probably shouldn't have said. I should like what? Can you give us an example of like yeah, well, you know, like when you like there's always been like text you sent like I want to avoid like break strap. You're like this is good one. And I got fucking sent that one like 5 times. Oh shit. She was just getting railed at the time. There's no way I'm gonna do it. I was really highlighting the fact that she made a good decision. And everyone does. But now, do you think she'd be into this 60 pounds less, more muscular? Is this your man? But working partners for glasses or something like that. We're gonna do this street makeover. We're right on the street guy. Yeah. I don't know. I asked her, but you don't even care. You don't know. I don't care. The last time you went on a date? 8 months ago. Really? When the last time you kissed a girl? 8 months ago? 8 months ago. 8 months is a long time. Is there a girl in the audience who wants to give this guy a kiss? It's a California. It's a California tradition. We have the best dance here in California. If there's an audience of ever any woman out there with the courage to come up and give this man an 8 month, the crowd will go wild. Everybody will appreciate you. And we never failed this. We know that there's a girl out there that's willing to do this. It's really big. Well, shout out your Instagram. You can do it. Oh, there they gay guy in the audience willing to kiss this man on the lips. Shit. Dang, huh? Nobody? No, no, Bailey. How's funny if Bailey does that? There's not a single lady out here that wants to give this guy a kiss. Here's someone's bad man. Are you vaccinated? Are you vaccinated? Have you had the coronavirus yet? I'm working on it. Hold on, Bailey wants to check you out. All right. Bailey, hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. Stop your ears. This show is chaos right now. How about another ampersand? Everybody, there you go. On social media, sexy tool shit, all one word. Fucking knows your sexy tool shit on social media. Take your underwear and another microphone. That's fun with alien. Yeah, they're not tired. We don't do that again. We love you. Really, what a good spirit up here. No other ladies wanted to make fun of me. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull a female comedian out. I promised before this that I was going to. And now, no one wanted to have fun. Let's do Charler Adams next time. Charler. That's the new name. Maybe a lady. We'll see what happens. I've never heard of a Charler before. Anything can happen here. Okay, go. My fault. I should be. Oh wow, here comes Charler Adams. Nope, keep on that way. You're doing the right thing, Charler. Nope, nope, not that way, Charler. Come on, keep coming forward. Hey, there he is. There he is. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I already know this is gonna be great. Make some noise one more time. Come on, detective. It's Charler Adams. Hell yeah, Charles Adams. I'm sorry that I called you Charler because your pets look like Nar the way they was written. We call them Nar dog. When you can't quite read it, like how? Charles, you've been on the show before. You cannot. You did a joke about how you like slice the cover really well. Everybody. I know, man. Charles, I'm just staring at it right now. Great energy, real great stage presence. I like about 12 years. I'm on golf here in Austin. Austin. Born and raised. We haven't done because we almost never, by the way, it's one of the only cities we've ever been to. We almost never done anybody from the city. Tell us some fun things about Austin we need to try out. You seem like you have a lot of things that we have to try out. Really? You go to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose? Really? Well, you know what we're going to change that. We need to think about else. What else, Charles? What else do you like about Austin? A restaurant? Jamaican Tony? Into shape. Am I saying that right? Shape. Yeah, exactly. And you end up going there, and you find that place, and then you find out you're recommended three other places. So the list never gets short. Essentially, that's why everybody's making six. I know. That's the one thing. You gotta eat everywhere. The weird thing is that we know that you spend it down 3 or 4 times a year. There's nothing like authentic Texas food. Something about it. It's everywhere. Travel the entire world. There's not a city like this. How do you stay in shape, Charles? How do you stay away from looking like you? How do you stay in shape? You seem like you would be the coolest fucking middle school teacher you could possibly imagine. My God, I got like very Charles, what else? What did we not find out by the last time you were on the show? Anything that you do or that you're able to do? awesome, man. Mohawk, awesome. Very cool. What's your favorite show that you've seen? I had like a show in gas company last week on Saturday night, and they had a show after that. They had like an 11 p.m. show, and I went show it, I went back into the green room just to see if like people that were in there or whatever, and I felt like awesome. And I walked in, just one guy sitting there, and this young adult was Tennessee rapper. Okay, maybe nobody knows who I'm talking about. Charles, can you back me up here? You young adult. Oh, you did? Oh, wow, man, what? your priorities straight. Emily, everybody, Shades of Garrett. Incredible story. Twist ending, not ending the punchline. The unexpected, right? You really even stop touching women on the stage. Flashback to the decade right now. Even touch random women. Hey, surround yourself. When you hold on to the handshake, blowing an abnormal amount of things. Double hand blowing. Emily, welcome back to the show. How long have you been doing this topic? So I did it for about a year before the pandemic hit, and then that shit happened. So here I am now. Yes, yes. Hold on a second. There's a oh, it's just you. Oh, I thought you were going. Yeah, I felt that. That's what we call grazing. It's grazing. It's grazing. So Emily, okay. And but your parents, I remember your parents on Skank Fest doing really well, right? Stories for a long form here. One of my favorite parts of that show you know, this young lady here in the front screaming beautiful all night. My favorite thing is doing about 40 seconds into the set. The bit of screaming is triggering experience. I love her just staring at me like this. She goes, oh, women, wait, why are we making fun of female comedians sometimes? Because they don't support each other. One of the most hilarious things she literally goes, Mary heard that, kind of being a funny moment. So I think you're probably just bad. Maybe you honestly wish you could give girl a chance. Alright, Emily, you stay on the bench, stand back here. No, not on the flat, Brian. You stand back here, you want a fresh mic or are you good? You need a fresh mic or like a real fucking diva? Only vaccinated, what's your name? What? Deanne Wallen, please. Deanne Wallen, everybody. Here she comes. Already getting under for Brian. Flying around the room. I think we'll take Billy and D-Man is one of the ladies and gentlemen, here she is. One more time for Deanne Wallen. The clock starts now. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so tell me how like they'll tell me, but I just like that name like very good. I just like about Tony maybe like me. You know like people like you, right? I mean I've done that before. It's not like a last stint thing. Maybe like a day or two. But I've also done like Whataburger. That's more free will. And you know you're eating burger out of it. I feel like it's like a California crowd. You don't know what a burger is like in and out. Like technically. Okay. Oh, yikes. Okay. Okay, so I feel like the pandemic has disproportionately impacted single people. Maybe that's like super fucking long during the pandemic as a single person. I feel like I spent so much time like masturbating and looking out the window. Because like I feel like just like looking out the window like at how like you see like turns me on. I'm horny and whatever like me. Okay, so my the low point of the pandemic for me was okay, so I was dating my boyfriend and I took an Amtrak. Like, have you guys ever had like a boyfriend or girlfriend where you're like not actually your boyfriend or girlfriend, but then you thought you were? So I love an Amtrak. I'm looking at your middle Amtrak. Oh my god, shit, man, it's a real conundrum here. I thought Emily getting silent throughout was bad. Somehow the end was fucking awful. For the audience halfway through that. I do you feel like that went?
I feel like it went better than zero.
Yeah, you're thinking of Jared Fitz. I'm not gonna forget that name.
Like his stance was making me nervous. It was so wide. Like I know it can't make me nervous. Like his stance made me nervous.
So let me ask you something. That's what you thought it was gonna go.
I mean, I'm not like
Have you ever done it before? It's your first set.
oh my cherry.
Very, very good. I thought that was great.
Like when the actual cherry was very much, I tried halfway through, so I can do that.
Cherry. Wait, what?
Like when my actual cherry was up, I cried. Like I couldn't cry this time too. You guys want?
Let's just see. Let's see what the audience thinks. It's a real battle of titans here, and I think we should let the audience decide. A lot of people think I'm a mean guy. It's not that I'm mean making it. I'm gonna let the audience decide which.
I liked it, and I'm gonna be like, girl,
Oh, look, you're trying to fucking fix your reputation right now. This is Joe Biden 2 weeks before the election. Like, no, I swear I can talk. Hold on, hold it. Okay, yeah, let's see what's happening. All right, how many of you have Emily? And how many of you have Leanne? Oh, shit. Oh my god, the guys in the fucking are trying to cover the mouth thing where we're trying to make it seem like the whole audience is going there. Leanne, is this something you think you're going to try again?
yeah.
Is this something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah. I realized, like, if I'm like a single teardrop, right?
Oh, you don't like it? What? What did you not like about it?
Yeah.
Is that what you just asked? Okay, well,
I like the feedback. I'm coachable.
okay. Well, too much deep. Too much. What does that mean? Okay, that's fine.
There's a really bad table of old people if you don't want to.
Okay, well, still try it. Don't drag that table of people that support the elderly. Here, by the way, just give a just like I'm not old at all. I'm not old at all. Andy, what do you think about these rules? What do you? Wait a minute. Wait, there's a bird chick? Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
She's got better shades on her.
What is happening? I just realized we're in her pajamas right now.
Like, well, let's say, take
Just what we have to do.
it's up to you.
What's your name?
I had run down here because this guy, so I was like waiting.
Really?
Yeah, I was waiting there.
What were you just waiting?
It was like,
Guy, no communication with a girl runs down here to get here.
and a guy,
Right.
they gave me the underwear.
Okay. What's your name?
Christine.
Christine. And you've done stand-up before?
Yeah.
You just think we should give Christine 1 minute. All right. Here it is. For all the redemption of all the female comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 1 minute from Christine. Everybody make the noise for Christine. The scream clap to begin the momentum of a 1 minute.
I'm here to defend Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a monster. Look, the youngest girl was 14. Do you remember who you were? 14, what you were doing? I was a slut. A lot of us were sluts at that time. Love and sexy. Listen to me, a 14-year-old is not a child. You cannot trick or treat when you are 14. You are not allowed to trick or treat. You are not a child. Plus, we killed an innocent man. He had private yacht, private island, millions of dollars, private planes. Man, I would remember the pictures. If he had hit me up when I was 14, my parents would have driven me to the airport just to meet him. Okay, thank you guys for that time.
Here it is. 15 seconds. exciting. How many do you think Christine took in here today? All right. Look at that, ladies. Good morning, ladies. I love it. And
So you tell me to get off. Yeah, you took it. I'll get on stand comedy. 2 years.
all the here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah. And
When did you move here?
yesterday.
Wow, look at that. Jesus. Storming right in.
I'll be fine. I'm not gonna throw trash.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. What do you think's happening right now? Do you think? Brand man, no, that's not how it works. God damn it, brand man. Unless you guys want to, in which case the crowd will go wild. All right, just kidding, everybody.
I don't know. Like I'll see these guys.
Really?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance yet.
What does MLB think about it?
Great weekends right now.
Pretty good with the way Bolton wins? We're not going to do it.
I don't know what live.
We created a rocket. Here it is. Are you going to hang out in the green room at Bolton? Oh, red man. Red man. You're out of control. I love it. It takes a lot of courage to get up here. Emily, thank you so much for signing up. Christine, thank you so much for storming the stage and coming up here. Give Emily the gift of courage to go and get champ up here.
Emily, there's something else fun about you. What was it? Do you like your friends or something like that? I mean, like I might find time. Did you want body slam someone on the show?
Did he?
That's right.
What, Jeremiah? Oh my goodness. And that dude still probably wants money, but I guess. Wow, I wonder if any other graduate people here. No, really? It's over. Play the net. 9:30 at night right now. Viewing Mississippi for 2 hours all around the place. Emily, thank you so much for coming on. Welcome to Austin, Texas. There she goes. MLB, everybody. She's on social media. MLB, spelled like Emma Live, 01. Yeah. 01. Alright, you guys ready to close the fucking show with a bang, huh? Austin, Texas, the young man rules the roost in Chicago, Illinois. It's the very famous Second City Improv Guru. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy diagnosed with ALS a couple years ago decided to knock it off the bucket list and do what he always actually wanted to do. Instead of being in an improv group, he wanted to be a stand-up comedian. Was diagnosed with American disease. He decided to chase it. He found it immediately made him a regular. He writes a brand new minute every single episode. Fully recovered from his March cocaine bender. Ladies and gentlemen, I send you the new and improved Michael Leonard. Michael Lear, absolutely incredible. I almost forgot what punchlines were like after the three female comedians were out here back to back to back. That was like you did so many jokes. Like, that was like having 71 female comedians on stage at once. Oh, you're being generous. Incredible. My goodness, just joke after joke after joke after joke with actual very very funny punchlines. Like that. Someday, I promise you someday. And Michael Lear have a very interesting rivalry. These two hate each other. Michael Lear absolutely shredding Gary up in a new tiger outfit. Look at this man. I mean, you are fucking awesome, man. Why? Like, oh, I get it. Oh, oh, really? Why? What happened? Oh, you found them on the favorite show. Seriously. Yeah, you know what? So we had 18 comics on the live show, and somehow it's like, Michael Lear has been on every, you've been on every episode, every show. Yeah, if you want to be on this big fan, what area oh, good question. It's genuinely bad. Mind you, he is 4 Jack Daniels in right now. I don't think he's making any like jokes at all. No, I mean, I try to give everyone as much as possible. Sometimes I don't have, like, I overbook it, all right? So you gotta be like, hey, thank you for giving me 14 spots. Here, I take a week off. You want to be a little bitch about it. Brandon playing the sounds of Michael's wheelchair, getting first off right now. Y'all want to be on an airplane with this fucking guy's on the same flight. Now why? You pulled me up and yeah, what? Yeah, absolutely. A lot of highlights. I mean, you can forget the guy asking for one of the coolest jobs ever imagined. It's like if they did a new fundraiser marketing, it was anybody that ever marketed it. That would be absolute entry level marketing. Fundraising usually gives you like maybe a red wine and a white wine or a fucking glass. And essentially it's like beer. Like it's like either beer or wine. There's no real mixing of alcohol or anything like that. So really, but like he swears up and down that fundraising is dozens of fundraisers. Could be up to 2 dozen fundraisers. That's 24 for those of you like, all right, all right, all right. Matthew McConaughey, but you know what? It's a great piece. You did a great job, Martin. You deserve whatever marks you shot the wildest dreams. And of course, we got a triple threat female comedian face-off where that was awesome. We did that like wow, the Red Man, the king of bad ideas, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible. Really, next one bad idea. Email Redman at redman.com. Michael Laird, I mean, you are just the fucking, the word cheery has been used a lot tonight, and I'll use it again. You are the cheery on top of the fucking very fun episode. You know how to bring up How loud can you Michael Laird? MichaelLairdComedy.com for everything Michael Laird. And we did it again. Another banger to kill some of you, but someone's checking with the drawing for Brian J. Email. Holtzman Huggins and family. Look at that. Get it a little bit closer there. Holtzman is a shotgun. Oh my god, this is incredible to me. I'm gonna call this and man, this is so cool. Right there. Very cowboy, very western type rendition of a Ryan J. Email drawing. Guys, throw the hands for Brian Holtzman, everybody. Our guest tonight. Get Air Podcast on the F1 Comedy Network. Everything Michael Laird, MichaelLairdComedy.com. How about the man tonight? Pete Magnus on the bass. He is man on electric guitar and fueling, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a mutation on social media. He lives after it. Hey guys, the man on the drums, the fucking Mexican. Michael gets settlement. Mikey got 13 on social media. John Dees will be back next week. Of course, he's that John gets on social media. The official Pix Vodka. Sony man, so great. Now, we love Pix Vodka. I had to drive this morning to get my nails done. Before I went to the gym, I had a delicious screwdriver. That alkaline vodka gives me energy like you never believe. I just sit there like Samuel L. Jackson and Jackie Brown, slow sipping on that daily jam. Great way to start the day. Again, Brian Holtzman, Air Podcast, RyanJAML.com for all the friends available. Check out the 1-year anniversary of the Red Rose this Thursday. We are a couple of your favorite porn stars. How about one more hand for the wild and lovely Haley? She just did a line of cocaine on the motherfucking shoot. It is one thing on podcast. It's a wild time out here, man. Right? Everybody, not only me and Brian Holtzman do a podcast together called Get Here, and we had Haley on the latest episode. So we have a big show every week. Guys, all get on the my favorite show. We have a lot of these people on there. Please check that out. Go to sixwatch.tv for tickets. Live audience, we did it again. We love you all. Feels like home to me. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
on to another level of, well, beautiful comedy store for you. Has to be proud of sex. Yeah, meet people there. We are just fucking spreading and forgetting here. How do you already have the coronavirus? Makes it going for my people that have been sick. All of you that have it are going to have it after this. So congratulations. We are building a herd immunity. Speaking of herd, how about a hand for the amazing man? Was really fucking diabolical. I love it. We got D-Man next. Matt Mueling on guitar. D-Man is on bass. Great Michael Gonzalez on drums. And Elliot. Hey, that's right. Looks like an Elliot to me. Elliot, bro. Nathan. What? Nate. Oh, you're going by Nate. All right, Nathan. Sure. All right. Cool guy. Yeah, I got the alright. Nate on the key. We're having fun tonight. Very exciting stuff. Everything's ready. Fucking rock and roll. But before we get tonight's episode started, a little bit of what the amazing sponsors have made tonight's episode available for you for free right now. Hey y'all, are you hiring for spring? What type of role are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats, which can be challenging. Or you might have a simple position to fill. It's taking forever to find someone who's a great fit for your company. That's where ZipRecruiter comes in. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Whether you need to hire a civil engineer in New York, nurse in Nebraska, an attorney in Colorado, or a mascot in Missouri, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter and quality candidates within the first day. From accountants to zoologists and everything in between, ZipRecruiter makes hiring easier. And right now, you can try it for free at our listeners. Get it link ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. If you go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony today to try ZipRecruiter for free, we do credit for sending you. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. You know, ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, this spring, as you get back outdoors to explore, take bespoke posts on all your adventures with a new lineup of essential box of awesome collections for guys, guaranteed to upgrade your life. I was wondering about this stuff. I got my box of awesome introduced, so I got a bunch of whiskey drinking stuff. I got a whole flask, cool decanter with some glasses, axe. This stuff is awesome. Whether you're out taking the wilderness or taking your home bar to real level life, bespoke posts only send guys the best stuff every month, no matter what you're into. Box of Awesome has you covered. From styling pre-week goods to barware, tools, and outdoor gear, Box of Awesome has collections for every part of your life. Yeah, this is really cool. To get started, just take a quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will hopefully pick the right box of awesome for you. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime. Each box costs only $45, but has over $70 worth of gear inside. So you get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KillTony at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KillTony for 20% off your first box. And we're back. You guys ready to start tonight's show? That's right. Band is here. They're going to be with us all night. The official statement on the band, recommending vodka by the first ever alkaline vodka plus hangover. It's still in time, so you get a lot of ad-free ones. Try it out. It's a clean bud. You know, there's some real fucking girly girls here tonight that like vodka, probably have serious drinking problem. That's the way to do it. Get your girl a bottle of Vicks vodka, and that's why they call it Vicks. That will fix all the problems that you have in your relationship. Yeah, absolutely. We have a guest tonight, everybody. You want the guest? Want a guest, everybody? Vice they've gone all the way to Los Angeles, California. This young lady is a paid regular at the Comedy Store. I've been working with her for over a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my little firecracker of a pal, the great Jessica Michelle Singleton. Come on, people, make the noise for Jessica. I can feel that. Oh, it's not Joe Rogan vibe from this crowd tonight. God damn it, it's been on like 50 words. I'm like half this episodes. That's real fucking shit. I'm fucking crying on the shit. All these fucking alpha weeks. It's just kind of fucking top out on a Monday night. You know he was fucking for Joe Rogan. It's fucking sloppy fuck. I love it. Welcome to the show. How are you? I'm great. We're all working out so much fun tonight. We're going to see comedians in fucking, you guys know how this works. We have fucking filming comedians. I don't know if you're in there. I don't know what changed things today. How am I standing room only? People doing? Hell yeah. Good. Being enthusiastic. They want to sit down so bad right now. They're willing enough to murder the person next to them just so they can sit on them like a warm couch. Yeah. We're going to see how this works out today. Some people are comedians. A lot of people signed up. If I put your name on the bucket, you get to come on this stage and you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of a kid. That means wrapping up the intro. So we're going to bring it out all the way from West Hollywood. He's back. It is the West Hollywood Bear. Wow. First time back. Normally we have other gay areas of Austin. We figured it out. We just need the money. We flew the West Hollywood Bear here. Stupid. I don't know what I'm saying. Ryan J. is drawing tonight's episode all the way from Los Angeles, California. I'm gonna hand for Ryan J. He draws all the tour posters, every single episode of the show. A really wild thing, if you're into art and all, go to RyanJable.com. Every single episode of the show has its own personalized, awesome drawing matching the tone and the guests of the show. And here tonight, a local artist. We support all types of wacky fucking art. Here he is, Chris Rogers Art, everybody. He's right there. Line in the flesh. A real local artist. He's really from Austin, born and raised. He's wearing headphones. You're wondering, he must be listening to this episode of Bill Tony. He's not listening to music. He's such a fan of the show. He wants loud in his head. I love it. I'm all filled up. We had Best Barbecue Show. I mean, Sam's Smokehouse before the show. Our favorite place, Sam's Smokehouse with Golden Acres at Sam_Smokehouse on Instagram. Brought to us by Yoni, our ambassador of barbecue. Follow him at Best Barbecue Show on social media. Jessica Michelle Singleton has a podcast. Hey, Eric, she has a brand new country song for the first time ever. It debuted just about a month ago. It's called Now I Need a Whiskey. And to just stay true to the art form, that is a real whiskey that store brings over with some big whiskey. Not to be confused with number one tequila. We have sponsors for every type of liquor. You know, we have serious problems on the show. Normally, you have one liquor sponsor at a time, not here. We don't offer any goods in anything. We have anyone like Sweet Virtue. The show's alright. Let's fucking do it, shall we? How many of you are big time fans of the show? You've been listening for years. Alright. In that case, since there's so many of you here, why don't we start off with something special? This guy has his own entrance music because he is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. Beating out Ali Dukovsky's record, he has been a regular for, geez, I think almost 3 years or something. I haven't heard of this. Something great, man. He writes and performs a brand new minute every week in an incredible style. The real deal. I call him the Big Red Machine. He's some of your first comedian. Not on the bucket, a regular all the way from Los Angeles. Makes noise for William Montgomery. Wow. It's really him. Yeah, it really is fucking him. My dad's so old, he used to spank me. My dad's so old, he remembers when Dr. Seuss was a sex symbol. My dad's so old, big Jesus, Mom, they convinced her to claim it was a miracle, right? I love how we're supposed to listen to Bill Gates about COVID and tech he isn't responsible for a software that is constantly being exploited by viruses. Did anyone else
ride during the main group. I'm starting a home improvement store that sells fans and fans only. I'm just trying to think what's wrong. Let me do that one more time and you'll say only fans at the end of it. I'm starting a home improvement store that sells fans and fans only. I'm just trying to think what's wrong. Fan. God, wow, there it is. William Montgomery getting just started with bang. Always fun. That's crazy. You are really sunburned. Yeah, I like golf. Thank you, William. Where were you? When Brandon and you on Bridget. The media Bridget. Shut it off. Thank you. Really welcome back. Oh, you really saw it? Okay, I'm sorry. I smoked a bunch of weed out back. I think it maybe was spice. So I am badly on edge. Fresh off of spice. Okay, very good. Welcome back to the show. William, you have a very indented belly button this evening. I've noticed it. No, perhaps you have money and someone has been digging in your belly button. Can you explain why your belly button is so concave? Yeah, I actually, last night I watched a wonderful movie called 1 Hour Photo. Today I bought a bunch of stock in Nikon. Okay. Did you report that you had a really big boy that you found in your belly button? No, I've actually started a new form of cryptocurrency. It's called Baby Root. Oh, okay. So you got a candy bar? Why didn't y'all ask that? That was hilarious. Can you not fucking say anything? Hey, did you just fucking shut your mouth? Boy. What's that red spot on your shirt? No, it's actually blood. Okay. Why'd you get blood on your shirt? I started doing the cat sprainal as a game straight. I was doing the cat sprainal last night as I was watching 1 Hour Photo. Really? Yeah, how'd you do that? Maybe you can just tell your finger. Just my finger. I really hurt myself. William, what's one of your favorite things about us? I just keep coming back. Here's like every week and a half now. It used to be probably a horrible month. I was sweating like a motherfucker earlier. Tony, help me find a drink. I don't think I should be here. I have this place. I hate it. William, what do you want to say to these people? Go buy my cryptocurrency. You can get it at 7-Eleven. You literally have to buy a baby reform. And I get the proceeds. How do you get the proceeds? 7-Eleven gets it to you? It's just one of those things where when you go to a restaurant, you can take a picture of the menu. What is that called? Go help me out. Okay. Grandman got you so good with that time. Yeah, really. He did. He's a real bitch. He's a real motherfucker tonight. Okay, you want to tell these people what you get at your fucking house next week? I can't. We help each other in Jesus' life. They went to grocery out, but out of the belly. Oh, wow. That what happened? I didn't realize you could do that by Jesus. I've never seen this. I am roasted on spice. On change. You're absolutely dehydrated from a hot day today. I am really dehydrated. How do you know? What are you saying? I have only been drinking you. Not the drink that Apple gave you. It's a shot of water drink. Yeah, it is. How do you have that right? Are you a teenager? Oh my God, William, you are sweating all over the fucking place, going to knock at Red Man. Yeah, real bad. Let's go into 7-Eleven. That wasn't even Red Man. That was an actual kid. I'm not buying it. William, what else? What else has happened this week? Anything else since the last time we saw you? This is a 20th century like how many times do you what is it? Did you play this song again? And let's see what I guess right now. William, yeah, stick with me over here. When you sit here and you did a pretty woman, how many times have you watched it? Like twice in the last 3 hours. Oh, wow, very serious. No, no answer. William travels all the way from Los Angeles for this show. How cool is that, right, people? For you, here, and his word doesn't even go on the show on the internet. We edited it out. And don't get over him, man. What did you say? Yeah, we tell him that it's very special when you perform. That's what these people get. If you don't picture what I am seeing in my mind, I am picturing going for a small mill and fucking jumping off. After the lunch said, I've been sweating all day. People are buying my shit. I'm gonna jump off the mill. Are you the new t-shirt? Where do they buy that at? Yeah, don't look at my merch. What site link is your one chance to be on Instagram.com? My name is Montgomery Bond. Great going. Hit the link on there. All proceeds go to my mother. Hit the link on your Instagram, William. Or hit go to buy a t-shirt. Hit the link on my Instagram. All proceeds go to my sweet papa, Larry Montgomery. He is co-signing all my apartments. Hey, you working out? Wait, how old are you, William? I am 34, and I'm acting like a fucking college student. I have no credit. I have no verifiable income. I am fucking going to 7-Eleven trying to tell people to buy fucking baby ribs. They're not. That's a lie. I was lying to y'all about that. It's not a thing. It's not Bitcoin. Wow, I totally thought you were being serious when you said that you started your own group. You made other baby ribs exclusively sold at 7-Eleven. Yeah, I want to thank my sweet mom Montgomery for co-signing all the apartment tomorrow. All right. Well, William, we're very excited to have you in town. This was a great way to start the show. How about you guys make some noise for William Montgomery, everybody? Yeah, I had a feeling you guys were going to do that. Beating a man's addiction with a little pretty one. Dialing the Royal. Put a hand for the band, everybody. Come on, huh? Whoa, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the green tea leaf from the red rose. Not to be confused with the yellow rose, their sister club. The two best strip clubs in all of us. Kaylee, why are you waving to the audience? How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? She adorable. She has her own podcast, Big Jack Africa. Ooh la la. All right. Bunch of comedians in the back, bunch of comedians on the sidewalk. Create a little path if we have to for the styling of Aaron Sorowski. Aaron Sorowski, our first bucket full of the evening. That means anything can happen. I'll tell you right now, we've got a lot of people with mental health issues on this show. The past month has been basically, I don't know if it's just a tunnel coming from some asylum, but like we've had some real heavy hitters, you know. Leonardo from New York, a hilarious young lady. But it's really been an internet. Heavy hitters, but it has been some deep, deep pitching here in Austin this month. Here is Aaron Sorowski. Make some noise for Aaron. Yeah. I was in New York and I saw him like the only thing he was selling was a box of condoms, right? And so I was like, I think new. He's like they're refurbished. And like if it works for him, I'm about to go into my car right now. Gently used, $10. Thank you, Jimmy. This is the only way I can use a condom. I got weekends. You know, right, buddy? Right, guys? You too? They do it. Take the village for you to have sex. Literally. There's me. There's the person I'm having sex with. And then there's the person I find my inside out. You know how it is, buddy, right? It's got me. But like, let me tell you. Last 3 minutes of your life, okay? I don't last 3 minutes, but then after two, I need the guy for 3 minutes. So I'm not going to live by as like slamming it. Thank you guys.
Okay, Aaron Sorowski. Recaps. No, truth of the matter. What are you fucking exactly, Aaron? What corpse are you fucking?
Different every day. You know.
What was that noise, Michael? Michael, get that like falling, everybody. I can honor behind me. I feel bad for these sexy fucking corpses. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. About to be able to get Robert's feelings back here. I thought you were talking about this sort of show. D-Man will not turn a blind eye to your I love it. Aaron, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, correct?
Yeah.
I love it. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 3-ish years.
3-ish years. Following Aaron Austin?
So I started in San Francisco. But like I mainly did Austin.
Mainly started in
San Francisco.
And how long were you there?
Just a year.
Okay. Just a year. All right. Did you live there before that?
No, so I moved there. Where? Austin.
Okay. You moved to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Austin wasn't liberal and
You got me.
yeah.
Yeah. I graduated high school. Then went to San Francisco and lived on the
Oh wow. Maybe that is just did you also fight in Vietnam or something like that? What kind of fucking hippie are you?
I tried.
You're a weekend even weekends. I love it. So welcome. Your first time on Talk Tony, I feel like there's so much about you that we can find out. What do you think we should know about you? During the show at all, you know how it works. Or like we ask questions, try to find interesting things about the people.
I'm on it. Really on it.
Yeah, we want to.
I never do somebody instead of doing it.
Okay. Think about you, Aaron.
Maybe we were landing on a fucking boat. You have Wi-Fi and you know where the number one Wi-Fi is.
Son of a bitch. You're not hearing of the show. I love it, Aaron. So welcome. So what are some interesting things about you and your life? The highlights of your life? You ever win a trophy for anything? You ever do anything cool? Answer the question I asked. I'm going to force through without any other mention. Really wrong.
We are vibing and then you just have to jump up and all.
Still waiting for the answer to that question.
What do you do? I rock climb. You know, dog.
A lot of rock climbing. It might be the most boring answer in the history of it. Oh, wow. Do you like to climb with your left or your right hand? I'm kidding. What else other than climbing rocks?
And like, I don't know, great more first go to school. Education.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You talked about sex, you talked about condoms, weekends, you talked about fucking. Who are you fucking? How often are you fucking? I'm so interested to know about this. I cannot picture it.
Do you want pictures or Even Steve doesn't want a picture of you fucking. The one that has nothing with it. I thought, take a picture of you fucking. T-Magnus, what do you think this guy looks like? If you had a cat, if you had a cat, you like a microphone for him, does that even work? Will it help the audience here? Yeah, sure, share with me, Matt. Share that microphone. Just put it right there. What do you think he looks like? Just go. Definitely nailed it. That's exactly how I would have described it. Yeah, I love it. Who are you? Let's talk about your sex life. Are you a girlfriend, boyfriend? You've grown really into it together. Okay, okay. You've been in sexual relations. A lot of people that talk about sex end up not having a lot of sex. Yeah, get that, get those types of vibes. Let's talk about it. What are some of your bedroom? You only have two. You top and bottom. You like doggy style. You like froggy style. Or where you jump around. We talk about it. You think a guy in a tank top look at he's doing the thing slide that nobody else would go on. It's very excited, fairly masturbating a lot. And Joe Rogan does. Like to Joe Rogan? What's that? To Joe Rogan? Yeah, he thinks about Joe Rogan. Absolutely right. That happens a lot. So, single position, you said missionary and then you're done. How long do you usually last? To be honest, here, this is a big question. A minute, 7 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 ranges. Yeah. It depends on you like it intoxicated. Shut up. Whoever's asking, shut the fuck up. You don't do that. 12-minute show. You don't ever do that again. Oh, okay. And then decided to create the audience question because why the fuck not? And I like the world on fire over here. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. It's your gentleman. Hey, I'm with you, buddy. I carry my fucking passport with me all the time. My phone, everyone. And everything. Yeah. So, what the fuck are you on the run? You never know. You never know when you need to get the fuck out. All right. This is fun. Here, actually, we got something else. Wow, this is here. You say your missionary position in your but I want to know what the highlight. Do you want like the whole story? Let's fucking go. I'm gonna you with the full story of this fucking guy. Here we go. Are you with the fucking mic? Yeah. You want the full story? Just jumps on it. Yeah. Weird. Full story. That's why I was like having sex with a random girl on Tinder. And so like everything happening, we're going at it. I'm like on top of her. And then she grabs my head, pulls me forward, and she says, I like that. Probably. She said, I love you, I love you. Yeah. Was she on top? How deep was the sex? Was it immediately first pump or like minute 10? We were like she screams, I love you, I love you, I love you. And you know, I love you too, I love you too, I love you too. Did you call him immediately?
I started laughing and like nothing made me softer in my life. Someone say I love you. I've never got that far. But then I like didn't want to get on the point. I kept on like trying to pretend like we could still have sex and like I think it was working. And she was telling me
Wow. That reminds me of one year at a girl I was hooking up with, right? And one time, and I don't know why I did this, I've never even said, but one time I was having sex with her, and at one point during it all, I go, I didn't like mean it. It's not bad when I first say it, but I was like, oh God, like that. It wasn't like an I love you. It was like I love this. You know what I mean? And I thought I didn't hear I love you. I heard what I was thinking, right? Like, oh, this is fucking hot, right? I go, that's what the word that came out of my mouth. I fucking love you. And it's just right, horrible. And sure enough, when that ended, whatever, you know, or whatever happened, you know what I mean? After that, I got a fucking, she was wild, lots of text messages, and at one point she told me you fucking love me. So I answered, like, she was like, yeah, so what? So what? Great man. Great man. Coming up with Dungeon Master, fine. Hey, Aaron Sorowski, thank you so much, everybody. Aaron Sorowski at Aaron.comedy. Wait, Aaron, come here. Come here. I just want to say we have a Bill Tony Lemon joke book made by Mosai, a local minor artist here in Austin, Texas. Bill Tony, the actual crossover, the new gun crossing with microphones. But we're going to give you the tiny one. We have tiny ones as well. We're going to get you one of the tiny ones. Aaron Sorowski, a good sport, good comedian, Aaron.comedy. There he goes, everybody. Follow him on social media. Going totally different direction than how he came on the stage. But there you go. And you remember how he got it. Wow, that's the adrenaline of the show. Here's Kaylee, everyone. Keeping everything clean for us. Keeping the show nice and sanitary. Incredible. No better to keep everything clean than one of the dirtiest little girls we've ever done it on live. All screw cans. Fresh out of what appeared to be a cocaine bender last week. I love it. Lots of energy last week. I don't know what happened. We seem pretty chill today. All right. This looks like a fun name. Let's make some noise for Mariana Di Vincenzo. Mariana Di Vincenzo. Let's get it on. Yeah. All right, here we are. So Mariano Di Vincenzo coming to the stage. One more time for Mariano, everybody. So, as far as parents, as far as I'm concerned, those people can love I am not years though, fighting for myself. Nobody can close my thought. My fancy best. Just kidding, by the way. I give myself I think you're still like feeding it up. By the way, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm actually from South America. And I just generally feel like all the conspiracies are white things. I feel like, you know, people love Scientologists. There you go. That's right there. Mariana David Chatso. Yeah. The only romantic that you were on the show a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, what happened there? Right. That sounds about right. What's the second one? Right. Now, hang on. Doing that. And then again, not disappearing. Well, nothing changed with hair. Anything with your hair, even hair is not as good as that. Changing your hair, Mariano. I also love that your shirt is almost like their apron. Content creators, ballet drivers. We should find that. You would need awe in August. A lot of people think of a seal as our autistic friend. So what can we not talk about when you were on a couple weeks? It's that Aaron, you got like shit. You didn't mention that. That would have been fun for us all. Really went to this. Okay. Wow. That's a great deal. Great deal. Yeah. Yeah. Like, say you're going to 6 straight. What was the name? Everybody around you is pointing and laughing, right? All right. Thank you guys. That like your approach? Be like, hey. Who are you talking Didn't you kick you in the knee? So let's talk about it, Mariana. When you start wearing shirts like that, you start shy. Here. Okay, so you sort of have it like your little framework. What else do you do for fun, Mariana? You seem like an energetic guy. You're Jesus Christ, bro. Why? You just walk across the border. Get out. Right? They don't care. You can be. Do you have anything with you? Do you have? Sorry, Mike. You don't own that, but you own the other guy. I'm making fun of all your people right now. Okay. How long ago was that fighting? Oh wow. Okay. Fresh off the border. Wow. That's fun. Anything special? Did they do anything extra Mexican there? Did they, maybe did she grow her okay, something like that? You love when you're part of the mariachi band. Yeah, there's a very mariachi energy to you. Mariachi or something like mariachi. All right. Mariana, what's your sex life like? Talking with we just had a real serious discussion here. Real animal. Like put on the shirt, lady. I like that. Normally wedding ladies are very turned on, they're very like horny and things like that. Did anyone think you move on your sweat? Did you tell them that you're American? You just said that like you just had the name my name is American on it. I told them yeah, I don't get knowledge on the snare drum when you said you're American. All right, Mariana, you got lucky for a week here. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations. You know what? So, we're so funny. I'm going to give you a full cycle Tony jump on. Thanks to our friend Adrian Palacio. He can't make it another local artist. You all three of the phone cycle. B in the middle. BONE. Have another hand for Mariana. We're doing it here today. What? Remember how to get off the stage? Very fair what's happening here. That's sort of a human juggle. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian helps us out here on the show. He is a barbecue specialist. He has his own show called Best Barbecue Show on the internet. He feeds us regularly. He is basically our ambassador of food here in Austin, Texas. Any type of anything that we want to do, we always have Yoni first. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. It's Yoni, everybody. Texas, I love Texas. I've been here for 12 years. Truth, I don't know much about people. What a lot about Texas living here. One of the things you can't run slow. If you want to get on I-35, you're going to hit the gas if you're on the last lap of the fucking main 500. Or someone's going to be right up your ass. You know, if we walked around downtown or grocery stores that way, people think you're crazy. Like, this is right here. You think that was insane, right? Who's standing? It's a little close, right? It's comfortable. This is how we drive. I love Texas barbecue. That's my thing. I love it because it's the best big thing energy. It's a giant black tube filled with hot meat. If you want to eat Texas barbecue, you get the big black pot, run it all day. You also have to cook barbecue by burning an entire tree. You cook like for 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. You got the whole fucking tree and then they chop it up. Get some strong arm, etc. They do. Yeah, well, yeah, dude. I love it. One of the reasons why I love Yoni, you'll notice that I have a lot of love for Yoni. And he is admittedly brand new brand new. You've been getting him like we've been hustling him around town. He tells me all the time, never misses a chance to tell me I'm going to open mic tonight. I'm going to mic tomorrow. I did a mic last night. I love
mean, you're working it out. You're talking about stuff you know. Let me ask you this: if you were doing a normal show, a normal audience, where people aren't on stage with you, how does that joke about the I-35 and you're not putting your next to the gas on the show? Like, but a lot of the open mics, there's actually like there's a line bar where you run back to you. A lot of times I'm not paying attention, so I'll be like, oh wow, okay, normally wait till after or something like that. Not you, just go for it. I love it, Tony. You talked about the 35. I mean, you got a good point. I guess that's sort of everywhere. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with people out here, but I mean, if somebody can tell their friends with the giant trucks that the far-left lane is not important, I greatly appreciate it. Right, the far-right lane, somebody become the passing lane here, and I get it. You guys love to push ahead forward. If you're running late for things, maybe you should leave the house a little earlier. I can hear all your shit. Right? I understand how you think, trust me. How about you just fucking get over one lane? There's 4 lanes. Why you were in the far left lane? This also goes for young girls as well. When it's not a gigantic truck with animals, suburban it's just a normal chick checking on her phone in the far left lane so she can see because she's not going to be taking care of it about cars on their left and their right. You get a little nervous. Well, make sure you guys take the fuck over. No one's hitting you from the left. No one's hitting you. Just get over. You don't belong in the far left lane. Thank you. Sincerely, that owner. So anyway, sorry, I had to get that out of my. Maybe we could flip that flip. Just spread it all around the internet. Maybe I could be like the cheat. I could be like Barack Obama cheat. One plane, even though Barack, I hate anything else. I think actually because the left lane way better than any other state I've ever been in. I actually get in the left lane here. Because the issues with it anymore. Dallas last week. It's fucking rare. Dallas is a little different. That's kind of odd. Hell yeah. Jesus, red man. That's nothing for me. Alright. So yeah, let's talk about 35 and then when you go into garbage, you have Remember there you talked about things like these people on your Saturday routine. Every Saturday I go to Snow's Barbecue in Lexington, Texas. Opens at 8 a.m. I'm only open Saturdays. It's an 86-year-old headmaster. Mr. 86-year-old lady. Yeah, and I bet you even 86-year-old lady doesn't stay in the bottom left lane. This is a lady that knows how to utilize the middle lane. You just go to the speed limit. It's easy. For those of you that want to go to the speed limit, that's the fucking lane for you. You drive a little pickup truck. So speed 86 years old. What else? Like maybe 10 times, 15 times a year and a half for a while. Like you're not like you got your blood checked, like what your sodium levels are or anything like that. Not recently, I probably should. Have you had your blood checked this year? Yeah, probably like 4 years ago. Alright. I'm looking up. They're blocking a camera right now. Yeah. If they're right there, that rolls down. Try not to stand up. Especially because people standing right there in front of the camera, thank you so much. I really need the huggies for another time, shall we? I know you're excited to see each other. I promise you it's a recorded show. The party here. It really is. I'm on the standing room. At first I was a little curious about the standing room, but being in the hand songs and no rock and roll. Hell, you know how to come up a rock for it. Shout out to so, Yoni, fun time. I gotta be honest with you, and I think everybody that knows you agrees with this. You're one of the most honest people, and you made a lot of these transition jobs that are very easy. down at the street camp. It's just all family around the home here. Come on one more time for Comedy Saturday. On social media, mustache ride. Real thin mustache. Very girthy mustache on that guy. Juicy mustache. Chris Casey, the Red Rose just celebrated their 1 year anniversary this past week. How many of you guys are the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose? Huh? These guys, you guys haven't been over here? The high phone? No, you guys see wow, you gotta go. Hey, Club, you ever seen the Red Rose, Yellow Rose? You ever been to a strip club? I didn't think pop. People can't think pop. I didn't know middle finger. The old middle finger, that's the way to kill somebody. Alright. Dubs. Dubs is next. Dubs General. It's a wacky name. Should be interesting. Story. Dubs General. Jokes. Word in town. 1-800-Dubs General now. Here he comes. Oh, he's on front. Oh, he might be on people on front. I just met this guy. He had a good fresh injury. We're going to talk all about it. He's got a Bucky shirt on. Oh, wow. He is very likable. Representing Bucky. Yeah. Got an injured foot. He's getting an injured foot. It's the moment where an injured man tries to get around the blind bass player, everybody. It's a real live show. Anything can happen. One more time for Dubs. I hate bitches with braces. July 13th. What a fucking girl. Dubs General. I remember you if you were on this show before. You have not been right. Welcome, sir. Indeed, absolutely welcome to the show. Dubs. Oh, shit. Demanded. Really? No, the nigga Rothschild. Oh, okay. Awesome. I love it. So, here's my first question is you said that you yelled Kobe before you come. Why exactly is that? Is that because your mom is going to crash and work from above? Kobe jokes for some reason most incorrect concept I've ever in my life. All of them are Kobe Bryant jokes. Oh, alright. That's right. Yeah, it's a good thing to do with Tom. It's never fun to pass your friend when you're gonna shoot him out. You know what I mean? In there. So, general $1 million question: what happened to your foot? I'll play basketball with, but I'm gonna take a weird shit. But you know, play basketball with. Okay. All right. You don't yell Kobe with your son. Even though you're playing basketball, I'd like to make sure you don't want to mix the two. You don't want to get confused. Shoot a load on your son. The last thing you want to do is sure not. Hey, look at that. It's a red man yells before he's gonna come. He yells Scotty Pippen and feature of the General, how long have you been playing stand-up? 3 years. All of it here in Austin, Texas? No, actually, all over the country. Florida, just even show again. Oh, sweet. What part of Florida? Citrus Springs, which is an hour north, an hour east of Tampa. Okay. Very cool. All right. When he throws a festival there. Wow, that is so great. Well, not going to be at the festival side, but that's not part of your festival, is it? It's so crazy. I was going to ask you if you wanted to go for the inside swift to handle it on a festival. But how are you? Wait a second. It's the same weekend of your own festival. Actually, I don't work this. It's my drive down. Oh my God, are you sure? I mean, how are you freaking foot? Sweet. There you go. Fifth, second, and seventh. Science fighters. Somebody's got to do it. That's why I started. Well, this is an easy way to make sure that you don't complain about that cookie joke on the internet. Show for dudes. See that? Look at House of Cards. Keep your friends close. Now, what do you do for work? Awesome, man. Okay. That's fun. And Florida. Oh, and you moved to Florida. Yeah. Ah, there you go. Yeah. All right. What do you like to do for fun? What are some hobbies? Just waking up, playing basketball with your son, or coming and yelling movie on someone's chest, or something. But really, Jesus Christ, guys, please, the one cable that can't stand continuously. I love you guys so much. Please stop standing. Will someone tell him that I'm talking to him? Please, please stop standing up, please. One camera that gets most of the show is right there. Thank you. I love you guys so much. Jesus fucking Christ. So, what was the answer to that question about you do for fun again? That is true. There is no Tyler Perry presents Mommy Babies. There is one name. And of course, I'm actually from an all black neighborhood. I know that you guys might not believe that, but it's true. And one of the movies that I was raised on that me and my young American friends would watch is a little movie called Tales from the Hood. And there is one in the anthology that features a lot of scary black puppets. Black puppets shockingly scarier than white puppets. White puppets are fucking child's play compared to black puppets. Now, if you're anything they can laugh at a smart child's play, play doll, thank you. If you're talking something that you bought, like say, like Amazon, I actually bought a black puppet after some research, and it wasn't that great of a puppet. It's hard to find a good black puppet. Work for you? Yeah, I just did it. Steal your wallet right now? Poorly made. I mean, my Mexican puppet. I thought wow, I love it. Not the first Mexican anything would keep it over a wall, right? Puppet juice. Did you make it yourself? Mommy likes my Mexican puppet. What's it called? Oh, mommy. No, I know. I don't know. They don't even allow people like me to. You son of a bitch. Wow. Such a shame that I'm going to be bringing totally different people to Tampa to open for you. King of Honor. All right. So much fun. Congratulations. I'm going to see you August 5th, season 7th. You're coming up first on them shows. Anything else? Anything else to say?
I think with the Kobe joke, I think what he said in his response is actually very close to going because I shoot a lot. So we're thinking about how you said the setup was a really hard one. So we want to hard.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I think just the honest answer of like, cause I shoot a lot or something like that, like it's set up for a hard punch. And you're like, right now,
So I can't do it, or you might be able to. You can also say because a bunch of children die on her afterwards. Anyway, for those of you that know what happened to the authority, well, that's my email. Reach out to me. Guys, come on, make one more hand for General. Everybody follow on social media. DUBC General, all one word. Hey, can I have a Crown Royal and Coca-Cola when you get a chance here? I have a whistle, one Crown and Coke. Actually, sure, because that whistle thing I'll do with whatever, Crown and Coke is like, how about a hand for the staff here at Amazon? Yeah! So, here's Kaylee from the Red Rose, fresh off their 1-year anniversary. Everybody went there. We had a blast. I mean, the place is so much fun. And they have a world famous cheeseburger at the Red Rose. Thank you very much. People love cheeseburgers. I know it might not be the place. And you think of first food cheeseburgers. Okay.
the only reason I go there is for the cheeseburger.
You guys want another special treat? Alright. Clearly you don't. You guys want another special treat? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you yet another regular on the show. Feels like we're in Los Angeles, all the regulars are here, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for this by one of the best jump riders in the show's history, all by the brand new minute and one of the best roasters in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, he's already here. David Lucas, believe it or not. Spoiler alert, David Lucas. Ladies, I want you to know that if the quick break that means that you're single. It's like I'm gonna let you know. When I have sex with women, I don't know if it's really like after a girl fucked me, she was like, she's great. Shit, that was what I'm legs are the thighs up. I need to be out.
That's our plus eight.
David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen, David. That hell game, I'm letting it. He's a rich guy. I mean, we're talking about like millions of dollars. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. There is no amount of money that is better than was.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just like everyone wants the rich fucking dirty little fucking diggity snatch.
Oh man. Keep it around.
Even the gay guy with the tank top's not even even he looks rich, but whether it's man pussy or not. Can you believe he even do gay jokes on me tonight? That's right, the front row. Cleaning it up. By the way, it's only funny because you're being on gay, everyone. Those of you gay people that are going to write a blog about this, about how gay, tell me you was gay in a negative career. I don't know what I'm gay, bro. I don't know. I'm going to butt fuck later and find out if you're gay or not. Find out what's what. Use the old fucking, I'm going to check the soil. have you sinking on a boat. Really? Man, what I would give it for you. Let me bring in a kitty-sized swimming pool right now. Did you go swimming in Atlanta? Hell yeah. Country boy shit. Absolutely. What's country boy shit? Where'd you dream of fishing? Are you kidding? Shell cracker? That's racist. It's a white fish. There's just a fisherman in the ring really like that. I like that guy over there. They're cool now. Chance. You're out there fishing. Seem like the kind of guy. Why are you dressed like that? Why am I dressed like this? Wearing a collar and shirt. You dress like big right there. Son of a bitch. Yeah, you look like lighting change. I love that. You just got that. Oh, that look like you got lighting change on that shit. I just want to slam your ass. We haven't even seen that before here. I love it. I love that you're dressed like a old school TV when it goes out of when it goes on the air. David with incredibly short legs. I mean, it is incredible. I just couldn't come up with a giant upper body. You're dressed like you look like you need to do it. All right, Rabbi. You did not need to make that noise. Okay. Son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. There's the autograph. Really gonna drop it, John. Hey, a lot of my personal friends are really into my matching body and letting it just go. They got dreads. That way, no waiters scope you up. Fancy lights. Wow. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Let's fucking do it. I don't know. You're lucky you made that game. I'll jump right on you. Everyone knows that. You nailed on that real quick. I love it. Somebody on stage earlier, a young gentleman, also of African American descent, he was helping people. Is there anything that you think the young African Oh, really? But you want to have a lot of kids, so you finish floor. The only thing that he pulls out of is the key strike through. Okay, I don't think you can hear him. You ever take a, you seem like the kind of guy that would take a bird straight for a drive through. How did you know that? How did you know? I knew I put 200 bits on my ass cheek. I put baking sheets out. But the dildos fall out of my ass. Is that what you want? I know you must have been thinking, why did they take that insane person out of the front earlier? And there you go, Danny Brown. There you go. You're a big fan of people eating things no matter what they are. So much fun. You're an absolute killer of everything that you do. Right on your feet, workout, good beats, always right off the top of your head. Okay, Tampa? Alright, great. You want to feature for those shows? Alright, great. There you go. There you go. Make the rest of me come on. Wow, there's energy in here. You're gonna have fun bourbon show in Florida. The energy in this room, standing room only, I'm telling you, I like it. You guys having fun tonight? Yeah. How about him for Jamie? Look at that, just a real fun. There you go, mate. That mate's in your back pocket. All right, Sean Waters. Wow, I wonder if the name is Sean Waters. Oh, here he comes. This is a real guy. Oh, no. There he is. Here he is, John Waters, coming from the back of the room. Hey, here he is. What's up, John Waters? Well, I'm on John, you doing those awkward moments? You know, when you're in the fucking air, and you're just like, what do you do? To do it, like, I try. We try to be sexy, like, what's this? I think you lost something. What's the worst thing? Very sexist. Have you ever had to repeat yourself? You're saying something dirty. Like, I'm like, just like that. And they're like, what? You're not gonna do you like that? What? I never mind. There it is. Just like, what do you think about this guy? There you go. Activated. I know it's always chimes in with pure honesty. And I do love that idea. It's funny because we've all been there. What do you say? I want to know what you say. created in a video game. If you're really good and you would like for like mold it by a pen, like work on this like wax puppet or something. I don't know if it's good or not. I can't really tell you. Yeah, he's saying it until then. Well, congratulations to the 1 million person say respawn is the same amount of wax every time. We think oh, we did something else. Like your dirty talk. Hey, come in. John, how long have you been on stand-up? About 3 months. I love it. Texas? Summerville. Okay. So I actually also like 3 years ago and then I started doing stand-up 3 months before the pandemic. You know, like which is really awesome. Come in here. I'm trying to read my I moved back home. So are you doing all right? You're still on the show. Yeah. All right, I'll say no. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm kidding. For 3 months, rock solid. For 3 months. 2 years. Dog shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, John, what do you do for work? Not talk about my work. Why? I just don't know. I just talk about like sex care without their sex. Instead of naming the exact corporation that you work for, can you give us a ballpark what you do? Great name to get the police out of it. No way. All right. Yeah, all right. Nice. You one of the Johnson brothers? Johnson. John Hammond. Yeah. John Waters. Good cover. Johnson. I love. So you're working for pharmaceuticals. What's your love life like? Maryland with a little fucking princess. I have a girlfriend. She's in Maryland. She's in Fort. You've been that area? Okay. I'm gonna take care of this little fucking redheaded piece. Did you meet her like in real life? Did you guys start working her? Yeah. Where'd you meet her at? Is she just playing in Florida? Yeah. I don't think when you were. So I was just out outside the same place and I met her. Were you out on St. Patrick's Day? You were a leprechaun? Yeah. Like standing at the end of my I can't talk about what I did for me. I'm a leprechaun. You might get away with it. I have to go back to imagination. I didn't even think. So you're out on St. Patrick's Day. You're wearing the same thing you're wearing now. Very I love it. Absolutely. And then you meet her. I'm a leprechaun. You like leprechauns? Yeah, when you really how that works. Well, she was asking her, you mean, how Scrub? You just eat scrub, blackout drunk on the street, the whole floor, and you're like, hey, so yeah, you hop in the car, get in the passenger side. Okay, so what happened? I just said, I'm like, Sean, what the fuck is going on? Do you see how awkward I am with her? It's like, this related to the accent. Hey, I like the scrub. She said, I like your leprechaun redneck. Okay, shut up. Did you guys fuck that night? Yes. Yeah? Are you listening to the audience and answering? Or are you I would honestly like John, are you fucking retarded? Just listen to me. Think about the question that I asked you, and then answer it honestly. You don't have to lie. You don't have to keep referencing the leprechaun. You don't have to hear somebody say something and then repeat what they say. There's no wrong answers here. The only wrong answer is not being the honest answer. Did you guys have sex that first night that you met? Where? Yeah? Did you like that? What? I mean, she's still with me. Right. Did you cheat? How's she after that?
She's just getting railed. She's Florida by that guy with the broken leg. Yeah.
Dubs General. Just saying it Dubs General. I love that. So John, what else about you? Any fun facts about John Waters we should know about before letting you go? Must be some crazy fun facts about your life. So discuss talent. Okay, I don't know what that is. I never, to be honest with you, I don't consume a lot of comedy.
Did you learn that because people told you you look like Napoleon Dynamite?
I did it, Mr. Great contest.
Oh, well, proud for you.
I know.
Oh, really? I'm proud. Do you like that?
Alright. Well, very interesting. I don't know if you guys know the Napoleon Dynamite thing. You guys know what that is?
We're trying to look it up too. We're trying to give you an opportunity to redeem yourself, John.
Alright, I think we got it. Here he is. Trying to type in his John Waters. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. Alright, the crowd goes wild. Okay. The audience seems to love it. I'm glad you're all with us when we reach the new low. Oh, wow. Still actually completely matched up. We're watching the dance on this. Pretty accurate. Oh, there you go. Wow.
Yeah.
Alright. Wait, how crazy is that you're talking about Steve Napoleon Dynamite? A lot of comedy is shocked in other comedies that I haven't seen. I'm a big believer in very few comedic things. South Park, I believe in 100%. The old Jackass movies, I can rewatch this anytime. Nothing would almost all of your favorite comedy stars. Almost every single one. All Jim Carrey movies, by the way. I recommend this movie. Because you know, too many people with their lives like this movie for me to like it. It's like it's like I feel terrible when I watch it. You can tell like we're in the middle of it.
I thought this was the first movie was like, I walked up the Napoleon Dynamite dance.
I think whatever that dance was, I think you found your calling here on Real Tony. There you go, John Waters, everybody. On to the next one we go. Oh, oh, here, John. Take one of these. John, here. There you go. There you go, John Waters. You guys think we should get a lady out of this bucket? Oh, we haven't had a female here today. We're gonna do a new tradition called pulling, knowing your lady.
Pull it out.
Nico Jordan's the boy, I'm sure. Charles Adams is the boy. Okay, here we go. Only just three to get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name comedian of the night, Mary Bryant, wild time last week. Lady, here she comes. Nice many days. Yeah, I like this. Constant. I like this. How about one more hand for Mary Bryant, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, Austin. Let me just tell you, you're so beautiful here in Austin. Yes, I love it. I just moved here on Friday. Yes. I came here to get sober. It's funny because I actually, the worst drunk night I ever had was at my brother's wedding a month ago here in Austin. And ironically, I came to town and I got the most pumped up to get sober. I also moved here because I moved a COVID refugee with parents in March. And it was time to go. On top of that, my grandma was there. I hate my grandma. She was really rough. She was terrible, terrible to me as a child. She gave me a little shit. She went to my parents' house. She's a convent, and I thought, shit. So I left. My grandpa did die. My grandpa died. That's why she moved in. And he needed blood before he died. That was half his life. And I was there for his blood fight. And he was so inspirational. He kept saying, be positive, be positive. And I just thought that was so inspirational. And I live by that now.
Wow, Mary Bryant with a great step. We had a rough time last week. You didn't like it? I thought it was a story.
We're not starting at the end of young people. Finish it hard.
One more color.
Me and Constant feels well, man. I am gonna have being bad. He's clearly died in alcohol. You know, I like thinking about you're gonna be shitting your pants like grandma and dad. She's the reason I'm an alcoholic. If you're telling that alcoholism, she's lost me at moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's you're unlovable, you're not funny, you're gonna be alone forever.
I know what that's like.
I did get out of the closet. There was some change there, but I did prove that I was funny. I may still be wrong on that one. And the other one, age on my Tinder profile.
So are you really trying to get sober?
Yeah, about 5 days. More than 5 years.
I am. Okay.
That is discarding it if no one was totally
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I agree grandpa left that.
He died in 6 years.
Oh my
See
god.
what happens when you quit drinking?
Yeah, 50 years. So Mary, let's talk about it. Why are you up on Friday? What's like a rough night? What's something horrible you did while drunk?
Jealous like a rock bottom.
What did I not do? Speaking of rock
Do I
bottom,
get
that's the guy
arrested?
in the TikTok doing right now. I'm kidding, I'm sorry.
Will I?
Let's talk about your TikTok.
Will I get arrested if I say anything on the podcast? Okay, so my worst night. Philadelphia location. Okay, I'll be in, yeah,
Many dudes.
my worst drunk night, worst thing about like my social people. Like it's
Hold on. This is one of those moments where we've been statement over.
it was a wild night and cocaine was involved.
Hold on a second. Let's just take our time. There it is. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating the moment. Sometimes you just gotta let this show breathe for a second. It's not always about this show. I'm a basic white girl. You got such a cheap spot. To the United States.
I love that. I had a Java chip frappuccino. I swear to God.
What?
Yes. I had a Java chip frappuccino in my cup holder when
When you smuggle people here? That's okay. So explain to us what happened. You got drunk and then with the Mexican man.
yeah, happens all the time.
And you brought it back to the United States.
No, he was I don't want to just,
Oh, I see. This is how I get murdered. All right. Let's just take a step back. We're not going to talk about the cartel boys that you smuggled into America.
if I'm gone in a week, you all know why.
Absolutely. get in your head, and it's like your hands working on it. Like, you're doing fun. Yeah, so that would be part of the set. People think about it, Tony movies, and maybe Grant, maybe like silent and like silent and silent and yes, think about it, but Mary Bryant. So you just moved here. What did you say? A month ago? Brian, my God. So what's the plan? Where are you living? What part of town? Oh no, you're going for one day at a time. That's what I think. So, what are you gonna do? What are you figuring out? First, today, wow, my God. Wow, you raised kids. I bet. 100%. So you're looking into the pig racing industry as well? Really good. Where you went? Let me go on the kids here real quick. So Mary, just what are you excited about That's crazy. Why are you really all right? Yeah. What's your love life like? Mary? You said boy, you're here now. For sure. Yeah, the guy that you smuggled in from Mexico's playing drums right now. You think you get pretty happy before? You just need to find the kind of guy that'll fuck you on the first night. Be like, I love you, I love you, I love you. You get shocked to know how close you're out. Well, Mary, thank you so much for coming on. So much fun. Great time. London, sober, for new dogs to be sober. Hey, Mary, take one of these. Brand new handmade leather jump book from Bonefide, Bonezeye on Instagram. The work of Adrian Cavazos. Yeah, he was a member of the Kill Tony regime. Your stepdad he was a member of the family. I mean, normally we would bring our last regular up here and end this. I mean, I love the energy in this group tonight. You guys think we should do one more? All right, let's do one more. Danny Brown got here late. I wanted to see a bunch of shows. How about one more time for literally one of my favorite musicians in the world, Danny Brown. Here, everybody. All right, your final comedian of the night here in Austin, Texas, goes by the name of Dan Eubanks. one more hand for the band, huh? Killing it today. Wow. Here he is, Steve Eubanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming out. I have two dads and a gay dad. I grew up in that kind of house with a lot of questions, especially for kids in high school, middle school. A lot of games with your parents having sex. Kind of weird or awkward. Of course it is. Like fucking kids out there with their headphones on. And Glenn was like, oh yeah, dad, give it to her. Come on, mom, you can take more. Wait a minute. Dad's not supposed to be home for an hour and a half. The next guy sure has been here a while. Bears fighting over a fish, alright? Moaning, groaning, salmon for some reason. And they never say anything out of the ordinary. It's all normal stuff people do when they're making love. Harder, deeper, Carl, glad you can make it. Come on in here, like the whole start humming. Merry Christmas. Thank you guys very much.
Steve Eubanks. I love it. Perhaps one of the whitest human beings in the history of the show. Coming up guys with super white guy energy. I mean, you are as white as the general was black. I mean, it's just incredible.
Thank you.
You are white in a different way. You're whiter than the White House. Welcome to the show. What's the most like non-white thing about it? I this theory pointed I ever just 60 seconds.
Oh, shit, man. I play bass. That's about it.
Really? You can play the bass guitar?
Yeah.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah.
So you get the shape of Steve Eubanks at the chair. Wait a second. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Eubanks sharing his bass guitar. This rare music world. Especially wow. Wow. That was it. The irony is that he plays like he's blind and he had to I love it. Okay. So you say you can play the bass guitar. Everybody here can play the bass guitar. But you like the bass guitar. What is your name, Todd? Check out my water. Do you like it? Yeah, we like coffee. Gives you everything without the shit. Anyway, to be fair, bass and news is connected. I'm both playing guitar and wait, I don't know anybody but me that can I swear to God. Should we have a goddamn Mexican drum off right now? I don't know. Wait a second. Let me explain. I don't know if we should be. We've never done it. Be honest. We've never done it without Summer. You guys think we should do it here tonight, right now? Alright. Well, then I guess we will. Going first, ladies and gentlemen. The guy who at one point in his career said he could play the beat. Now he is backpack. He shall play the bass and Nick goes the drums. You're gonna do a drum. Hey, you son of a bitch. You're gonna play the drums. You're gonna play a solo. Okay? You're gonna do like whatever, you know? Okay? And then Michael Gonzalez is gonna do a drum solo. Show us how he would do it. And here's the thing with Mexican drum offs in the history of Phil Tone. You may be here, maybe your boyfriend brought you and you don't know where you're at right now. But if I wrong on this show, if some fucking unbelievable reason Steve Eubanks plays a better solo and you decide at the end he has a better solo than our resident drummer Michael Gonzalez, crazy twist here. Steve Eubanks will become the new drummer on the show. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You have to look right now. So you guys will decide after it's all said and done. Dave's gonna go first, and Michael goes out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the drum solo from and bass player slash drum player, Dave Eubank. Here he is, Dave Eubank. Okay, it's Dave I mean, I can literally be an extreme drum. I'm thinking the same thing. Like, I'm wondering if I should just be him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, here really how it's done. I'm gonna be honest, I got a little because this is a little bit playing with more. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the reigning, defending Mexican drummer. It is Michael Gonzalez. Ladies and gentlemen, there goes Steve Eubanks. Everybody, there you go. We're gonna keep it moving here. Game over for Eubanks. Keep going that way. Keep going that way. Keep going that way. Oh no, it's okay. Very easy. Oh, wow. That's a fun guy right there. I can throw things out there. Oh, who else wants one, huh? No, I need a better balance. You're gonna need the picture? Oh, okay. Here you go. Wow, look. I am Sandy. Ladies and gentlemen, your final meeting of the night on this beautiful episode still coming live from us. This regular absolutely knows how to put a ribbon on a beautiful fucking episode. Originally from Brooklyn, New York, lived in Chicago What I love about that is that we do indeed retake the show, those people that watch it on YouTube. And wild thing about that episode, Michael was on a cocaine bender. He was on a big alcohol bender. I mean, yeah, absolutely. People in Austin agree with him. All these filthy cocaine. Here, but one of the fun facts I'm getting to is that, when that episode came out, Michael had a really rough night one night. I mean, absolutely rock bottom type of, but we had already gained up to 500. Michael had COVID that week, which is not only was he at the end of the cocaine bender, at the end of an alcohol bender, but he also got the coronavirus. Two hospital visits, and one day later, I mean, he got the fucking Donald Trump grip and everything to repair himself. And, so we knew that he was better. We came back for 500 and made his stellar return, standing ovations, and with his son got the murder on stage. And it's just wild. You want to talk about a fucking comeback for someone? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it until this run of Michael Lair as a way. And it just reminds me of how talented I am for bringing something like this on the show and making it such a permanent part. You see thousands of people. How do you pick? How do you know? Hey, William, see Friday? David, there's something. How do you make the decisions? I do that with my brain. And it's just incredible how right you make me feel, Michael. You look yourself up to it, dude. I'm always looking for someone that is so intriguing and compelling that I want to talk to them once a week and listen to a minute of theirs once a week. And so it's not something that you guys would think when you look yourself up to it. You had the utensils to do that, and you did it, and it makes me so fucking happy. I'm such a big fan. Thank you so much. Another new video from Michael Lair, and thank two of them. This was an action-packed show. Let's check in. The entire time that we were all here enjoying ourselves, Ryan J. Evo was drawing this episode, and this is that drawing. Look at that, Jeff. Look at you. Little Spunkmeister there floating around. Oh, wow. Homage to the leprechaun from earlier. Me holding strong under a lamppost with a spear. RyanJEvo.com for all of those prints. Let's check in with our art from the local artist Chris Rogers. Austin Zone at Chris Rogers Art. Ryan J. Evo has a lot of fun things for sale. Little compact. Let me see that. Yeah. There you go. Absolutely. Little Sub-Zero or Scorpion or something like that. I love it. I love it. Michael Lair is Michael Lair Comedy. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Tons of merch, tons of fun stuff. Coming in for the man, Sean Dees. Dees on the keys. Matt Mueling and Matt Mutation. MUEHTATION. The great. Come on, guys. Make some noise for D Madness, everybody. D Madness on social media at Lorenzo Dwayne Jackson, all one word. Be sure to tweet Instagram at me. Read everything. How about a big hand for the first time in the show's history, the first Mexican drum off without Joel Menace was won, without a doubt, by Michael Gonzalez. He's on social media at Mike A. Gons, GONC13, Mike A. Gons 13. And just Michelle Singleton was our guest, everybody! JMScomedy.com. She's going on tour. She has a great podcast called Two Filthy Nerds. And be sure, whatever you do, go on iTunes, grab this I Need a Whiskey, the Canadian country song. As you found out, comedians can shockingly play musical instruments very well. Now I Need a Whiskey from Mr. Michelle. Jeff, on tonight, I had so much fun. How do you like all this excitement for all week? John, oh yeah, you guys are awesome. Could be another high-level recruit. Shows all week. Red Man Zone is Thursday's secret show in Vulcan. I got Friday and Saturday on Tony Mitchell and Spur and Friends. Those are always action packed. And yeah, a lot of other fun stuff. And we have a full schedule this week of fun. Definitely. By the way, George Burns is going to be in the show Thursday. You guys are fans of him and his podcast, and Joey Hansen said like you'll love George. That's Thursday at Vulcan. Austin, I mean, truly, every single week feels for it. I'm out of the hands of this cat here at Anthem, and that's all great. And this is it. We are at a brand new capacity. This is a whole new level coming out of this fucking pandemic, and we thank you guys for being special. Standing room only episode of No Funny. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. family or we are in an even higher capacity than last week. How do you guys feel? You guys happy to be here? Wow. That's fucking we've got exciting. It's very, very fun. Thank you, lady. Yes, I love my shirt too. Most Texas shit. I didn't even buy this. I just woke up this morning and it was on me. Texas is fucking crazy, man. I woke up on a little haystack with a piece of straw in my mouth, my butt hurt, and I don't know what happened. Excited to be here. Fun stuff happening. Have a hand for the band, everybody. That's me. Big vodka, Bill Tony band, brought to you by Big Vodka. Super alkaline vodka, less hangover, more jamming. They support local artists. How awesome is that? John D. on the keyboard, Greg Matthewing on guitar, Dean Madden on the bass, and of course Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Very, very exciting stuff. We're all stuffed up. Great food. We had a amazing, amazing weekend. We went to Good CM Smokehouse, tried to bring a new jalapeno taco. Our friend Yoni, over at this barbecue show, was over there. Follow them on Instagram at CM_Smokehouse. Also, check it out. They're both neighbors. Absolutely unbelievable barbecue. Such good food. Wait for the cake made for us by Greg Cover. It's Shade Seeds. How many of you have tried Shade Seed before, huh? Alright, not a big crossover with our fan base. Alright. I was thinking a big pop there, but fun stuff. Very exciting stuff. We have Ryan J. Email, the house artist, always drawing every single episode of Kill Tony out in Los Angeles, drawing this episode right now, and also right behind us, we have a local artist, Chris Rogers, everybody. He's drawing something tonight as well. So much fun stuff happening. Such an exciting episode ahead of us. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsor that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you ever have to look for a job? If you have, then you know exactly how hard it can be. It's super, absolutely super stressful. You have to look at all those applications, it takes a bunch of time to fill them out. I know I recently had to apply for a bunch of different jobs and it was a nightmare. You lose your appetite, your eyes burn from staring at job listings. It takes the patience of a saint to fill out every application. ZipRecruiter knows that the general experience looking for a job is pretty sucky. That's why they figured out a way to make it unsucky. When you sign up on ZipRecruiter.com, you create a free profile and you get matched with great jobs, plus a lot more. ZipRecruiter will proactively pitch your profile to employers and jobs match your experience. Unlike with other job sites, the actual person from the company really likes what you see. They can personally invite you to apply for their job. Candidates are invited to apply on ZipRecruiter for nearly 3 times as likely to get hired. Plus, if you like the job, you can apply to it and many others with just one click. It's that easy. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 job rated site. You know what that means? Sign up for free on ZipRecruiter.com today and experience the better way to find a job. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com right now to sign up absolutely free and put ZipRecruiter to work for you. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of any journey is daunting. We all know this. You're not sure you're heading in the right direction, and maybe you don't know exactly what to prepare for. With Credit Karma, you can be forewarned about what's ahead. Look, everybody, everyone knows that on Kill Tony, you get a reality check. Sometimes you get to see really where you stand with the body. That's exactly what Credit Karma does for your money. It shows you exactly what your creditors and where your debt and where everything what they can see. You need to know where you stand, and you can do that with Credit Karma. Credit Karma's game-changing technology shows you tailored offers for credit cards and personal loans, and you're more likely to get approval, so you can apply with more confidence. They use your credit and other financial information to show you custom recommendations. Whether you Credit Karma can help you find the offers. They can even help you consolidate your debt. They sure can. They have a selection of options. You have the power to make informed decisions. Credit Karma. Apply with confidence. No doubt. Go to creditkarma.com/Tony to learn more and find offers tailored just for you. That's creditkarma.com/Tony. Or see your offers on the Credit Karma app. Apply the confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/Tony or Credit Karma app. Be smart with your money, people. It's 2021. Go to creditkarma.com/Tony and get life together. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? All right. Well, I have very exciting news for you. Usually we have one amazing guest tonight, but tonight you spoiled Fox and Chuck and two amazing guests. They are two of the biggest comedians in the entire fucking world. Ladies and gentlemen, former Kilton guests are back. Two of my favorites of all time, two of the greatest to ever do stand-up comedy. Make some noise for Ron White and Russell Peters. Make some fucking noise on this segment. Here we go. This shit is about to go motherfucking down. Austin, Texas, home Ron White is here. And the great and powerful Russell Peters. Ron White and Russell Peters joining us trying to fuck the black people here. Oh, God. I forgot. That's one of my favorite parts. Watching people realize Steve Evans is blind. Well, you guys both been guests on the show before. You know what it is. It's chaos. We're going to have fun. Audience, I'm sure you know how it works too. It doesn't fit somebody's first time. A bunch of people signed up for the show. People that know the show. Maybe hopefully young comedians. Maybe it's somebody's first ever time. Maybe they're a local legend that's been doing it for decades or years. Build their fan base. Become a star. Success here. Not even without even fucking taking 60 seconds uninterrupted. There's like sounding a bit. Wrap it up. That'll bring out the West Hollywood neighborhood. Yeah. All the way from West Hollywood. House. Word of the show. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? This is it. Anything can happen. Literally over 100 people signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this fucking crowd on the sidewalk. Some of them were mixed in here, mixed in. Might even be you. Maybe you signed up tonight. So let's see. First comedian getting it uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Abe Rabinowitz. Seems like a good name for a comedy. Abe Rabinowitz. Yeah, good lawyer, right? I'm gonna get Abe Rabinowitz on you. We're gonna sue you for everything. God, on this man. We gotta get Russell Peters out here. Get him out here. When are you gonna move to Austin? Once I sort out my name, I'm gonna drop him. Such an honest answer. I love it. You need to hire Abe. Yeah, Abe Rabinowitz. Let me do custody and fat sums of money. Rabinowitz. Where the fuck is Abe Rabinowitz? We got him coming. Anybody see anything? Rabinowitz. Oh, big actor coming from the back of the room. Wow. Wow. Abe Rabinowitz. Okay. On to the next one. Great way to start the show. Thank you, Abe Rabinowitz, for signing up and not being pressed. Maybe he goes by the name of Jacob Shinnett. Jacob Shinnett. That sounds like a guy that is going to be here. He would not miss the spot. Jacob Shinnett. Oh my goodness. What an electrical energy in the room right now. Nothing better than the first person not being here. You really can't be it. That's why we always need to have to play a number at the beginning. Well, William's not here. Thanks for the advice. Jacob Shinnett isn't here? Wow. We're supposed to charge people missing in Austin. It's true. I guess the Germans are present. Alright, we know this guy here. He's been on before. He never gets an opportunity to shine, ladies and gentlemen. Hans Kip will start tonight's show. Hans Kip, a local legend. Been on the show before. Here he comes. Look at this guy. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, your first comedian, Welcome back to the show, Hans. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. You do this so good, and you do this so well with your eyes closed. It is absolutely incredible. A lot of people try to soak in the energy and be around them. It's great to think about that. Hey, there you are. There you have a white knight. Why do you like white knights? All right, welcome to the show, Hans. So much another great, interesting anime thing. Like, do you ever watch anime before? No, I do not. No. What kind of porn do you watch? Last time I chose English language, I really like very interesting. What you're jerking off to is right hand or left hand. Can we get a little no, tickling is an Asian one. Anyways, tickling is a thing in China. What kind of Asian are you again? I'm South Korean. Oh, South Korean. The best thing in Korea. There you go. There's some drums for Red. He thinks that's South Korean. Super racist. I love it, huh? So what has changed since the last time that you've been on the show? What's going on with yourself? I started an open mic in a private silver private with my band. Oh, you live in band? Okay. I thought, yeah, you guys had a really nice team at Solar. Yeah, Joni helped me out. Okay. Shout out. There you go. You just got the beat from the Solar panels. Yeah, look down there. So, what else is going on in this band? You got lucky in it yet? Not at all. No, where did you get lucky in it? In New York City and Desert and Joshua Tree. You what with a lady? Oh my goodness, it sounds so missionary. Wow, insane. Did you use a condom? Yeah. I don't know how Asians do. You guys put a little mask over your penis. Do you use protection when you have sex with it? I try not to. Wow. Or no, it's a raw dog around. South Korean weed. You know what I mean? Just get more. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's rubbing his belly right now. This thing is starting. It sounds like nature. What's the craziest thing you've ever eaten? I guess I ate octopus and squid, which is pretty normal in South Korea. When I asked you the weirdest thing you ever eaten, octopus might be hard to eat. Like octopus. Any tricks when you're with a woman? Is there any special things that you do with milk or penis or anything like that? That's special trick. So as a lady, I like to. I love it when I can actually give people the answer to this question. Very rare, but when it happens, beautiful. Go ahead, I mean, in missionary, I like cradle it and just like pull it really close, like It was performance. Ron White was seeing on, right? I think it was the guy. Given the other special skills or talents, you seem like the guy that started the race. Areas. Oh, we got it. How many of you want to see this? Can we get a drum roll for this? Yeah! Absolutely. Here we go. It's on the jump over his own leg. Oh! Incredible. You didn't land it, though. You want to try again and land it? Let's do this shit. On camp. Live on Kill Tony. Yeah! That's a Kill Tony first South Korean ever jump over his own leg. The history of the show is 8 years running. Milestones. We have, you can break that. We have brand new handmade leather Kill Tony joke books. They're completely empty and you get to write whatever you want to made by an incredible illustrator named Adrian Classes. He's on social media at Bone Side. Z is Bone I, all one word. And here you go. It's a brand new awesome Kill Tony book. There you go. Good tip, everybody. There you go. Finally, come on, yeah. More time for Hans, everybody. There you go. And now, to give us the brand new microphone and everything clean for us, here is great Amy from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. Everybody, she's here live in the flesh. She's got a giant bucket. Hey, just looking it up here today. How many of you love strip clubs out there? There's some guy in there that well, the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose are the two best strip clubs, not only in Austin, but in the world. These are world famous strip clubs with a world famous cheeseburger. If you haven't tried it, sometimes I go there just for the fucking cheeseburger. I go in, I close my eyes, I don't let myself look at any other girls, and I just eat a cheeseburger, and then go on to the next one. The Red Rose and the Yellow Rose are two different places. They are in conjunction, they're brother and sister club, whatever you're into, what they are. Here's that. Your next comedian goes by the name of Esteban Fuentes. Whoa. Right behind you, Ron. Well, I can see his shit. Alright. Esteban Fuentes. There he is. One more time for Esteban. I know you're seeing me, and you're probably thinking, this ass is pretty hairy. So I'm saying, funny, I started washing my body with head and shoulders. I call it head and shoulders. I'm big on hygiene. Question. How do you brush your teeth? Do you let the brush just on your face? Or do you do a little headband with it? I mean, personally, I like to keep a little salt as a time. I'm walking on sunshine. You don't brush your tongue, that's fun. Let me tell you a quick story. I was hanging out with this girl in high school, and out of nowhere she hit me with, your hands are really soft. You must jerk off a lot. My first reaction was, oh shit, she knows. I didn't play it cool. I hit her back with, your lips are really soft. You must suck a lot of dick. And she did. Thank you so much. Wow, Esteban Fuentes. This is what I like to call all types of bad. Incredibly horrible performance, Esteban. For the audience, comedians, so they probably laugh at that stuff. they laugh, comedians don't like crack up at jokes. Comedians keep doing that joke and stay in that PR. Really shitty open mic. That side or information. I guess the actually I was once getting into on Alex Rico. He was talking to her and I did a little spot with him and Vegas. So how in the world did you get that spot? My cousin, I was actually, my cousin met him, did some work for him, made some real badass portable boards, and, some merch for him and stuff like that. So, he basically did it as a favor for me, and he said, so you're coming, I'll have that job after your performance. Yes, really. So, how long have you been on that? It was 6 seconds. I can't imagine. This is my first time even signed up, so I didn't tell him, like, I have a feeling I'm going to get picked, but, I was only supposed to do 7 minutes. I was doing pretty well there, so I actually did my pick for wow, you went long. Like the guy with the room is really spinning me out that bad. Great. Esteban, you just started and you wanted to be like, what do you do for a living? I'm a cook. Actually, I worked in a restaurant for about 10 years, so I love you. I used to manage a steakhouse, but I was working about 60, 70 hours a week, so technically where we're at now, it's such a little amount of time for somebody to get back. I know, right? Like 70 hours, 80 hours. I hate it. And I really wanted to pursue comedy, so thankfully now I'm at, I just kind of like Monday through Friday, and I try to get paid when I can afterwards. So, it's awesome. I love it. Even though that's what made me want to start. I just love comedy. I've been watching it since I was a little kid. Obviously, all of your stuff I pretty much watched it. I really enjoy comedy, especially the comedy scene here in Austin. Gotta give so much love to everybody. It's so supportive. It's so fucking just awesome. I get such support from you. So, very much just even told me, this never happens. I never let anybody go on my stage that I've never seen before. But, by the grace of God, I was able to get that opportunity. And I actually drove back to Philly. So I didn't actually see it until I could really what else did you do? Like, what other hobbies, special skills, or anything else you've been doing your whole life? Anything you're good at? I'm very passionate about cooking. Come on, can you jump over your own legs? Shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. Give me a few symbols. We'll do a trick real quick. I'm a big sport guy. I played baseball for about 12 years, so I mean, give me on the court, place to go. I mean, it's not great. Great. Really? I don't play baseball no more. What about the golf field? I've never been on the golf field. Oh my god! Hey, wow, that's incredible. You ever do anything musical or anything like that?
okay. Got anything to have that feeling? You mentioned, yeah, but you know what? Like, I'm not trying to make this thing, do a simple fans like very fun situation. But playing this, it's fun to have you. We love people, change experience levels, things like that. And you know what? You were so mediocre. We have these very tiny, Tony jump there you go. There it is, a very tiny Bill Tony book. You can take that same popcorn and show your friends. Hey, that's a basketball. I was saying Chorizo is going to be next, not before the amazing Casey comes up here. There's Kaylee, everybody. Come on, make space for Kaylee, everyone. I'm trying her hardest. She makes the job a lot harder than it has to be. Bringing them up, doing other things. Microphone related, but she's great at her job. She's also great at her job with the Red Rose. I'm telling you, like, unbelievable. They just celebrated their 1 year anniversary. Guys, how many of you have been to the Red Rose video? Yeah, goddamn right. These guys see how high they raise their hands. People laugh at a good time. Just tell the rest of you that you need to go check it out. It's an unbelievable place. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, our next comedian. Anything can happen. It's Jose Chorizo, everyone. All right. I'm gonna come up here and pause here on my sobriety. Last like an hour ago. Shit's a lot. But no doubt. Dad did before I leave. Swing my face in, and then I'm all the way to the check. I'm just playing defense, getting rebounds, passes for the wrong team and shit. It's like, no, man, it's 11:30. It's like, no, it's 11:40. That's wrong there. That's me. I'm like, no, it's not. It's fast and so it's chill out. Jill, when you go to jail, we had a Mexican mom on this stage. Smells like smells good thing. You get a race medal in Los Angeles. Okay.
There you go. All right. Yeah. Jose, so North Tampa. Oh, shit. This is a very special moment where we light the entire stage on fire and burn in front of all of you. This is our show. 10 fucking years, man. Come on, dude. Congratulations, you just killed Tony. Yeah. 10 years. All right, let's do another promise. Promise me you'll never tell anyone you've been doing it 10 years again. Can you do that? That would be very good. 10 years. For one. Okay. We already know. We already know. Don't try to know what that's all. 10 years. So where the fuck have you been doing Are you sure you just haven't done it for like 3 months? Like 10 years? You're horrible. Oh, man. So Jose, what else? What are other what are you good at? Tell us what you like. What do you do for work? How do you make money? Comedy shows. Oh, no. That's another fucking answer to that. Come on, dude. Music playing in the background. Live music. That's 3 pointers. That's great. Somebody here can look up that. So how do you actually make money though? We have yeah, you said comedy shows, we're not buying it. What else is there? How do you make money? Sure. What do you do for work? That's the question I'm asking you. Shit. Ladies and gentlemen, I almost forgot. Somebody on the road. Very good. You ever like stand outside of Home Depot or anything like that? Hey, you have? Again, drive. Did you really relapse an hour ago? Is that true? I'm actually sober. Right. You said that you relapsed an hour ago. Sounded odd. Nobody laughed. I'm going to answer the question again. I'm going to answer the question. A lot of comedians do. Most importantly, it goes on every single night at 9:15. The reason why it's hard to line up is because it is like super and it shows people how people getting active comedy store just between a younger person from like the future. He shows people at 9:15 for 15 minutes when it used to be like an establishes a name. So the insanity is about so the comedian's role, Argus Hamilton is basically to be a throwback comedian for 15 minutes of the show. And he does the joke 7 nights a week for the last 35 years. 7 nights a week. Think about that. Live on it's true. When you've been to the comedy store, you've seen her example. You've seen a guy in a suit, am I right? So you've seen that joke. Wow, I have. Be honest with you, I never knew what my mom was. I was like, she came up to the doll. She was like, the worst part. Right now, I understand. Like the way you keep driving it. I swear. I've never heard everything, and then you just fucking. Crazy. Wow. Great. With another one on Killer Jeff. What? Solar. Okay. You're actually great money in the ring. We're gonna keep it moving along, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on. Here's Tiny. Wait. Get over here. Thank you so much. Boy, oh boy. There you go. Looking at one more troll underneath everything I put on the internet from now on. There you go. So okay for me. What's so funny about that video is that Rick Meeker on Anthony Sabers Joe Rogan video actually did and I think it's like Martin said they want to share it. And we all argue by it. That's the fun thing is it's like our own goal. Everybody loves our role in being throwback to the media. So just know I'm not dissing Argus. And you know, I honestly Argus could have written that. He may be an actual writer. Alright, we're having fun. Keely, are you feeling like you guys having fun out there? Sometimes the show gets serious. Sometimes it's drama. Alright, this should be fun. This looks like a good comedy name. Make some noise for Kiko, everybody. Kiko! Hey, Kiko! Let's go. What do you know? Oh, the audience is chanting Kiko, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting. He must be a local favorite. I don't think he's ever been on Coke Tony. We're going to find out here. Making his way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Live on Coke Tony. One more time for Kiko, everybody. All right. Next Wednesday, so jokes ain't even new yet. Colombians are like Mexicans and like the coffee. But we're not famous for that. Everybody always wants to know more about, hey man, it's pretty annoying. So I'm always like, yeah, shit. I don't do cocaine. I did it once for 7 months, but it was too much money. I don't do cocaine, so I'm not shitty overdose. It was just too much cocaine. When I pushed the pallet, I think pushed her. She was tiny, so the pallet was too much. Ego, welcome to the show, sir. It's your first time here, right? It is my first time inside here. I mean, for this purpose. I feel like I've seen you before, like maybe sold you weed in Monaco or something like that. I'm just saying, man, I'm putting these into you, so I don't really know. Okay, not that much. I love it. You have that weed selling agate that you do have. Medicine bag, that's true. Alright, I love it. And you're, what, 100% Colombian, like coffee or something? Yeah, I grew up on a coffee farm. It was so stupid. That's my medicine. It's like weird. I love it. But again, we're raised around meat. Like I grew my own. Like, some of your family does? Coffee? They were. And then, so I'm a musician. Okay, you're the band? I wrote my own band after us. Music in town, like 15 years. Awesome. Came up local musician. I came with the band some years ago. Like 8 years. Wow. I came with my band to my name. What instrument do you play? I'm a singer, but I play guitar. What do you think? You sing anything with the band? Whatever you want to give us a band. We can jam, right? Alright. Give us the 5/8 of the beat something or something. If you remember seemed to be necessary. Shit. Brown. There we go. Sorry. Love it. All right. I feel like this is paying off. This is anticipation happening. It's very, very exciting. All right. Here's a little tune by the very funniest comedian in the night so far. Also the most talented. Nico, everybody. Give her a set of pipes on you. I'm not talking about the platform. Voice, right? You know, real good voice. It's no wonder you felt like Adele when she was crying. I like your style, man. You're like the singing boy. You're like the Green Hornet. You can see it now. You can see when the mushrooms wear off. Come back in on Kiko. I feel like it's like, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, this is one of my favorite shows. Totally forgot I was here. Kiko, you're the fucking man, dude. Huh? Like a minute and a half right now, but I'm trying to slow down. How long have you lived in Austin? 15 years. 15 years. You're originally from where? I'm Miami, Columbia. That's basically the same as where they all live. It's just a mix of planet right now. I love it. Kiko, you're a real fucking talent, man. Please sign up again. Come back anytime. So tell me, brown version of like David Lucas Montgomery, like a fat brown rapper. Maybe not. I love it. If you can write a new minute of week, no, so can we. You can announce regular at any given point. Anything can happen. In the meantime, take a big dump on me, notebook. Here you go. That's the biggest brown. So, here you go. Kiko Comedy is where you can find it on the internet. Kiko, K-I-K-O, and comedy with a K. All one word, Kiko Comedy. Very, very exciting. Cool guy. I like these joke book things. In the future, you'll see like a comic with a little one like, oh, you must have sucked at Anthony Knight is next. Now before the amazing Haley up here. Very, very easy on the eyes. A crowd favorite. Everybody loves her. She's got fun energy. You're going to notice her energy increase when the show goes on because she likes to win. Here's one more thing for Anthony Knight. What's up, everybody? Here to provide
Actually, don't let me call that house. I'm fucking around and get a big place. I like hearing all that damn put a culture shock though. Because I actually so many white people, like most of the people are. I used to whenever I came like an ounce of weed and I don't know, in 2020, and all I got was a boat and a park. I said, what the fuck? I'm going big. See what for the band are doing big now. Like, when it comes to music, I like listening to the bare naked ladies. My favorite for help. It's a joke, man. Go another house. Moving tomorrow. You know, don't run me out.
Anthony and I, welcome to the show. Actually, how are you? Good. Well, this is your first time, right? How long
3 years ago.
3 years old in here in Tech. Where are you from?
From here in East Carolina.
Oh, shit. Well, not a bad guy. DC. Still live there? Just visiting? Okay. Well, where in town do you live? Okay. How far west are we talking about?
What's 22nd Street? I don't know if I should give you more information on that. Oh, there is that.
West 22nd Street. All right, I'm gonna write that down and show it to the northern white area. 22nd. Okay, what do you do for work here?
Well, I've actually just DoorDash job, but you know, my job about a years ago. Going to school for like work with databases. Wasn't fun. This was sometimes.
What's DoorDash working out for you?
It's like PG's platforms on DoorDash, like Uber Eats.
Really?
Just bullshit. Just DoorDash, like the lip.
You ever eat anything from it?
Yeah, when they order $47 for the sushi, don't tip me. I'll steal a couple rolls, you know?
Well, how do you know they didn't tip you? You didn't really with the sushi guy.
It tells you, so it's $3 if they don't tip. And it's free. So if it tells me I'm getting $3, I get a lot of people, they all tip. They think everything's fresh and good, and they'll go back there and change it.
Yeah, you ever think about not eating? At least you're only eating with the rich people that could possibly change your life with it.
There you go. You got your $10. I promise you.
Anthony, what else do you do? What have you been doing your whole life? What's a crazy fun fact about the life of Anthony?
Yeah, so I played football for a lot of years on different levels, but it was fun, and I got amethyst happening in a football game, so
Look at that. Someone's not going to kill it on the guitar tonight.
I'm doing so it's fun. Playing football, you know, being old, that shit.
Did you ever, like, does that hurt at all?
So it's an apple surgery, so actually, I can make a fist, but that's, you know, it's wintertime it does, I guess. Just when it comes to LA, it's
Right. It's weird, man. It's kind of really
like Northwest Houston. It looks like a beat drummer had a kid.
I love it. So Anthony, so where you played football and different levels, what else? What else am I doing? Anything crazy with your family or anything?
Yeah, family is crazy on both sides. My mom's side, they were like diehard Trump supporters and stuff. During those 4 years, so kind of just off one there.
What was tough exactly? I know it was the economy.
You know, you don't wear a shirt like this. You don't support everybody that gets a job. You know what I mean?
All right. Anyway, mom's side was Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Side or on the liberal side, pro homeless people, stuff like that. Sweet. I love it, man. That's awesome. I love how you love like what's
You don't like him anymore?
No, I do. That's why I want all these crazy the white women, But no, like she gave me this love that I really appreciated when we broke up. Like someone like shot her backyard, like automatic shot to me. It was kind of like somebody shot up her backyard with a BB gun, not even a real gun. And I was like, never was this like you are absolutely yeah. 3.5 rounds right.
How did she know that her backyard got shot up by a BB gun? Did she find babies?
Maybe she has like a hands of white claws that has balls. I don't know, but I really know. But she thought it was me. She's like, where were you? I didn't want to tell her what's up for the check. So I was just like, wasn't sure out though. So here in Austin, going on for 86 straight, just super life is.
Okay. Did you own a BB gun at the time of all this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh shit. Okay. BB gun. What a mellow drive-by shooting that is, huh?
I'm Canadian. It's absolutely.
Heard of the Rough Riders, but I've heard of the Red Riders. Inside BB gun shooting. You see one of those. So Anthony, I love it. This white girl. So you're saying you don't like white girls anymore after her?
No, just
Have you been with a white girl since her?
well, she was halfway. No. I was trying to close the deal, and then she got like weirded out because I told her about the time I got handed like with a straight dog, like dog. Yeah, it's a weird story. I don't have time. I don't do that.
So she was half Iranian.
Iranian and not white or anything. That's Iranian. I mean, I can hear it.
We have a senior Middle Eastern correspondent here, Russell Peterson. Tell us exactly what does that mean?
I can clear this up for you, Tony. It's not welcome anywhere.
Iranian, Trump, pro oil. I love it. Makes sense. 100%. I love it. So, since you've been with that white girl, you've been with a white girl since, or are you strictly black girls now? It's not a bit, Anthony. I'm asking you in real life. You had sex with your white girlfriend. What was the most recent one? The Puerto Rican? Black. When was that?
That was sheesh. It's been a while. I know.
In the summer of 2020?
So my job I had at the end of the summer was in 2020. I was all over the country during COVID. Just trying to get space. So I got the whole year. I am 28.
Okay. A little bit older for your average door dasher. Alright. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, Anthony. Well, it's fun talking. Anything else for Anthony Knight, guys? I like Anthony, and I think he is at full size mode, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. Here you go. You can use that book for target practice with your BB gun. There you go. Anthony Knight, everybody is on Instagram at Night of Comedy with underscores in between everything. There you go, Anthony Knight.
That's a good point. On my big medium size bugs for
Today's comedian is going to be Brandon Hunt. H-U-P-D, Brandon Hunt. Of course, there's going to be Kaylee from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. Amazing surf club. If you guys ever visit, if you come into town to come see Phil Tony, you diehard fans, make sure you go to either the Red Rose or the Yellow Rose after the show. We have some fun promotions coming up. I'm sure we're going to have a special Phil Tony night at the strip club. We got to figure out what's going to happen.
Oh, here he is, everybody. One more time for Brandon Huff.
Pretty sure I'm 45 followers. Real talk, man. My parents always felt like literally one time, like my dad, on the truth, they got 10 friends. My mom is super hippie. It's a whole background there. You understand what they mean to this place. Pretty sure it's fucking north. They love this for some
Brandon Huff proving white people can be bad at comedy too. Welcome to the show, Brandon. How are you? Good. Is this your first time doing stand-up? Yeah, I'm a damn good at it. It's first time. So funny to say 10 years after that. Welcome to the show, Brandon. How are you? 30 years old. Is this something you always wanted to do? Yeah, what made you want to do it tonight? Oh, did she sign you up? What's the chances of look at you now? I'm here eating big shit fucking sandwich. Alright, that chance. Literally 1 in 100 chances that you end up playing how that works out. Everyone else's odds, by the way, is the same exact odds that you had. So what are the chances? Absolutely, here you are. She's like, she might not fucking see you beforehand.
He's already got a lot of stuff.
I love it, man. So welcome to the show. Tell us about your life. Tell us something. We know that already. Brandon, talk right into this. I could be afraid to get one, but I'm only stripper. So you can just talk right into it. You can trust that microphone. You won't get coronavirus. You might get hurt, but you won't get coronavirus. The girls in the yellow rose and the red rose are clean. It's amazing. She's watching. Okay, Brandon, tell us more about your life. You're from Austin, Texas. We get that part. What else?
I did. Yeah, just been a venue. I should doctors on the show. I got a question for you. So you had no idea that you were coming for chicken. No plan at all for now. You gave up before you were going
Okay, what do you mean you don't know what it is? The reason why I asked is the exact like window that I can picture a guy like who's like, wants to be the woman, wants to get like lucky, you know what I mean? Shows basketball. Like after 6 months already established whether or not you fall out of before 2 months, she would put you in a position like this. That's why I guess exactly. So can you confirm that I'm exactly correct about my question at least before you thank you so much. There you go. One more for Tony. I'll break up with her immediately. I can run away. Maybe she should come up and do it. It's a choice. Brandon, what's her name? Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon's girlfriend, Brenda, everybody. Here she comes. No choice in the matter. And she doesn't come. She's banned from Rothschild.
coffee menus in all of Austin, Texas. Here she comes, everybody. Brenda. She's gotta come up here. All right, Brenda, you think you're winning this thing, but here we go, Brandon. Tell us secrets about Brenda until she comes up here. Tell us things she wouldn't want you to let us know. That worked, everybody. Here she comes. It's Brenda. Brenda, keep going. You fucking dumb funny idiot. Brenda popped up. Brenda popped up. Brenda popped up. Brenda popped up. Yeah. We'll see how many girls sign up their fucking boyfriends after this. Here she comes. Brenda. Oh, shit. Damn. So, Brenda, welcome to the show. How do you feel up here right now after seeing your boyfriend set? Stand up there. He's great. Move forward. Yeah, move forward. Let everybody see it. Let everybody see that face. So, Brenda, she's furious. Brenda, you know any jokes or anything like that other than the cocaine smells good joke? No, we already tried. We didn't have anything. French lady. Come on. Brandon, do one joke for us. Tell us something funny about your life or anything interesting about you whatsoever. You have any talents or anything like that? You got anything? You seem like you have like that nail salon energy or something like that. You just got that bitch energy, right? You're a teacher. What do you do for work? Volunteer at a shelter. Oh my goodness, how do you make money with gold digger? She fucks tech guys. Brandon, do you ever bring home money? She's moving up. Brandon and Brandon, that's sort of wacky. Is that keep you guys like positive about your relationship? Your names are so wacky. Close together, Brandon and Brandon. Are you ever gonna sign any more future boyfriends up for the show? Is this your weaning out process? He's not the funny one. We know. Let's do that. He's been proven now. It's not very. I've never seen anybody like all right, now do the punchline. All right. What did we learn here tonight? We don't sign up our boyfriends if they don't want to do the show, right? It's clear for a driver's license test. Here she goes, Brenda. Everybody, here she goes. Good job, Brenda. Come on, make noise for Brenda, everybody. Stand the ball to come up here. We got through it. Brandon, you know what you're getting, but you're getting the tiniest joke posted in there. Tiny. How about one more time for Brandon? Come on, everybody. Here he goes. Car ride home. Oh, shit.
hilarious.
being tried to establish for years now. Do not sign up friends for your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It never works. It's torture for the show. And so, as you see, now that we're connected, we get our goddamn revenge right up front.
Maybe the girls in the red rose or the yellow rose would sign you up.
Yeah, they're awesome. We would never do anything like that. Your next comedian is Thomas Sitka. Thomas Sitka. Don't know him live in Austin, Texas. Thomas Siska. Very common. Very common to walk to the stage. Should be good. How's this side of the room doing? Good? You guys having fun? How about the standing room only? How are you guys doing? Here he is.
What's up with these AGB coupons? They come up with the weirdest combos. Buy an eggplant, get a free roll of duct tape. Like, listen to that. You know, my girlfriend was actually traumatized at an AGB at a young age by a special needs student. You know, they say it's a comic, or that's a rapper. Well, this was a retard's retard. They when you get free from the gate, like, great, they're right in the face. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's a retard magnet. Turns out I'm slightly retarded. I think there's something in her ass that just gets people. So you don't want to mess with the gay mafia, you know? I heard they like to get guys whacked off.
Thomas Siska. All right. Absolutely.
You can tell when people are just the kid toys.
Wow. You record for most times retards set on stage, though. Congratulations to that.
Thank you. Yeah, Sam was on it. Wait for the first time. I'm not the guy, but there's a couple of them out there. I've heard it, but not me.
Okay.
Just the retard magnet.
All right. Welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
For about 2.5 years.
All of it here in Austin.
Yes, actually been on the show a month or so ago. I made them up and then be here.
All right. Well, absolutely. There you go. That's a very like
Well, no, if they have artistic, artist, capabilities.
okay, Thomas, you're alive. So you were on the show about a month ago. What happened then? When we find out about you, anything interesting? What stood out here? Remember what?
Yeah, we talked about my job. I lost my job, and Joe Rogan was here. I was unemployed, and talked about getting shot.
Okay.
And yeah, so moving on. I've been making posters, making pancakes here and there, making a little money. So
Sweet.
you know, doing graphic designing. So things are looking better.
You got Tony Bump.
Yeah,
Like me.
that's right.
Unless you get one of these small cheap books. It's worse. It's worse. I love this. Jamie, did you buy eggplant to get the duct tape? And you said, what do you do with that? My answer, use the duct tape.
Right.
You think about that?
Well, I mean, it's open for interpretation, I guess. I was thinking that you used the duct tape with the eggplant. Yeah, they were supposed to be together, right?
All right.
She said, I think that's
I think that's something camping.
yeah, acting like people, but I like backstage, like,
Told you the energy shoots up. Like city makers. Okay.
everybody, yeah.
So what did Rogan tell you last time he was on the show? Did he do any inspirational work or anything like that?
Thank God. Yeah, I mean, Joe just basically explained the story of why I did that job because the shooting, and then he talked about the artwork, but nothing really was said about my comedy. So, yeah, I'm all ears, Sony.
Okay, there you go. You just called in. You want to know what you do. You want on it. You want some protein. I agree, Joe. So being on the road with me and Joe is like he says something, I just say I agree. A lot like that right here. I agree, Joe. That is fashion. Let's keep working. You gotta keep paying me, please. What else, Joe? Anything else interesting? Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't know I could get that. Alright, back to you, Tom. Yeah, here, I can hear me talking to Joe Rogan forever. True, if I not be on this, I like what Joe Rogan wants to talk about the FC numbers. Nobody said, you work for CNN? No, I'm just fucking with you, man. Very clearly, no, I got a lot of Joe Rogan, messages there, and I just wanted to say the one that stood out the most to me. Okay, yeah. I'm not taking the vaccine, that's all. You know how someone kind of say, when you're a kid, like moms tell you, like, don't cross your eyes, you might end up that way. I think if you say a great word on stage, that's what happens. Yeah, if you do it too much, you really become, you wouldn't even work in Mortal Kombat, but people like you came up here and turned into a Mortal Kombat shirt of the word retard. Good news is you got great marketing tonight. Thank you. Yeah, right there on the corner. Thomas, you were on a month ago. You have people that love the flavor of water but love you. So fluoride. Yeah, I got Rob, you came back. Anything about the comedy? I mean, you asked me about last time. What are you going to talk about? Sorry. Talking theater here, like, throwing R word around. If you want anybody to call yeah, I was on stage for 2 times. I stayed retarded 4 or 5 times in an hour long set for an hour, and every time that I used the R word, it had a massive response. Well, you were saying the R word and getting nothing, which makes you sound like a horrible human being. Like, I need to be like the first one, the reach. Oh, there's Bob and Bob. I mean, yeah, Bob is close. Don't even have to, like, fucking told you. Everybody, really bad attitude on its way out. Check it out, some people get hurt feelings, but it's a real fucking show, people. Anything can happen here. You want a snake show? Go watch fucking Wolf Blitzer. Yeah. Okay, Kaylee, can you reach that high? No bump. By the way, for commenting. No bump. All right. You guys ready to hear Christine Allen tonight, everybody? Make some noise for Christine Nova. Christine Nova. Representing the women here tonight on Sony. Very exciting. You know, we noticed that in Los Angeles, the ratio of female to male comedians is much higher than here in Austin, Texas. In LA, it's probably 1 to 4, 1 to 5, 1 to 6. In Austin, it's like 1 to 12 or 14, somewhere in there. So it's very exciting and organic. Pull on the bucket. Christine Nova making her way to the stage, being helped by the great Yoni of that barbecue show fame. So, boyfriend, sign up your girlfriend next time. Here she comes, making her way, keep coming. You guys having fun out there today? Yeah. I thought so. One more time for Christine Nova, everybody. Awesome. Absolutely. My beer bloodshed. How are you? Hell yeah. 25 pounds down. How did you do it, Rick? And what you find way to okay, awesome. You lead the way. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Plus, she's still wearing when she wore the Halloween party. Very. How long have you known Sam? Okay. Why on and on? Oh my God. Party time. Oh my God. How's your mom die? Oh, you can have that one more time. I love my goodness. And all the other family members, is it coronavirus or what? Okay. All right. All the fun ones. Very good. Whatever that noise fucking was. Your period is very secret, but when you do work, your Twitch stream. What do you do on Twitch? Okay, no. Twitch is like OnlyFans for humping. Sweet. What do you like to do when you're not Twitch? You don't really stand up. What else? Like, drink, you go out. Like, oh, something awesome. There you go. Just that we don't even have ladies doing your color hair. Still the people think it's great. So, what's the deal with your dad? You said you knew your dad in line. Oh, man. Are you keeping away from the 27-year-old girl? What's wrong with the 20? You want to be sure. Sure, you think a 40-year-old would be different? What's your love life like? You got a boyfriend or something like that? Really? Well, when's the last time you went on a date? When's the last time you kissed a boy? Oh, okay. What happened there? How did that happen? You just everybody loves a kissing slut. Love it. What? Your dad? Nice.
at least 16 years. When you get like introduced to Taekwondo, uh, yeah, put that mic in the mic stand, Christy. Let's get the fucking Taekwondo guy to make some noise for Christy. It's very exciting. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh shit. Oh my god. A little bit of Taekwondo and a lot of no. Your energy is absolutely amazing. I love when you come up here, you laugh at all these jokes about roasting, family dying, and everything. You shared everything on the interview. Great set. I absolutely love your style. You're the big joke book. Great job. So great. I did one in for the rare handshake. I know. I know from Long Island. We went to South Park, Halloween party. Right by the Austin Chess Wellington. Yeah, absolutely. How about a hand for Keely, everybody? Not really into her job tonight. Not really excited to be here. What do you wave to these people? Say hi. You're beautiful. Zach, check your phone. There you go. A little Hitler salute. Not really a wave. She's shy tonight. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's a little low on energy. I know Austin, the president of Austin, addicted to cocaine. If anybody wants to get Haley high on cocaine, she's standing right over here. Someone's joking. We get 10%. Your next Canadian goes by the name of Marcus Olin. We know this guy. Marcus Olin. Yes, on film loading. Here he comes. Live in the flesh. This is a real guy. I've seen him before. Most interesting interviews we've had with Marcus. The new minute from Marcus. Big buzz for Marcus, everybody. My name is Marcus. I used to do a lot of Adderall. A lot of Adderall. Adderall's crazy. One time I did so much Adderall, I graduated from college. That was a lot. With honors, that was a lot of fucking Adderall. Yeah, thinking about getting the vaccine. What you think here? Okay. Which one did you get? Yeah, Pfizer. Okay. I heard the rapper Eminem. I heard he's gonna get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Only get one shot. I had a job interview recently at a CBD store. They asked me at the interview, they're like, hey, Marcus, you have any prior experience you can use in the CBD store? I was like, I used to sell real estate. I don't know what that means at all. Like, I know how to short someone on the gate. So what you looking for? There you go, Marcus. Little win. Well, back to the show, Marcus. We made the thing for past 6 years. You knew that Marcus not at all ever, no matter what. Trap. There you go. The lady was doing. Remind us, why don't you eat steak? It's me and my girlfriend. I mean, I feel like when I was 20, I got a blowjob on ecstasy and I just had a meeting with her for 40 seconds. You're through once. So, no, well, I mean, I'm not gonna like ever do it. I don't feel anything special. You don't feel blowjobs? Not like you crazy. Get up here. Here we go. Tell us something else interesting about you. We got when I was 21 years old, I had no. You know what that is? Where your waist goes up. Exactly. Yeah.
should have seen the pussy the night before, man. That shit fucking up. I don't know.
What else? What do you do for work?
Right now I'm looking for work since I went to Austin when I was in Dallas. I was doing like work and moving and stuff like that.
What do you want to do? Somebody might be willing to hire you.
I interviewed for a client that really wanted to be there. I used to drive Uber and like those things. I don't want to do it. I'm down to do anything. I'm doing sort of construction. I'm down to do construction. I'm down to do anybody hiring for
There you go. You just got hired at Vulcan Gas Company right there. The owner is right here. Very famously played for a lot of sandwiches. Yeah, in 2 weekends this month. Incredible times. Vulcan, how do you feel? You just got hired.
Dude, I feel really good, man. I'm gonna have to fuck unemployment, but fuck yeah, I'm down to do that, man. Let's make some real money, baby. Hell yeah.
There you go. You guys have anything else for work? Something. Talk about Adderall. Good joke.
I gotta answer back. Pussy. It works. I'm old, man, buddy. 27. Way too young to get it up. It's like you name results, right? I think it is. So when I was 21, I got my first blowjob and I hit Molly for the first time, like in one night, and it was just so like I've never come from a blowjob ever. And here's a lot I'm talking about eating pussy. I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna. She doesn't want to kind of me. She was like, you know, you're so good. You gotta try it out. As you get older, you're right. And eating pussy is great. Okay, I'm doing okay wrong. But too much. Oh, yeah, okay. Great technique. Well, it's not good. Like, I get boner, and I don't need like I get boner. Yeah, you're 27. You know,
Does the perfect match trick you trim above your penis and your balls in this area?
yeah, it's exactly the same. You can do one thing. It's got a leg.
Mark is fun night on the show a couple times already. There you go. We're already seeing improvements in your 1 minute game. It's awesome to watch. Not again. So like, get on social media and beer on Marcus. You guys want to go to the bucket one more time? Huh? Oh, you do? Kaylee wants to do it. She gets to film technique. We like Kaylee do whatever she wants. Kaylee normally runs the whole show. She gets me these notes before the show on what to say and when things notes and who's coming up. Wow, she can read everybody in Dallas Irvine. Incredible.
All right, fellas, give me a stick. Sorry,
Dallas Irvine. Very cool. That is actually the name on the piece of paper she did read properly. Excited to see.
especially Darius Irving. It's Darius Irving.
Here we go. Here from the red rose to the yellow rose. It's Dallas Irvine, everybody. Mix it up. Here we go. I don't know about y'all, but I've never jumped some high stand before. Yeah. I'll listen real quick. Why you even going goddamn barefoot today? So pumped out. Shit like that. Hey, I'm just like a lesbian loser instruction. By the way, if you can't tell, I went down to I got to be following when I was 20 and like years ago. And like I looked through straight road everything. And I looked through my dad and she goes, oh, fine, oh, I think you're so you find out your mom before. I'm like, give me some numbers, give me 5 numbers. And I think that's all right. That's not exactly. If you guys are under Alex or like welcome to the show, Alex. That is actually a pretty long I love it. Well, straight up, dude. Why go on to the stuff like that? Like, why, I gotta hunt David scissors for Olympian sex, right? Scissors. Put you in black, Mexican, or my feeling is this is they were like, I learned the word and go for it. You make them super cheers. Yes. I love that. You were adopted by, it was actually in the family. Like, my mom's mom, her cousin, Aaron, she was not gonna watch. Okay, what she do? She just, like the sad thing, she, like, yeah, with my sister, yeah, we don't know what that means. We know what a biggest means. You know what? God, really? Yeah. So now let's start buying. Let's talk about how long can stand up. Okay, where at? Awesome. Look at that. Go cheer. Well deserved. Okay. Alright, very interesting stuff. Now let's tell us more about your life being adopted and being a lesbian. What else have you been doing this whole time? Alright. Yeah, when you go to, like, I'm sure that lesbian joke kills every single time. Have you ever thought about getting a different haircut? I've tried everything. So it's too long, it's not too on top. You grow facial. No, I love like anything else. I've tried to wear all like sugar grows the teeth out my hair, but like try. I mean, I'm sure like me trying for like a long period of time. I tried to make it all like different grow, and it took them like 4 years to grow. But you gotta just lose their face. Absolutely. No, I didn't letting my picture grow out, so I was like, read or something like that. Like, John Waters mustache for hair. I wish. John Waters just make it look that way. I got a question. You cut your haircut is so fucking good. It's just, do you get it cut in a funny way? To make that joke work better? Or no, it's just like you can't really offensive, but it is. I feel like they super like super cuts. Super cuts too. You take a certain amount of times a day to make your hair look like that. Something, I don't know. Like a fucking bass player started fucking so now you're not a lesbian, you are a real boy. I love like with that like, dude, I'm fucking you. Okay, pussy. It's like I cheeseburgers, baby. I clearly did. Look, I had to learn how to eat it properly for compensation purposes. What did you learn? Yeah, I know. Yeah, what I learned is I just lay back and just let her someday be. I'm just saying, you exclusively only eat pussy from the bottom position. No, I'll go out and have stuff like that. Wow.
she pushes me by the very stuff. So what's your love life like? Are you with a girlfriend right now? I got a girlfriend. You got a girlfriend and that you can fuck around. No, I don't have a girlfriend. I have to fuck around. Okay, no one can fuck around. I feel like a month ago, I made two. I find her. We just ran into each other on the past stuff like that. Wow. What gas station? Circle K. What was happening for you? Cleaning her windshield or something like that? Oh, you like, no, it's not going to get tell us that you met this girl at a gas station. We're just sitting there here, ask her for her car, like that. She just straight like, wow. We were flying, she told me once we up in one right back. You know, she's sitting on her face. Look at how much titties and all that. We tried, but like, thanks, man. Like, when my dick got kicked, did you guys look at that night, first night? No, I like it. Louisiana. I just want to take chicken. That dinner, night dinner. I paid for it one night. Somebody translate. What does he do for a living? Was she asking for money because she ran out of gas? No, no, it's the nurse. What? A lot of ass nurses. Like, it's like almost doctor, but really not. I think there might be a couple extra asses in that. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be. Oh, fuck. How often do you think people genuinely think that they're all the fuck? Yeah, you know how many people call you that? How about you, Dallas? What about you? Any special skills or talents or anything other than stand-up comedy? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. All right. That's it. What scares you? What are you afraid of? Shavers. I don't know. What are you afraid of? When I was 23, I tried to off myself. I was about 320 pounds. Okay, broke the road, huh? I did break the road. No, that's actually true. Really? I thought it was a hickey, dude. Like, my dad thought it was a hickey. I'm like, oh, literally, you literally tried to hang yourself? Yes. Oh my God. Like a road bro? Yes. Wow. 320 pounds going in one direction is not really. Well, the good news is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very strong road for him, everybody. Woo! Dallas Irvine, you're named after two cities in your name. Cowboy fan. Wow. First time I actually heard it, probably a hero. It was in a walk. I have to change my name to Washington. Dallas, so much fun. Great set. Here's a large thank you so much. Absolutely great work. I got a plan for this. It's hilarious. It really is. He's like the IRS. If there's any capitalized on your fucking history. And people they just sign up for it. They can't stop moving here. It's the whole thing. It's incredible. A lot of fresh blood here in Austin, Texas. Yeah, it is. It is. It's literally. You guys ready for your final comedian of the night, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ringer right here. This is the regular with me. He writes and performs a brand new bit every single week on this show. Goddamn anomaly. Originally built in Second City in Chicago. Originally from New York, Second City in Chicago. It's decades there. Dominating the improv scene. Was diagnosed with weird disease. Knocked off his bucket list. His lifelong dream of being a stand-up comedian. We found him immediately and made him a regular on this show. He's on every episode. He was the first person on the show. Other than Red Man and I just here from Los Angeles. He's a killer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Michael Lear. Everybody, here we go. Future truth. 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 What is future truth? Future truth. 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 Taxing next strangers working in their cars. Future truth. Some Californians, Texas, Texas, future truth. So many people eat so much leftover chicken for French. Future truth. Mexican cartels kidnap Joe. Still people conspiracy theories and where's a false flag? Future truth. As artificial intelligence rules the world nationwide, spreads out the entire USC roster community makes research in martial arts and machine learning. Future truth. The biggest threat to one people was not yet its politics of but in fact ranch dressing. Future truth. Elon Musk cures all cancers, potato, because he's just unkind. Future truth. Always special treat to have Faith Thing here. Faith Thing, how you doing? I'm freaking the fuck out, Tony. I have a fucking melody on my fucking face. I can't catch a liver face. How's things been since the last time we saw you? Everyone in here is nuts. Someone just put me out of my fucking well, this thing look like a mouth when you answer these questions. Well, how do you do what you do, big thing? Blind guy, deserves as much. Oh, Oh, it's really Michael Lair, everybody. The real man, Michael Lair, right there. He was man behind me. Hey, do you put stick on? Yeah, it's one of those words that say, Michael, what's happening? Just wanting to call 866 so all of us, you can thank us whatever license, just call me whatever. Last time you had a gun famous too, was a BB gun into the backyard. But, Mike wants to show you here with the great Russell Peter, Ron White. Seen Michael before, correct? He's been absolutely killing it out here in Rabbi. Lifetime Ron White was on. Michael was all time. Yeah, Michael was on a lot of that stuff that Keith we've been doing, you know what I mean? I like when the comes to the parts, but yeah, it's one of the before Chris. It's so used to be a lazy man. Yeah. But I've been like, I'm having, I promise we look very, 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 very ridiculously close to one another. And basically, Michael is a skater in our little neighborhood. He's constantly out on the sidewalks of a rainy street. I'm the rainy street. Really, really does. You're on actually rainy street today. Really? Probably some. He was probably driving right behind us. Short street. Yeah, short street. He rolls the street. He doesn't run that street. He rolls the street. That's right. You know, famously, Michael, the one who convinced us that we can speed up your rainy street is the great Ron White. And showed us we were coming, visiting here during the California lockdown. My mind was completely blown. Seeing how alive that fucking street was. Oh, yeah. That's wonderful. Like any human day, you can see a bright day. Get open Michael, anything else, Michael, there? What are we missing? I gotta say, man, you're doing way better because the last time I saw you, the first time I saw you, you were a shit sandwich, dude. You are like just to sit here. There's not like that days the way you fucking better than you right. You know, I've been working so hard this year with the show. It was pretty clear he got into an argument with Joe Rogan in the green room. At the end of it, asked him, no, he's not allowed to do his podcast. People were really flats. Michael, you're going to have to do it. How about me for Michael there, everybody? Tonight's episode, Tony, how about me for Russell Peter? He's on the market world tour, going everywhere all the time. Done? Done. He'll be on tour again soon. Arenas, giant theaters near you. Ladies and gentlemen, how about Austin's own Ron White was with us tonight? Number one, tequila. If you drink tequila, you absolutely have to try this stuff. It's amazing. It's the only tequila that we drink in my household. We absolutely love it. Check him out all the time. He's doing a lot of my shows, a lot of review shows with the speaker group. I mean, not the speaker group, but Vulcan Gas Company. Speaker group has been huge. I don't know why I said that. So much fun stuff happening. We got an amazing drawing from Ryan J. Eagle here tonight. Absolutely incredible with the gun. Ron away with the shotgun. Peter appears to be, a revolver. Incredible stuff. Let's check out the drawing from the local artist, Chris Rothschild. What do we got tonight? Whoa, look at that. Venom. We got Venom. Venom. My favorite character in Spider-Man folklore history. Very, very fun stuff. Oh, yeah. Check that out. You follow him at Chris Rothschild. Check out everything Ryan James on RyanJabel.com. Every poster from every road show. The new Tony coloring book and other fun stuff coming very soon. We do this every week here in Austin, Texas. In order to get tickets, you have to be on the website at noon, 2 Mondays before. Somehow a lot of people figure it out, and a lot of people ask questions online. How do I get tickets? How do I get tickets? You don't, unless you're on the Anthos website 2 weeks before the Monday that you want to come at exactly noon. So that's the only way to do it, right, man? Hey, I got an amazing secret show this Thursday, and I can tell you this because this audio doesn't come out for a couple of weeks. We got Ian Edwards, Keisha Michaels, Joe Rogan, Ari Bannon, Peter King, Cody Hinchcliffe, Holtzman, and William Montgomery. All right, look at that. Live audience, so much fun every Monday here at Anthos. Thank you guys so much. We love you guys. Good night, everybody.